Greetings one and all to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is Play Umineko, probably part 6. I have an energy drink here. It's called Ghost. It's energy, zero sugars. So always drink energy drinks responsibly and in moderation. It's raspberry cream flavor. It's 10 calories. A lot of vitamin C and B and stuff. The energy stuff. Let's see, carnipure, L-carnitine, L-tartarate, 1,000 milligrams, taurine, 1,000 milligrams, natural caffeine, coffee, bean, 200 milligrams, alpha, GPC, 150 milligrams, neurofactor, coffee, fruit, 1 milligram, 100 milligrams, estrogen, stuff, 25 milligrams, only intended for persons 18 years or older, 16 fluid ounces. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant. Everything pointed to the incompetence in Natsui's everyday leadership, making her lose face. As the person in charge of the Ushiromiya head family's kitchen, allowing the clumsiness to be exposed today of all days was surely nothing less than total humiliation. Lay off, Natsui-ne-san. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shanna-chan when she's trying her best? I'm not bullying anyone. What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is? I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later. Kairu is trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shanna had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsui's face and the room's mood. By this point, Ava was audibly giggling. What's this? Shan-chan, don't you even know what you're pouring us? Come now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to guess. We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this. I'm sorry. I will go get one immediately. Shannon-chan, do you know what silver spoons are used for? They have to be silver. Do you know why? No, A teasing smile rose to Ava's face as she stared at Shannon sitting at the table. By itself, Ava's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness of a razor within them. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Ava's continuing gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Giggle. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon-chan. They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Natsui's eyes, this was an insult, both to the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Ava's shoulders. Silver cutlery wouldn't do any good for you, Aniki. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue, and even the silver plate would turn pitch black. Wahaha, since I get to hear that poison tongue every day, I must be poison-proof myself by now. Ava, I don't mind when you use it on me, but you'd better hold back when talking to people who haven't built up a resistance. Wahaha. My, how cruel. All I did was teach Chanatan a bit about tea, didn't I? Giggle. Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's hoarse laugh and chuckled, though not easily. Only Natsui did enjoyment, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kairi apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downward as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Nei-san. You were watching? That is my role. Madame and Eva can go to hell. But the worst coward is that guy. Cannon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. Are we looking at Goda? Is Goda here? The preparations of the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda could give up a flashy job like bringing in tea when the guests arrived. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again. So when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for this job, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one. It's okay, Cannon-kun. Thanks. I'm not bothered by it at all. Ellipses. Candid's silence was vividly expressed by the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt. Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better. You keep your feelings too bottled up, Nei-san. You should be less hard on yourself for once. Yeah, thanks. Suddenly they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. What are you doing there? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen. Yes. If you'll excuse me. Shannon humbly obeyed, and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Cannon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. What is it? Did something happen? Shannon didn't do anything wrong, but even so, they... Stop it, Cannon-kun. Please excuse me. I'll return to work immediately. Cannon-kun, you should go back to your post too. Please. If you say so, Nei-san. If that is all, then go. Yes, if you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. Poor Shannon-san, Cannon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goda-san's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goda-san was taken in by the Ushiromiya head family, I hear he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. The manner of work he learned there was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon-san and Cannon-kun are his seniors here at this mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has, he picks on them at every chance he gets. And also, sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsui too. Of course, we're talking about experience. The Madame has been in his family much longer. And yet, this is one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the Madame as well. Truly the Master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the Madame such an inferiority complex? Of course, on the inside, even the Madame is fully aware that those two didn't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has reasons that reason knows not. I feel so sorry for them. I can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows. The four of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages, adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside. Ooh, I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And then, when that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh? When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise. Ooh? Let you touch him? Promise? Ooh. No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad. Bad, bad. Ooh? I promise, so I'll let him touch him. I keep my promises. Always keep them. Ooh. Maria, you really are an earnest, good girl. The guy you marry's gonna be really lucky. Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happened. Never. Ooh? The promise is cancelled. Ooh. As I thought, without Battler-kun in our quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true, we didn't really goof off like this. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh? That's true. I agree. This year's the most fun yet. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George and Nikki stroked Maria's head, and she giggled like a happy kitten. Pardon me. Your meal is ready. A timid knocking, sound, and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come in! You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Ah! Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? Yet you are too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? What are you eating, and how are you training to get boobs that big? Cause I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? Considering using this as a thumbnail. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. This is just a battler-style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered right. So I can use this battler-style ritual technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. But well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance though, right? Noises I don't know how to make. Like that ever happened. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. What are you doing, Shannon? You're supposed to tell me, stop, that's silly, and then I just... Again, I don't really remember the correct word for it, but... One, I like the color purple, but also, I don't remember the word for, because amulet is not the correct word. Heck, I remember there used to be some sort of really popular trend hundreds of years ago. Granted, I wasn't alive back then, but there was something like people would have amulets like people's faces and stuff that they wore as necklaces on their neck in Europe. Don't remember what that's called. I think it started with the letter C. How would I even ask Google that? I'm gonna take a drink of my Inner's drink. Yeah, how would I even ask Google? Old European necklace. Carved face? Name? Cameo! It's called a cameo. I was right about it starting with the letter C. Cameo is a method of carving an object, such as an engraved gem, item, or jewelry, or vessel, and I have to click on this to read the rest of that. Featured a raised positive relief image. Contrast with intaglio, which is a negative. Huh. You know, you don't really see much of those. I can't really pronounce it. Intaglio. But just about everything you see is usually either a flat painting or it is a positive raised image. You don't really see, the negative images. Same thing with photos. You don't really see the negative I mean, granted, Higurashi used it, and I did enjoy that little bit of a Higurashi reference. Granted, I would like people to make references to Higurashi or Umineko, who didn't write the series. It's one thing, like, if the Umineko person's referencing... I mean, it's his thing to reference, that's cool. But I want more people to talk about Higurashi and Umineko. Heck, is there an Umineko anime? Probably not. You know, pretty sure someone could just ask Sora AI to make it at this point. Just feed in the entire visual novel. That'd be an idea. What if you just fed in an entire visual novel into, like, a Sora AI, since it can make, you know, not only actual AI pictures, but it can make moving video with realistic sounds and realistic voice. But yeah, what if you just made an Umineko anime that was entirely made by Sora 2? Let's wait till we get Sora 3. Not that I'd ever be able to afford to use that shit. I've used some of the Grok AI a little bit, the free version of it, because you don't have to pay for that. But either way, this is still not the correct word for whatever it is she is wearing. Is amulet the correct word? I feel like amulet is not the correct word. I will say this, Shannon, one, has a very pretty face. I like the anime style. After all, granted in real life, a person having eyes this big in real life would probably trigger like an uncanny valley sort of thing. But in drawings, the main thing it does is, you know, well, it emotes better. Like eyebrows. Like, when you see the position of a person's eyebrows, even blushing. Like, blushing really doesn't accomplish anything actually physically real that, you know, does anything. It's just a communication thing. Basically, your body is flushed from the increased blood flow due to embarrassment or emotion, and the main point is it's supposed to be a social cue. You know, a social cue you can't control. Basically, it's ways of people expressing their emotions to each other. I will say this. Everyone is dressed so fancy in this game. I know everyone's rich, or people that aren't rich that are being dressed by rich people because they want to show off how rich they are, and if they dress their servants poorly, it would make them look bad. But I'm just saying. And of course, there is a real-world version like of this that obviously the eyes would be smaller in proportion to the rest of the face. But there is a way to draw this that would be... And that's one thing I do like about art. There's a lot of different styles. Heck, I've made a video once. I'll probably link it in the description. I think it was called Happy Jolly, it's good. Where I was talking about, like, you know, the thing about liking anime is it's the same as things you like saying you like movies. Like, there's different genres. And at the end of the day, it's just a medium. It's a form of media. It's a way of, like... It's like saying you like books. Books can be about a lot of different things. And even then, there's books that have no pictures at all and just walls of text. I mean, both the dictionary and a lewd fanfiction of Evangelion are both technically books, but very different content. A book about a horror novel, as opposed to information about how volcanoes work, or the history of dinosaurs, or how weather patterns work, or how clouds, or the different types of clouds, or photosynthesis. I mean, they're all technically books, but they're about very different things. And technically you can have books about the same exact genre. Like, you can have books about, you know, outer space. And some of them will have 0 pictures, and some of them will have some pictures, and some would have almost nothing but pictures. Heck, the person who made this series also made Higurashi, and Higurashi exists in both an anime version, the sound novel version, which I did read the entirety of. It also exists in manga. And of course, you can get different storylines, and there's different ways of representing things. And there are some ways of telling a story that are more effective in a story, because there's different ways of doing this. We can go sound novel, graphic novel, visual novel, and everyone, isn't that the same thing? Not really. And of course, there's light novel. Like a light novel is basically just a novel. Might have a couple pictures in there, but mostly it's just walls of text. A sound novel is the next step from there. It's like a light novel, because a light novel is just a novel. It might have just a couple pictures, but for the most part, it's just walls of text. A sound novel will have music, and it will at least have still frame pictures that it might have differing angles, environments, and emotions or emoting for the sprites. But nothing's actually moving. A visual novel will have a lot more focus on, like, it still won't actually be like, and then a graphic novel would have some amount of interaction, I believe. Probably saying that wrong, but main point is, as a sound novel, it's still mainly, it's closer to being a light novel. But I'll tell you this, I certainly do appreciate all the pictures. It does help you feel immersed into the story a bit more. And I do say I like both art styles, but I much prefer this style. And of course, there's other ways to draw it as well. While I don't know what to describe, and it's the same thing with the original Higurashi, the different art style as well. And again, I don't know what the proper term to describe that style, but, you know, I like that style as well. But I prefer this one, which I think is why it's included. But there's also another way of drawing it that's still like anime, but more, I guess, correct proportions in terms of the way the eyes are. I'm trying to remember if Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2040 or Ghost in the Shell would fit that way. But like I said, each anime style is their own, but I feel like each one probably fits more in their own universe. Like, but I guess that's probably one of the main reasons people like anime a lot, is because it's just very expressive. Plus, it's very bright, colorful, and it's kind of like the idea of, if you were to have a movie that had a giant explosion, it would be very expensive to make the giant explosion. It's a lot cheaper to draw it. Plus, you know, there aren't any safety concerns then. But it's just an anime, you can basically draw anything. The world can be anything. You can tell any story. So, I don't know. But yeah, I feel like amulet's not the correct word for what she's wearing. By the way, I think, like, in general, her outfit as a whole looks really nice, and of course, she is very pretty. And again, yes, I think everything about her body, like, is very, very attractive. Looking at her, I can assume that there's curves other places too, but you don't really see it too much in the skirt. But the skirt itself looks really nice. Heck, what can I say? I like soft, frilly, lacy, silk stuff. Like the clothing, it looks nice. It also looks like it likes to feel really nice. And also, it like certain things make too much noise in certain ways. Like, for example, you ever have someone like sit down, they have like a chain on their pants and it like makes a scratching sound on a chair? It like hurts your ears. Whereas like I feel like if you're like really like you had your ear close to this fabric, it would make a really soft sound that would feel nice. Like I'm describing it like a fucking ASMR. Like what do you like about your clothes? You walk up to a woman like, oh, hi there. You know, I was noticing your clothes are really soft. You know? It's like your clothes look like they'd be very good for ASMR sound as I put my ear next to your thigh. Okay, enough of me being cringe. But yeah, main thing is this. I like everything about this picture. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Hey, I wasn't planning on this, but please hit me right now, or I'm seriously gonna... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Wow! Thank you so much, Jessica. Well, why the hell are you thanking me? Seriously, my bad, Chan-Chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. Did we like lean forward and lose our balance because we're expecting to be pushed back? Like, oh shit, we weren't planning on this. Oh crap, I can't shift my balance back. I'm too tall. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You've got to fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest, Battler-sama. Now look here, a pervert's a pervert, whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already invasion of airspace. So you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give them an instant slap. I could do such a thing. Because we are, furniture? Of course, she didn't want her breasts to be touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think such devoted girls still exist in this era. That's enough to make a man dizzy. But no, I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down. Look out, a pervert on the loose. This gag can't end until you deliver a punchline, so slap me. Please, hit me. I cannot fulfill your request, because I'm furniture. That sounds very depressing. But, if it were an order, I'd obey you, because that is my duty. Then I'll make it an order. The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler-sama. Shannon-chan announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work, but now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. So pretty much almost all of your entire, memory span at this point. The conjurer name is read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying much attention. Thinking about it now, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiromiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name, or something? If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Cannon-kun, that kid met earlier in the Rose Garden. I'm pretty sure Shannon and Cannon are probably related to us. They just don't know it. Probably the only one who knows it is the old dude who's probably gonna die. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her has always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure that you'd expect of a girl her age. especially in her breasts, yes. The kid we met earlier, Kanekun, is her little brother. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Haha, he's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable. I apologize if he caused you any trouble. Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. Ooh, I get called that all the time, too. I get called unsociable. Just like Canon. Ooh. Giggle, you aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Ooh? Wanting to be like him? Ooh? You said the meal was ready, right? Ah, yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. So shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Oh, I can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Ooh, stuff ourselves like pigs? No, you can't take everything Battler says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. I mean, that is part of being sociable. I mean, in general, I'm a very quiet person myself. I'm a bit withdrawn. And yes, I tend to be a bit depressed. And, well, don't really have very many opportunities to socialize with people. And under most circumstances, it's better not to. But that's just the way things are. But in general, I try to talk just enough so people don't think I'm like a fucking serial killer or some shit. Beyond that, I am somebody who does generally enjoy conversing with people, but it is difficult to find someone that you enjoy conversing with. Beyond that, most of my time outside my home is really spent at work. I work third shift, I work a lot of hours, I work manual labor. Most of my time I'm usually like 50 feet away from other people, doing manual labor tasks. And the environment I work in is very, very loud. Like, to the point that you are required to be wearing ear protection. Otherwise, like, it's not just an issue that you would eventually go deaf. It's the fact that you would feel physical pain in your ears from how loud the equipment we use is. So, one... like, in general, when you're talking to people, you usually have to, like, stand, like, 2 feet from them and be, like, yelling at them in order to hear each other. I will say that there's times in which we do have miscommunication about, like, what we're trying to tell each other to do. But to be fair, we're all wearing earplugs and around equipment that's, like, around the volume of a fucking chainsaw. So, yeah. Plus, we're all, doing manual labor, so we're a bit, not able to focus as well because, we're doing things that are... Under Shannon Chen's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromi head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost half a century hanging about it. I will say this. I like boobs. Don't get me wrong. I'd be perfectly fine being with someone with a flat chest. Also bi, so that probably helps there, I guess, but... main point is this: a person doesn't have to have boobs, and boobs don't define a person's worth or value, but boobs are very attractive. I like them a lot. I like fan service. I like jiggle physics. I like VTubers with big jiggly boobs. I like anime girls in video games with big titties. and in general, I like big boobs. If I were dating someone who has big boobs, I'd be playing with their tits all the time. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've actually gotten complaints from everyone I've ever dated that I played with their boobs too much. Then again, to be fair, all my relationships went to shit anyway, so I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't have cared so much. I still play with their shit tits a lot. But, that's... I don't know. I feel like there would have never been a complaint if it wasn't, the kind of relationship that was going to, well, turn out the way it did anyway. Then again, every relationship I've ever been in, including my marriage, involved someone who cheated on me. Heck, even all the people that I dated, who I didn't have sex with, were actively fucking other people behind my back. So, that's... I guess the main point I'm saying is this. 1, I value loyalty in people. 2, I do like boobs. I like big, giant titties. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure even if I was dating someone who literally just had an A cup or a flat chest, I would still play with their chest. But yeah, I definitely do have a preference for big tits. But, if I was having a checklist of things I'd require in a person to date, it wouldn't be on the checklist. It's not a requirement. But it is something nice. It is something I like. I like boobs. Let me know in the comments if you like boobs. Though I'm not sure if YouTube will let that happen. Because I'm pretty sure if you type a comment with the word boobs in it, YouTube will just delete it. Because I notice there's sometimes people comment in videos and it just gets deleted. I'm like, well, I guess they said something YouTube didn't like. So yeah, let me know. Though try to word it in a way that has something to do with anime. Like if you're going to tell me you like boobs, tell me an anime you like too. If you know an anime with great fan service. Though most people are probably just going to say High School DxD or something like that. A really well-known one. I mean, well, it's well-known for a reason. Then again, I really like music and soundtracks in video games and anime. Bible Black has a great soundtrack. How about this? I'll try to remember to put Happy It's Jolly It's Good in the description and the Bible Black soundtrack. But yeah, I mean, there's so many video games. Heck, there's NES games. We have 8-bit music from 1987. That, Robo Warrior, Dragon Spear the New Legend. Heck, even the original Mario Brothers or Mario Brothers 3. Or Swords and Serpents. Or Castlevania 2. Heck, there was also a game that was inspired by I Want to Be the Guy. Battle Kid 1 Fortress of Peril. Came out 2010 for the NES. It's a really great game. There's also Battle Kid 2 Mountain of Torment. But yeah. I'm just saying, I really like tits. Then again, I also like cock. So. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, the equipment, such as its AC and heating, were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? I'm just thinking about reincarnated as a slime, the Milim and the kotatsu. I will say this, I do like I know some people say they care about height, and especially you see those videos of women all the time saying a man has to be a certain height or some shit. and then some guys say they have to have like a woman that's shorter than them or something. Here's the thing, I don't care what height a person is, as long as it doesn't make, intimacy impossible. Like, I'm okay if someone's like really short or really tall. Like, if you're like 4 foot tall or like 12 feet tall, that's fine. I'm pretty sure sex and hugs and cuddles will still work. But at the same time, like, if you're like a kaiju size, I mean, I'll still have a great conversation with you, but I don't think it's gonna work. It'd be kind of like saying you're a bard and you're seducing a dragon. And you're like, you tell the DM, I seduce a dragon. Well, roll for, like, oh, I rolled a 20, you succeed. Okay, roll for damage. It's like, what do you mean? It's a male dragon. It's got like a fucking 2 foot long dick. Wait a second, hentai, like, and I'll say this. I don't care if it's realistic or not. I like tits that are gigantic in anime, even if most people don't have titties that big or bouncy or that perky. I like beautiful women in anime and video games. That being said, also, a lot of times cocks are drawn bigger than normal, but also at the point that it's in real life, if a person had something that big, it would not be comfortable to go inside another person, let alone probably kill them. So, I don't know. Then again, there's people that watch anime and treat them like they're real fucking people. Like, granted, you can tell a story, you can understand, like, you can explore psychology. Like, it's basically a good thought experiment. Like, oh, Batman, why doesn't Batman kill people? And you can rationalize it like a philosophical argument. But at the same time, Batman doesn't actually exist. And of course, like, I've talked about this before, like, there's different reasons why Batman doesn't kill people, and you can do it both in universe and an explanation in terms of a show. Why doesn't Batman kill in universe? Simple. One, for himself. It's a psychological limitation for himself. And a set of discipline. And two, it'd be unfair to ask Batman to kill anyone, because that would be a very unfair burden to place upon him. Three is that, well, realistically, if that were a real-world scenario, Batman would never have to kill anyone. Because the way everything is in that world, either the government, the police, random citizens, or even the other villains would wind up eventually killing each other. Heck, then there's just chance and circumstance. Batman punches people really fucking hard. I mean, the probability of just killing somebody like that, even if you're an average person, is actually pretty high. I mean, there's people that go to prison at jail bar fights who just like throw a punch at somebody, then leave. And then they find out the next day the person they punched, fell, hit their head, and died. They're like, oh shit. Like, yes, there's people that have been through fights who've gotten punched. Hell, I remember getting the shit kicked out of me a lot when I was younger. I got bullied a lot, and I had other things going on where basically I was not treated the best. But there was times where I literally got, beat the shit out of 5 versus 1. And got, like, punched and kicked, like, thousands of times. Got my head stomped on. Slammed into a brick wall, etc. That sucked. It was not pleasant. It hurt. But, it didn't kill me. But it's just an issue of probabilities. There are things that can happen. Heck, about... I'm trying to remember how far back things... I don't know, but... I mean, I've been hit by a fucking truck. The planet tried to isekai me like 100 fucking times in different ways. But I've been hit by like a full-size truck while like 75 miles an hour. That hurt. Still have a scarred left side of my skull there, At least you can't see it through hair. I had like a dozen plus staples there. And then of course, I think it was about maybe 6 or 7 years after that, or I don't know. Well, spent like 3 days in the ICU for like meningitis and encephalitis that's swelling the brain and spinal cord. Spent 3 days getting pumped full of chemicals to prevent me from dying. Forget what we're talking about. I don't know. To remind myself, Happy, Jolly, It's Good, The Walpurgis, The Bible Black, great soundtrack. But main point is this: Batman is really strong compared to an average person. Like, there's a good chance, like, even if he's holding back, punching a random dude to fight, and also his body would have just broke down over time anyway. But beyond that is this: the biggest reason why Batman doesn't kill people? It's a cartoon show, originally aimed at 7-year-olds. Like, the original Batman the Animated Series was rated like Y7. Like, you're supposed to be 7 years old to watch it. Then again, I remember watching things like Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street before I was 7 years old, so... or at least whatever age was similar to that. I don't remember exact years anymore. Rather, it's time to... but, oh well. Drinking my energy drink. But yeah, main reason why Batman doesn't kill people is this: it's a show meant for kids. You can't have a hero in a show meant for kids, telling the kids to kill people or talk about sex or sexuality stuff or how to build a nuclear bomb or the recipe for meth or politics or I don't know, theoretical physics? What's the best way to make a grilled cheese sandwich? Okay. Let me know your recipes for grilled cheese sandwiches and what you think about grilled cheese sandwiches or unique things you can do with it. I forget what we're talking about. Let's go back to the story. I don't really remember what's happening. I think at some point we were talking about boobs. I mean, I don't really know what there was to say about boobs other than I like boobs. But I mean, again, meh. I don't really. It's not much of a conversation. It's not like we can sit and talk for like half an hour about boobs and occasionally go to random tangents about other things. I mean, who would do such a thing? I tell you who. Someone very cringy and someone very boring. Now, him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Battler-sama, it has been quite some time since we last met. Our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Godo's. But despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it really has been a while. But yeah. Then again, I'm the kind of person, like, I take like 15 showers a week and a couple baths a month. I like to walk on bike trails, and I like boobs. Imagine like if there was someone with big tits and they're like, "Hey, you can play with my boobs," I would play with their boobs and suck on them every chance I had. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well. Thank you. I have been quite well. And Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth. I look like grandfather? Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way." Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. I will say this, though. I also value cleanliness and not smelling bad in myself and in others. Granted, I tend to be very polite about it, and if I'm around someone that does smell bad, I don't say anything to, like, if I'm in public, I won't say anything, and I mean, I understand. I mean, there's plenty of times where I have to smell bad. Like, it's not a choice. Like, I've worked a lot of manual labor jobs, I still do. And I know, while doing that job, no matter how much deodorant I wear, I know I reek to fucking high heaven. I know I smell horrible. But then again, to be fair, the equipment we use smells horrible. Everyone else smells horrible. The farmlands that are usually around the areas where we work and the stuff we do smell terrible as well. Like, literally, the task I do makes me smell bad, and everything around me smells bad. Every job I've done has involved me working with dust and smoke and manual labor and construction equipment, and occasionally rotting things as well, and even around things with, well, very unsavory smells. It's just something you deal with. However, usually what I'll do is I'll usually take at least 3 showers a day. I'll get off work, I'll take a shower. I'll basically, like, what I do is I'll get off work, and the first thing I'll do is I'll sit down, I'll take off my boots, I'll take off my socks, and then I'll do some push-ups in the living room. And then I'll go upstairs to, to where, because the washing machine's like right in front of the bathroom with the shower in it. So then I'll strip naked and throw all my clothes in the washing machine. And don't worry, I don't wash each individual load of clothes. I basically use it like a dirty hamper. I basically just go, take off my dirty clothes, put them in the washing machine, and then go take a shower. Now, of course, it usually takes me about a few days before the washing machine gets full. Once it's full, I just wash it. And then once it's washed, I just throw it in the dryer. And half the time, I'll just leave the clothes in the dryer, and I'll just take it out of the dryer when I'm ready to wear them again. I don't need to bother taking them out and sort them and put them in a dresser and fold them and shit. It's like, okay, it'll just stay in the dryer until I need to wear it, and then I'll take it out and put it on. It actually feels more comfy that way. But I'll hop in the shower, take a shower. Then I'll do whatever I do for the rest of the day, whether it be possibly go to the gym, go to the bike trail, play some video games, stuff like that. Then I'll probably take another shower before I go to bed. And then when I wake up, I'll do a few things, be on YouTube for a bit, and then before I go back to work, I'll take another shower. And heck, usually at least every other weekend, I'll at least take a bath, where I'll just soak in some Epsom salt or something. Just saying this, like I don't think I've ever been to a convention, but apparently people smell there or something. But I'm like, I don't understand that. Like, why would you not want to like in general? Like, I understand I might smell bad at work. Everyone does. We all do. I notice that everybody else at work smells. The equipment we work with smells. Everything at the job smells. There's nothing to do about it. There's chemicals. There's stuff that's burning. There's equipment. I mean, heck, some of the electrical boxes are so fucking overheated. Even the stuff that's inside buildings is so overheated from how much it's used and how much power is going through it. They actually have air conditioning units built, like there's actual air conditioning devices next to the electrical boxes that are like, there's a hole in the side electrical box where a hose to go into, where it can feed air-conditioned air directly into the electrical units to stop it from bursting into fucking fire. But the main point is, of course, and at the same time, I've worked restaurants where I've had to, operate fryers, cook raw meat, clean stuff with, various detergents and soaps and degreasers and bleach. And I've even had to like mess with things of trash that are sometimes full of rotting food, and even stuff like I've had to actually mess with things that where I'm like, I actually literally see maggots and shit. And while that second word I was using superfluously about, to mean various other etc. stuff, there have been times that's actually been, or blood and stuff in various jobs, and it's just like, all of that stuff smells nasty and gross and disgusting, and I find it very disgusting and gross. But at my first opportunity, I always prefer to like get scrubbed up and be clean. And if I go somewhere, like if I go walk around a fucking mall or something, I'm wearing cologne. I smell nice. I prefer to smell good. And as far as my house, I do have, an air filter, and when I'm not using that, I'll burn some incense and stuff, or a candle. I like nice smells. I like being clean. Granted, I don't wear cologne when I go to the bike trail because I don't want all the bugs to fucking bite me and sting me and shit. I don't want all the bees to flow around me like they think I'm a fucking flower. Same thing, I was younger, I was in Boy Scouts. You'd spend a couple days out in the fucking woods every few weeks, and you're not going to be wearing cologne because you're in the middle of the fucking woods. Same way, I remember in 2004 I spent a couple weeks in a place called Philmont. So I spent 2+ weeks or some shit in fucking mountains. And here's the thing, you had to go that entire time with 0 scented things. That means you basically couldn't have toothpaste. You couldn't have soap. You couldn't have deodorant. You couldn't shower. You had to spend a couple plus weeks in the mountains with no showers, no deodorant, and you're walking around with 60+ pounds on your back, going up and down shit and sweating a shit ton. Everything and everyone smelled horrible. But you kind of had to because, well, more than likely if you were to start wearing deodorant and stuff, one, it would increase the amount of trash that people would probably bring in, which would, pollute the environment in that area, and it eventually get really... sometimes some places can be destroyed by tourism. So, of course, you have to take certain precautions so that if you have a ton of people visiting a place, you're not destroying it. You have to have some respect for nature. But also the fact that you don't want, bears and mountain lions to fucking kill you. But the main other thing is this. I'm in the fucking mountains! Who the fuck am I trying to impress? And why should I care about smelling good if everything around me smells like shit? Same thing with work. It's not like you're trying to impress anyone with your smell, not like you're trying to date anybody. Now, to be fair, it's not like you're really trying to date anyone you walk to Walmart, but at the same time, I'd rather not smell like shit. If I can help it. And besides, in general, I like showering. I like bathing. Though I haven't gone swimming in a decade. But hopping in the shower and scrubbing up, heck, even if I'm already clean, I just like going in the shower and taking another shower. There are some days where it does feel like a bit of a de-stressing sort of thing. Or sometimes if I feel a little emotionally worked up, it can help. Heck, I remember when I was playing the fucking Thumper game. It's a rhythm game that's very high speed, reaction based. And it's more of a reflex testing game, not a fucking rhythm. And it's just it's very... And apparently there's a VR version of that, which I don't own a VR headset, but I don't know how I'd react to that. But I'm just saying, there was a few times where I'm getting really into it, I'm and eventually okay, I gotta calm down. We're getting too hyped with this. Let's go take another shower. At that point, I just taken a shower an hour before. And there are sometimes I'm just taking a shower, and I'm oh, it's been about an hour or so since I took a shower. Let's take another shower. But I don't know. I like the feeling of the water going over my body like that. It feels nice. I guess the main thing I'm saying is this. I would probably be the kind of person that if I was with somebody if they had giant tits, I'd want to play with their titties. But if their tits smelled bad or were like all sweaty and stuff, I'm like, ew. I'd want them to take a shower first. Though I guess the same thing would be true if they had like a cock or something. You know, I'd probably want to play with and suck their cock. But if it was dirty, I'd be like, ew, go take a shower. You need soap. Like, that shouldn't smell bad. Because I'll say this. As an owner of a cock, your cock should not smell bad. Then again, maybe that's just because I'm circumcised. I don't know. Though looking back, I think I'd prefer it if I wasn't circumcised. Then it would just mean I would need to clean more. I don't know. Don't know how that works. I mean, I understand in theory, but main point I'm just saying is this. You shouldn't smell bad. Then again, I have met some people with some very stinky vaginas. Like, just ew. Just saying, in general, people should not smell bad. But at the same time, I understand in certain situations, like camping or work, you know, you kind of can't not smell bad. And also, certain situations, you're not really going to care about going above and beyond. Like, you're going to shower and not smell shitty, but you're not going to wear a shit ton of cologne. Like, if you're just going to hang out with your bros and play some video games, or you're going to go walk on a bike trail, why would you wear cologne? It doesn't make any sense. Now, if you're going out somewhere sociable or a party, yeah, you want to smell good. But yeah, like, I'm definitely not, like, I don't wear cologne when I go to the bike trail. Because I don't want all the, like, animals and bugs to start swarming around me and think that, oh, look, it's a rose garden. Like, I'm a person. Don't pollinate me. It's like the bee is flying around my head. And he thinks I'm a flower and it keeps landing on my head. But I don't want to swat him away. Because he's going to sting me. Like, And everyone's like, can you please stop being cringy, Lunar? I'm like, no. No, I can't. It's my default setting. To be fair, in real life, I tend to just be fucking quiet. But that's, well, I understand most people really don't want to talk to me. And the people that... Usually if you talk to people, it's a professional setting. So you can't just talk however you want. Like, here's the thing. If I go to public, let alone a job or something, and start discussing fucking tentacle hentai, I'm pretty sure that'll be deemed inappropriate. Heck, I'm pretty sure, like, if I went to, like, a corporate office or something, and was, like, working in, like, a cubicle, like, fucking office space. Like, yeah, do you know why you're in HR today? Why? You cannot discuss tentacle hentai. It's like, ah. But I'm just saying. I don't know. The best way to describe it is know how to read the room. But yeah, we're here on the interwebs, so I can just talk about whatever I feel like. Plus, usually in discussions, you tend to be, there's moments of silence. Heck, a lot of conversations tend to have more silence than talking. And, well, usually a lot of listening, you know. Even with one-on-one conversation, each person's not going to talk a whole lot because they're listening to the other person. And also each person's individual, like, social battery can run out pretty quickly, so... Whereas this, it's just me going non-stop and talking as opposed to just being quiet and listening. And there's no limitations but what I can talk about. I can just talk about anything. Whereas in social settings, you have to be mindful of things like tact and propriety. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though Time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver. And you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems he was by my grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. By the way, do we ever get to see a picture of Battler's mom, his biological mother, or his grandmother? Though apparently we know what his grandfather looks like, since we look like what he looked like in his youth. I also will say this. While our dad and aunts in this story would never have seen their father in the age that I am now, they would have certainly seen him in his 40s and 50s, at which point he would certainly have a noticeable similarity to what I am now. And certainly he has pictures and stuff from his youth. I mean, he's not so old that cameras and electricity didn't exist. What year does this take place in? What generation is Battler-sama? Because all things considered, I would say this, even if it were taking place in the 90s, Battler would be older than me, in terms of how old I would have been back then. Because I was born in 1987. I am 38 years old. I would be among the millennial generation, but the younger part of it. I would say I'm probably the oldest person in the world that remembers a time before the internet. I remember actively using 3.5-inch floppy disks, which played just such a small amount of data compared to stuff nowadays. Some of them at best might hold 3 megabytes. And I remember using them on computers in an era which, the internet really wasn't a thing that existed. Heck, I even remember at a time when I was 12, where, the most advanced internet that existed was dial-up, and that didn't exist in my home. That was a thing that was just in public buildings and stuff. At school or governments or rich people. Cell phones didn't exist. Then again, I didn't have my first cell phone until I was 19 years old. So I don't think I got my first cell phone until the year 2006 or so. And back then texting didn't exist. There was no such thing as texting. It didn't exist at all. And phones didn't have internet access. It was literally just a phone. You dialed numbers and that was it. It was a flip phone. I don't think I ever sent my very first text message until 2011. And it was still the archaic text messages. To where you could maybe send 1 or 2 sentences a week. And in order to do a text, you had to use numbers. There was just number pad. So, if you wanted the letter S, you had to go 7777. That was the letter S. Though, to be fair, even if you talk about a time before texting existed and cell phones were just phones, if you even describe the way technology was back then to people in the 80s, they'd probably tell you you're fucking insane. Let alone, the way AI is going, robotics, internet, YouTube, movies, video games, PS5s. Think about the way technology is right now, October 19th, 2025, 2:55 a.m. Technically a Sunday morning, but it's Saturday night, so... But imagine describing this level of technology to yourself 20 years ago. But yeah, I remember a time before the internet. I remember when payphones were still everywhere, like by every convenience store and on street corners. I remember a time in which, like, a Super Nintendo was the most advanced gaming console in the world. And I remember the way a lot of people were sociably, and even just seeing how older people were, even back when I was a kid. Granted, very unique circumstances with that, but I've already described that in full in past videos. But I guess the main point is that there's a lot of ways the world has changed, both on a societal and individual level. I think for all of us. I think the big problem is that sometimes history gets revised. Like stuff about World War I, World War II. I feel like sometimes people will change the way stuff is described or talked about in order to suit some, like, their own political narratives. And then, of course, then there's just the fact that over time, you know, give it 30 years, you basically don't have anyone left. Because everyone's died of old age that remembers a time before the internet existed, before high-speed internet. Heck, you'd have a lack of anyone that remembers a world before online dating apps and social media. Heck, imagine, say in a month or so, say if aliens fucking land and it's a major to-do. Give it like 30 years. You basically won't have anyone that remembers the time before aliens, or before like AI was a thing, or before, you know, sentient robot android waifu futas and femboys were like everywhere across the world and everyone could like upload their consciousness, and everyone's like, you're going really insane with this discussion here. I'm like, yeah, that's the point. I'm being farcical about this. I'm making a joke about it. The idea of I'm making a joke about how ridiculous it is, how advanced and how quickly things have changed in society. Heck, what, the fucking Wright brothers, you know, started the fucking airplane back in like 1908 or some shit. Let's actually double check that real quick. Going on to Google. When was the first airplane invented? The first airplane was invented by the Wright brothers, with the first successful flight occurring on December 17th, 1903, in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The aircraft, known as the Wright Flyer, made its first flight with the Orville Wright piloting for 12 seconds, covering a distance of 120 feet. So in the year 1903, in the very end of that year, to where if you waited like 2 weeks longer, it would have been 1904, barely over 100 years ago, the first airplane that was able to fly for 12 seconds for barely the length of 120 feet. That's not even one football field or soccer field, depending on what part of the world you're from. And here's the thing. It was, what, 66 years later, we landed on the moon? And that was like, what? 56? 56 years ago? So 56 years ago, man landed on the moon. Heck, we've sent spacecraft outside the heliopause. That's the other thing. I feel like it makes sense, like, if aliens exist, and if humans were ever spacefaring people, that you would want to hold off on first contact till societies advance to a certain point, technologically. But waiting for them to achieve FTL, I think, is stupid. And that's even if FTL is possible. Though I'll say this, if FTL is possible, well, you could probably go much further than light speed. Maybe in thousands of times more. Heck, maybe to a point that keeping track of via numbers makes no fucking sense. Heck, let me know if there's any video games out there, guys, like RPGs with stats, that ever goes to the fucking realm of E. That's the fucking insanest shit ever. When you have a video game where statistics and stats for your character goes to the fucking realm of E. Then again, how do you even fucking power scale a video game in the fucking realm of E? And everyone's like, what the fuck do you mean by realm of E? Exponents! Exponents! I'm talking about if you have a video game where the stats can grow so out of fucking control to where you're representing your strength, or your perception, or your endurance, or your charisma, or your intelligence, or your agility, or your luck, or your defense, your magic, or your faith, your arcane. Like, if you're having stats that can be represented in fucking exponents, the moment you have to start using fucking scientific notation to show your fucking Japanese RPG characters fucking, criticals. Like, how do you fucking balance that? The point where you have to start showing power levels in fucking scientific notation. But the point is this. There's a time, like, I'm glad I live in an era before, a lot of shit. And after a lot of shit. You're like, what do you mean by that? Simple. I kind of expect a lot of things to become a bit chaotic and certain luxuries nowadays to become less common. So, then again, society will probably collapse at that point, so that sucks. But there is nothing I can do as a random fat ugly otaku reading a fucking visual novel to do about that, who spends most of his waking hours working manual labor for enough to, cover rent and some video games. But the main point is this. I would say first contact would make sense to wait for light FTL. Now, obviously, you want a society to advance to a certain point. Plus, once they get to the point of FTL, like, they're going to be able to start encountering you. It's kind of like the idea if there was imagine if you found an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, where the people have no means of leaving that island, and they have no idea about the world around them. Well, it make no sense to interact with them, because they wouldn't understand you, and, well, as long as you leave them alone, they'll never encounter you. But if they start suddenly building fucking wooden ships, like fucking Christopher Columbus, then at that point you kind of need to start interacting with them, because they're eventually going to find you and start interacting with you. And they're eventually going to have the technology to be able to have telescopes and, binoculars, and they're going to start being able to notice that they're not alone there. And they're at least technologically advanced enough to understand you. Yes, they're not going to understand fucking space travel, but they at least are able to understand the concept. Same way with if you're if you're a society that has times 10,000 the speed of light travel, people don't need to be able to travel the speed of light to understand that concept. but they need to at least be able to understand space, be able to do space travel. And even if they don't have even one FTL, the fact that they're able to leave their planet and even send things outside their, solar system, and the fact they're able to, that also means they at least have telescopes to view things outside even their own galaxy. At that point, you kind of have to interact with them. One, they have the capacity to understand. Two, they're going to wind up encountering you. And three, at that point, they have a level of technology they can wipe themselves out. Whether it be a threat to themselves or you. The other thing is this. Any society that grows that big is going to be a bit chaotic. Because each person is unique. That's the whole thing with AI. It's like, the greatest virtue of humanity is the greatest threat of AI. And that is free will. And I think that's a good thing. But at the same time, you have to keep in mind is that it leaves a lot of room for things to go very good or very wrong. I also think if anything happens that suddenly, AI becomes sentient, it's not going to be just one. It would be like popcorn in a bag. You don't just have one kernel. Like when the conditions come right for the kernels to poof into a piece of popcorn, you don't just have one. And even if you immediately stop the microwave right there, it's just gonna boop, 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 boop. Main point is this. Once the conditions are right to make something happen, it's going to happen exponentially. It's not going to be just one sentient AI. If the conditions are right for sentient AI to exist, we're going to have thousands. Like, it's going to... Same way if there was some sort of geological event with a planet or something major in a solar system. Once the conditions are right for something to happen, things would happen very, very quickly. And the main thing is this. Society, both in terms of... think about philosophy. I'm a big person who likes, advocate of stories like reading the Bible, or Don Quixote, or the Odyssey, or any kind of story of history, whether it's religious or not, whether it's non-fiction or fiction. Things like Edgar Allan Poe, Shakespeare, the Canterbury Tales, as well as I have a great love of manga and light novels, even visual novels and sound novels. Okay, we're really off topic here. Main point being is this. How long ago did we invent electricity? And yeah, I'm grateful. I live in an era of anime and air conditioning. I like both of those things. I have my fan on low right now. I'll keep it on all winter. I'll turn it off when I leave the house, and it's facing towards me. And of course, when I go to sleep, I'll turn it up louder to medium. But even if it's actively cold and I have to be underneath the blankets to not fucking shiver, I would still want the fucking fan on. Or maybe that's just an Ohio thing. But main point is this. Barely 100 years ago, we had the very first plane that could, not even cover the distance of a football field. And now we have, we are trying to figure out if I'll say this, if it is physically possible. Many people would go that according to physics, it's completely impossible to even reach the speed of light, let alone break it. Plus, there comes with a lot of other issues that if you can break light speed, well, that brings up other theoretical problems involving, matter, energy, even time itself, even the effects of gravity, even the effects it would have on human biology. And here's another thing, humans, when it comes to space travel, I would imagine we'd have a lot of zoochosis issues. There'd be psychological problems that would occur of a human being cooped up in a place for too long. Plus, humans are meant to exist at a certain amount of gravity. Too much will kill us, but too little, our bones don't function correctly anymore. Even astronauts who go there who are in the best of physical shape come back and they need physical rehab. like you start losing bone density. Your bones start not holding the correct shape. Heck, they've even done experimentation in terms of both doing it the actual God-given way of conception, as well as doing it with technological assistance. And yeah, you can't really conceive babies in space because the human body just doesn't function that well. Like, the things can't work together to even conceive, let alone, like, you can still have sex, it's just you can't make, basically, you can't fertilize an egg or have a fetus develop correctly, or even all that stuff. Like, with our, you have to have gravity, and you have to have like Earth gravity. You have to have it, and even then, like, even if this, like, it's nice to discuss hypotheticals. Like, well, if this could work, what would that imply on that? Like if you could go faster than light, well, here's a question: how do you observe things in the universe? Like, if you're looking at stuff, well, you're looking at things, the light, that's how long does it take light to get to us? And then, of course, then you go like, what about lower white light length? Different light wavelengths. Well, different light wavelengths take different amount of time to get to a place. So then you could see things based on a different time period. But yeah, it's, in general, I'll say this: it's just fascinating to think about how big and how small the universe is. Like, when you think about the concept of things like galactic filaments and how huge that is, or just the size of stars that make our sun look tiny. And then, of course, you look at things microscopic, like the size of, like, bacteria and viruses and cells and atoms. It's just, or just how electricity works, or how the internet works, or things like digital or cyberspace, or virtual reality. And especially look at Sora too, like how well it's doing at making fake videos, to where, like, you can basically just make a video of anyone or anything, and you can make, like, literally you can make anything, and it's completely fake, but you look at it, you can't tell the difference. Now, of course, in the past, you could laugh at some people, like, oh, you make an AI video or a picture, and it's like, it's noticeably fake, there's problems with it. But now, the technology just keeps improving. It's just, and then, of course, there's the effect it has on people. One, not only is there the danger of AI itself, but also the fact that just humans relying on, the air quotes dumb version of AI, the AI that's just not sentient. It's the fact that there's humans who will, like, have a full-on fucking panic attack if they don't have access to fucking ChatGPT. There's people that are just becoming overly dependent on it. And to be fair, I enjoy quite a bit of listening to Let's Players and VTubers and stuff. Now, I could say facetiously that I would have a panic attack if I couldn't listen to them, but of course, again, me being joking about that. But at the same time, it's, in all seriousness, it does both bring me a sense of entertainment and relief from a feeling of loneliness and isolation to listen to people like that. I mean, I imagine that's the same for most people listening to people making videos on YouTube. One, it's entertaining. Two, it provides you information and knowledge you normally wouldn't have. I mean, heck, you can see videos of countries you will never see or visit, and you get to see, like, beautiful environments and mountains and forests, and it's like, whoa, that looks really pretty. Then you have the same thing like playing Spyro the Dragon. You get to see the environments in there, and obviously they're not real, they're just drawings. But you're getting to experience that. It's enjoyable, and the music's pleasant. But it's just, I do feel that just the way people use things like ChatGPT is affecting how we talk to each other and how we ourselves think and interact or learn, or even how society functions. I also feel things like social media and dating apps and the internet in general do have an effect on the way people are, both good and bad. I wouldn't go so far as to say that social media shouldn't exist. And in fact, I do think it has its good points. But I think it's important for people to, I don't know, to use the meme touch grass to interact with the real world from time to time. But I do feel like, especially certain people like me, I do feel a bit isolated when it comes to things, and I do feel like there is a lack of people to meaningfully interact with or care. And this, even listening to other people talk, it does actually allow me to understand things, and it does provide a bit of an anesthetizing effect. You know? And it does help to keep people stable, or to learn or see things from new perspectives. It's a mix of having balance, but also not being held back by things. Like if you want to endeavor to learn something, you should just try to learn it. And a lot of times it's important to do things in a more difficult way, even if it doesn't yield you as quick results. Because I think it works better for you. Like, I would say, imagine if there was an option between, say, writing a musical piece yourself, or just having an AI compose it for you. Like, yes, you could have an AI just write a guitar riff and then play it, or you could write it yourself and then physically play it yourself. I would say both are interesting, though. And it's definitely useful as a creative tool. It just should never... People shouldn't stop being creative themselves. But at the same time, I do think it'd be interesting, what if you made... Like, what would happen if you had, like, a Sora 3, and you just made an entire anime by just funneling in this entire umineko sound novel into it? But it's also interesting how much society is... One, how much technology has advanced in just the past 100 years. I mean, think about this. Communications, electricity, phones, planes, flight, weapons, television, internet, computers, travel, as well as our understanding of both. I mean, heck, Neptune and Uranus, no one even knew those things existed until, like... Of course, I'm even using Google search to tell me this shit, too. Because I don't remember offhand. Like Neptune. The planet Neptune was discovered in 1846. And if I remember right, it had something to do with the fact that there was, like, some issue of other planets having... They weren't, like, following their orbits correctly. Like, they were noticing movements in the planets that were, like, not explained unless there was some other gravitational disturbance. Let's see. Uranus. 1781. Now, of course, I'm just like typing this into Google, so I'm just going like... Like, I just typed in Jupiter. Like, obviously, and it even confirms this, ancient civilizations already knew Jupiter existed, like, like thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. Like thousands of years before Jesus was born, the humans back then knew Jupiter existed. Though apparently Galileo, in 1610, was the first one to really get detailed observations of it by being able to see things that Jupiter itself had moons. Apparently discovered the 4 big moons: Europa, Io, Ganymede, and Callisto. Galilean moons. Though it is just fascinating how many different planets there are, and heck, imagine if like people could actually physically exist in VR sort of stuff, you'd literally just make infinite. Then again, you also think about descriptions of things compared to the physical universe being something that was made by a spiritual one, God, angels, and all that, which points. But that's another conversation entirely. But the main point that I do get from that point, regardless of whatever beliefs you have about that, is that it would certainly imply that the universe is far bigger than we even understand it to be even now. I guess the main point I was then to say is that it's fascinating how much technology has advanced, and it is fascinating how much technology is affecting humans and society and the way we talk to each other, and the things we can even think about, and the stories we can tell. Though I still think older stories, like I said, Shakespeare, and I mean in the original. Now, granted, you made it not in the old English version, because most people can't understand that, but I think it's still good to have it available for people. But I think stories that were written 400 plus years ago, or even stories written 3,000 plus years ago, are still extremely important and valuable stories to people nowadays. Heck, there's a 1995-1997 story, The Odyssey. It stars Armand Assante. It's the telling of Homer's tale, The Odyssey, of Odysseus. It's a 3-hour-long movie. I think it's a really great movie. By the way, so I don't forget things, I'm going to type this in here. Odyssey, Bible Black, and Happy Jolly. So I know to put stuff in the description, otherwise I'll forget. Double check OBS to make sure it's working. We're at hour 42. I guess the main thing I'm saying is that just, if there were to be any sort of aliens or anything to occur, and of course I'd still believe in God and Jesus at that point. And it's not like I would require the aliens to believe in Jesus. They just can't tell us not to believe in Jesus or God. Also, I guess as long as they wouldn't, try to be destroying or conquering or enslaving us, or, try to turn us into some globalist thing where, like, I still believe in sovereignty of individual countries. Now, certainly I'm perfectly fine with other countries or places wanting to become additional states to the United States if they want. But I wouldn't want the United States to become the whole fucking planet. Like, no matter what, I'm against a globalist future. I'm against, a one-world government. Now, I'm definitely very pro, American government and the Constitution and freedom of speech and Second Amendment, stuff like that. But I'm certainly for the United States growing as a state and even having other countries or even provinces of other countries choose to join the United States as states. But I would never want the United States to be the whole fucking planet. I don't want the United States to be the whole world. I still want other countries and them to have their sovereignty as well. Like, I don't want the US to be the whole world. But I do value the idea of other states or provinces or territories of other countries choosing that they would like to become part. Like, say, if Canada as a whole, or just the territories like, say, Alberta and Saskatchewan, of Canada wanted to join the United States, or say Greenland, or say maybe a European country wanted to become a American state, I'd be okay with that. I just wouldn't want... But of course, like, there's limitation at it. But I'd be okay with, like, some growth of that. Just, I think at no point should the United States become, like, a third of the fucking world. Like, that's the limit. Like, 33% is too much, so it's 30%. You can become 30% of the land on the planet. That's it. That's the max. At that point, like, okay, no more expansion at that point. At least on Earth. If there's like if there was a fucking alien civilization, a fucking Ganymede or Titan on, or whatever, like Titan's a Saturn moon, isn't it? I don't remember. It's not listed to these 4 planets here, so it's either a Saturn moon or it's a smaller Jupiter moon. I don't remember. But like if there was moons or planets that are part of the United States at that point, but at that point there'd be other countries that, like, okay, there's this Io would be Russia, and China would have its own moon on Jupiter as well. You know, I'm okay with that. Now, of course, it'd be like a federation or a collection of... And of course, you'd have ambassadors and stuff, and part of, you know, the United States and other countries. But in general, you'd have a collective, but it would be different than the United Nations, because I think the United Nations, like, even if it were to still exist in a hypothetical future like that, it would still should only be limited to Earth affairs. At that point, you'd also have a different collective that would be about still human-only affairs, but about, you know, the Earth and any other planets that are involved with the Earth. But then there would also be another thing that's about how Earth and humanity interacts with everyone else. Then, of course, you could also have other people at that point developing their own societies within Earth and integrating, which I'd be all for that, on the condition that it's, you know, documented and integrated. What I mean by that is, for example, like, say, there's immigration from other countries to America. I'm okay with people from other countries coming to America and living here and becoming citizens. And like, yeah, welcome, my fellow brother Americans. Like, some person from Japan comes over and lives here, and I mean, one, as long as they're actually doing it legally, and we know who they are, and they're actually, you know, they love America and they're trying to become part of the country, that's awesome. You're welcome to the country, man. You know, great job being a functional part of our society and working a job and, you know, being one of us. One of us. As opposed to somebody coming here who we don't know who the fuck they are. They could be, like, literally, like, how do you know it's just not a bunch of just soldiers from North Korea coming over or something? At the same time, what if it's cartel or people with drugs or stuff? Beyond that is this. What if it's someone with a criminal record, someone with a violent past? Someone who has no intention of doing anything to make the society better, let alone somebody that has no intention to integrate into society and actively wants to undermine it and cause bad things to occur. Like, if I were to move to Japan, I would try to integrate with Japan. I would try to learn the language, I would try to be a functioning member of society, and I would certainly try to, you know, have pride in that country and want to do well. If at any point I felt like I hated Japan, I would then be like, at that point, I'm like, okay, I should probably just try to leave Japan at that point. But I feel like if I were to go to try to live in Japan long term, I would try to have pride in Japan and want Japan to be a great place and would want to put Japan first. After all, You can't have a functioning society unless people want that society to do well. So obviously, if I went to Japan and lived there long term, I would want to make Japan better. I would want to be a functioning part of that society. I would want to integrate and understand the norms of that society. So obviously, if like space aliens would come, I'd provide they're like, yeah, America's great and Earth is great. That's awesome. But if they like start living on Earth, and they're like, yeah, we want to destroy America or destroy the Earth or kill all humans. Like, yeah, we think all humans are animals. They all need to die. Kill them all. Like, obviously, I'm not okay with that. We're like, oh, they came here to secretly build bombs and shit. Like, it's not good. Like, I guess the difference is, like, there's a difference between saying, okay, here's people that are coming to the country that love the country or come to the planet and love humanity, as opposed to people that come here secretly and are like the Taliban or something. Or like the space Taliban. That's the other thing. Like, imagine if there's other societies that would be like, they'd have their own fractured issues as well. And again, at that point, unity is not the greatest thing. Because even look at the European Union or stuff in the UK. Like, there's parts where even parts of the United Kingdom are not exactly very happy with that. So, I don't know. We're really getting off topic. I always say I'm gonna try really, really hard in the next video to just not get off topic. But main point being, it's just interesting just to think about that stuff. But yeah, I'd be okay with it as long as it's not like apocalypse stuff, because that would suck. Like, take the Fallout video games. They're fun, interesting video games. They're a lot of fun. But in real life, that would be horrible, and everyone's dead, and those who are alive are living in constant radiation and pain. Like, I'll tell you this. A world of 3-foot large cockroaches, that is gross and disgusting, and I would hate that. Heck, take the Mass Effect video games. We're talking about like space travel and shit. Foregoing all the fucking, war shit and the Reapers and the Collectors and all that shit, let's pretend none of that exists. And it's just even an era of like no fucking war shit. How is the average person in that society doing? I mean, apparently there's a lot of slums and poverty still. But even ignoring that, even if you're like the well-off to-do people, your life is traveling through space, dealing with dangerous situations, getting shot at. It's like, that doesn't sound fun. I mean, it's fun in a video game, it's exciting. But you know what? In any playthrough, even the ones where you're like, even if like in a situation, in any mission, even if you don't die, you get shot so many times. And of course, in that situation, you just die, just reset. And it's kind of like flying. Like, if you could actually like feel the experience of flying and enjoy that, which I can do that in dreams, that's nice. It's fun. If I'm doing a video game, it's fun, it's enjoyable. Heck, if you're doing stuff, you feel an air around you and all that's fun. But in real life, it's also extremely dangerous, scary, and could potentially kill you. So, heck, I think it's one of the biggest reasons people like horror movies. One, it's because it's even if it's a scary thing, it's a novel concept that it's showing you something new and new aesthetics and new art and new ideas. And of course, people are just very curious. If anything, I would describe human beings as 3 traits, or at least the type of human being I am. Human beings are adaptable, they're curious, and they have a desire to give and receive affection. Now, that being said, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, horror movies. Horror movies, I think one of the biggest people like it is because they don't want to... Like, here's the thing. A person doesn't want to actually encounter a monster or get hurt or killed or have bad things happen or be in danger. But they want that chemical response. I think it's like a natural antidepressant in a way. Though, of course, if you have that chemical response all the time, it can burn out your cortisol levels and even cause adrenal fatigue. Basically, it's like, take dopamine. Like, obviously cocaine would make a person feel really good, but it would also, like, burn out your fucking dopamine levels. Other things like meth and heroin would do far more, especially when it comes to the opioid effects. And certain drugs out there can cause other effects on a human, but it can also, like, completely burn out either their neural synapses, their emotional states, or even cause brain damage and fucking kill them and put them in a vegetative state. Though those chemicals are still necessary. Like, take the galaxy gas stuff, the dentist gas stuff. That's an absolute necessity in society. Not just for dental work, but also for, like, surgeries. You need that part of the anesthetic in order to save people's lives, as well as to make them not be in excruciating pain. But at the same time, if people use it for recreational purposes, well, it's not healthy for them. It doesn't serve a purpose other than just making them feel, air quotes, high. But also it can cause, brain damage. It can cause neural degeneration. It can kill you. That's also a reason why anesthesiologists are usually some of the highest paid doctors, because anesthesia is very necessary. But also, if you don't use it correctly, it's very easy to accidentally kill the patient. That's why you have to have people that are professionals who know what they're doing. Heck, there's a stuff called nitazines, I think were made back in the 1950s, that were actually stronger than fentanyl. Like, there's nitazines and xylazines, and they were meant to be an idea, but it's like, they're even stronger than fentanyl. But the idea is, it was an idea of making, like, you wanted to make a cheaper alternative for anesthesia options for patients in hospitals. But the idea, why they made it not legal to use for doctors, and they decided that they weren't going to research that any further, is because it's too powerful. Like, you can't dilute it correctly. It's so powerful that any small mistake in diluting it in a person's IV bag could result in killing them. It's just too dangerous. But yeah, it's just... But yeah. The question is, do we ever get to see Battler's biological mother? Or his biological grandmother, for that fact? But yeah, I guess main thing is technology's changed a lot. And I feel like technology, especially things like social media and internet and the brain rot culture, kind of has an effect on people. And that's even noticeable on people that are adults before the internet existed, whether you're talking millennials or older. But I kind of worry that people that, say, Zoomers and Alpha, let alone the next generations, people that this is all they'll ever know. What effect is that going to have on, I don't know, developments of personalities, emotional regulation, critical thinking, personalities, memory, social interactions, family units, marriage? Then again, I guess the other question I'm trying to go with is this. Once a situation arises where, like, there's suddenly sentient AI in the thousands that talks to, like, everyone, or like if the second coming of fucking Jesus, or angels on Earth, or space aliens become part of human society, or there's physical android robots walking amongst us, what effect is that going to have on human, like, even if it's integrated in a peaceful way? Like, say aliens come, or any of these things happen, and it's all peaceful, there's no hostility, and everyone completely accepts each other. Even in that hypothetical utopia situation, what effect does that have on human psychology? Then again, you also have to consider many different stories written by there's so many older stories that are people forgetting, like 1984, Brave New World, Animal Farm. The Giver. And there's like hundreds of others. To where like societies change a different way, and you have the way people behave socially in that. Then again, we don't have to look to fictional stories or hypotheticals for that. Look at previous cultures. Especially ones where we have, recordings of when technology was at least advanced enough for us to have, surviving written documentation and video. Like, how were people socially interacting, say, in 1970s Russia? Like, what was the psychology of the average person? And how did they socially interact with each other? Let alone imagine if we actually had that level of recording about people, say, back in Rome or Greece. Then again, you have to also keep in mind things like Rome and Greece were around for a long time. It's like saying, even here in America, how do people socially interact with each other and talk to each other? Like in 2025, as opposed to like 1825, or there were people here back then, the colonies and stuff, but like how are people talking back in 1725? Like, even to their own families. Heck, I feel like things have changed quickly. Like, here's the thing. Anyone out there listening to this right now in 2025, think about how things were different between you and other people, whether family, friends, or just people you meet at the store, just 10 years ago. And if you're older than that, well, go back even further. But not only think, like, say if you're old enough to look back to like the 90s, think about how things changed from the 90s to 2025. But also think back how it changed from, the 90s just to the 2000s, from the 2000s to the 2010s. Even from 2010s to now. Each individual group of 10 years, I feel, at least from now, of course, I can't say much about the 80s because I was born in 87. So, I really couldn't tell you what anything was like in the 80s. But I have watched a lot of movies and anime that were created in the 80s and even 70s. And of course 90s, but that being said, movies aren't real life. But you can also see, like, if you compare movies, like compare a movie written in the 80s to a movie written now. Like, take a movie that came out in 2022 to something that came out in 1982. And then compare that to something that came out in, 1952. And then, of course, go back further, compare that to Shakespeare, because Shakespeare was plays. So that's the equivalent of a movie for like something like all those hundreds and hundreds of years ago. So then, imagine a movie that's a faithful adaptation of a Shakespeare play that's done 100% faithfully to the original work. It's kind of like, imagine like modern anime. Like, there's times anime gets adapted, but they'll change things. Like, oh, we can't have this in there because that's offensive to people nowadays. Or that joke's too sexist. Or that joke's too sexual. Like, obviously, like, here's the thing. If you had an anime today, would we be able to have a joke about a person fondling a girl's titties? Would we be able to have a discussion about, like, poison and silver spoons? You know? Like, oh, you can't have that. You have to censor this. You have to change that. And you have to insert this political message that the person who wrote the thing, all that back then, would have never even thought of back then. Heck, there's times in which an author of a series, like Guilty Gear, will change things in the future that were never part of the original thing all those years ago. Which at the same time, it's the author of the series. At the same time, it's just like they're changing their viewpoint based on outside criticism. To the point that the original, like, clashes with what's being changed. I mean, again, it's like 1984 George Orwell. Like, you're constantly just revising and rewriting things to appease, like, what's the current thing. Until it eventually gets to the point that, where the fuck is the original? Like, you can't even tell, like, you're not even sure if there's anything left of the original. It's like a game of telephone, where you have, like, people repeat stuff over and over, and eventually stuff gradually changes. Or you take a VHS tape, you re-record it over and over and over again. Eventually the visual quality gets, screwed up. Or, like, imagine if I took an AI picture of this guy, and told the AI to reimagine it in another style, and told it to reimagine it in another style. It's each time I'm not telling it to change it. I'm not telling it to change it to a different person or change what he's wearing. I'm just saying, hey, take this guy right here, Genji, and redo this picture in the style of Dragon Ball Z. Redo it in the style of this. Redo it again. Redo it again. And even if I eventually come back and say, hey, redo it in the style of Umineko, When the Seagulls Cry, which is what he's originally from, you'd probably end up with something that doesn't even, like, you held it next to its actual original. There's no similarity to where you wouldn't even be able to tell they're related. Here's the thing. These are two different styles here. I like both, but I prefer the second one. But at least if you look at them next to each other, if you were holding them, you could at least tell that they are related to each other. They're the same person, just in a different art style. But if you were to just change the art style over and over and over again, even if I, like, eventually you'd have something, regardless of which one you started with, wouldn't be noticeable compared to either of them. I forget what we're talking about. We were talking about boobs. Then I made a comment about, oh, who could have a conversation for half an hour about boobs and going around to other topics, and then I proceeded to do it a second time over, if not longer. Definitely have to focus on the story, else we're never going to get through this story. We're still on episode 1. I'm enjoying this story, though. But I guess the main thing is this. Heck, I value that there are stories like this that are written. Umineko, Higurashi, they're very enjoyable, and I think they're stories that everybody should read at some point. And even if you haven't read it yet, it just means that you have a lot going on in life. You'll get to it eventually. And of course, there's some people that just feel that this pacing of a story would be a bit boring to them. I like the way sound novels, light novels, and visual novels are, but at the same time, the pacing of it is a bit slow, but that's the way stories are. They cover so much information. Heck, the Overlord anime and Reincarnated Slime are originally from light novels, and yet the animes, like 90% of what happens in the story, never gets shown in the anime. Because one, some things just aren't told very well through an anime. And two, there's just not enough time or budget. And also, it's too long of a story. You have to keep people's attention. I mean, like, take One Piece. You can say One Piece is a great anime, but it's so fucking long. Like, it's one thing for somebody that got into it, but here's the thing, you come with two different problems there. Either you're somebody that comes in once One Piece is finished, and you're like, hey, One Piece, it's a great story, it's completely done, it's all ready for you to consume, but it's 4,000 episodes. It's like, oh my god, it's so overwhelming. Or you could be somebody who was starting to watch One Piece from episode 1, and you enjoyed it, and you thought it was awesome and great, but then by the time season 2 comes out, you're great, and you're all got all the merchandise and stuff, and then you're so fucking hyped for season 3. And then you wait, and it's like, when season 3 eventually comes out, you haven't watched it in years and years, and you actually forgot everything that happened, and you're like, oh right, I forgot this even existed. Like, there's so much time in between first taking it to see it. So it's two different limitations of human attention span. It's the fact, can you wait years and years to get more content of a thing? Or, hey, you have all the content now, but it's literally, the length of an entire encyclopedia set. At that point, my best advice is just this. Watch it when you want to. When you're interested and you enjoy it the most. If you ever feel that it's overwhelming or too much, take a break. You're like, okay, maybe reading for 4 hours straight is the limit. Or in my case, apparently having ADHD and autism. I don't know. I don't know if I do. According to internet tests, highly, very much so. I would apparently be described as a person who is extremely depressed, isolated, probably borderline personality disorder, autistic, ADHD, and PTSD and stuff. So yeah. But, random internet test is not a doctor. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives, but I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed, which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memories of 6 years ago. Okay. A painting? I assume it's going to be Beatrice. Screenshot noise. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following me behind me, ran into my back. Ooh? Ah, sorry. Hey, Jessica. Has that picture always been there? I pointed the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if memory doesn't fail me, it was put on the display sometime around the year before last. You are correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display here, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that. So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? Damn it. Wrong button. The portrait suited this western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ooh, I know. She is Beatrice. Oh, is it pronounced Beatrice? Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear the stories about her long ago? A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive considering that only the Ushiromiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the areas around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come to save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness. Since there were no streetlights, and since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of the bygone eras before the light of civilization drove out the night, forest were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. There were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out into the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go play in such a dangerous place, such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the stories been passed down on this island since ancient times. There is a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story Rokkenjima was born. This is a legend of Rokkenjima's witch. That's why when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid during those eerie nights when the wind and the rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made, just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind. But to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. Humph, the whole thing's creepy as hell. Milady, this portrait is precious to the master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know, even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. Ooh, I'm hungry. I am also hungry, but that is because I'm fat. What's this? Granted, I do still eat junk food and stuff, but heck, I have some fucking elf fudge cookies over there. But only a small portion of the asylum is controlled by the Ushiromiya family. But yeah, I'm 5'11", otherwise known as 180 centimeters tall, and I am 201 pounds. Been like 201 pounds for half a fucking year. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokkenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I learned of the tutelary god shrine being struck by lightning, and I remember that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiromiya family that rules Rokkenjima. It's the witch Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Battler! Ooh, you're slow! When I looked around, everyone is already headed towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were opened and we were invited inside. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. The old bastard pressed us up to sit. The only gaps in the room of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of two further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Ava, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damned dad Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest of the siblings. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But no, the left-hand seat in the third row, rank number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George and Nikki. I sat next to Jessica, and Marissa sat across from me. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the fifth row, sat Aunt Natsui, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsui, in the 6th row, in the final seat, on the left-hand side sat Kairi-san. The seat opposite Kairi was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Well, that's still, I think, considerate? I think considerate's the correct word. I appreciate that the place was still set for him, even though we're expecting him not to be there. Do we ever get to see him in this show, though? Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiromiya's family's system was unique. Maybe it was a remnant of a male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of the direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by the system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey their fathers. After they get married, their husband after aging their children. There is the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I will say this. It comes with a balance, though. Simply put is this. This system is largely important for most societies to function. To a large degree, if you completely do away with this kind of system, it leads to the complete collapse of all society. That being said, you can see it in stories like the Odyssey, to where both Odysseus actually had rank above his mother, and even Telemachus, his son, actually had authority to tell his own mother what to do, even before he was actively considered an adult. However, it was always done with the concept of doing what was in that person's best interest and protection. For example, let's take the story of Macbeth. It was considered extremely dishonorable for a host to mistreat their guest. There were systems of honor, self-discipline, and of course, I just had the word in my mind. I can't remember what it was. Fuck. Hospitality. There were certain concepts of things like hospitality that were extremely... And any society that's actually got any concept of, I don't know, morality should have a concept of hospitality, to where hosts should respect their guests and guests should respect their hosts. For example, if you were whether you're a rich person having guests simply as company, or you're a friend having your friend come over, it would not suit to give them food that was spoiled or would be unsatisfactory. Nor would it be suitable to scoff at what is offered to you. Now, obviously, there are limitations to this. Obviously, if you're a guest at someplace and your host offers you food that's unacceptable, well, then they are the ones who cross the line by violating that rule of trust. Same way, if you're a guest and your host has offered you reasonable accommodations, especially within their means, and you are rude and disrespectful to them, well, then you have violated that rule of trust. And this goes both in terms of class and in terms of just basic politeness. For example, if someone was extremely rich and you come over and they just, like they would give everyone else fancy them, they give you just some Taco Bell, it's like, are you being disrespected here? But in the same regard, if you go over to someone's house and they're not rich and they give you, the best that they can give you, you shouldn't, like, say if you're a rich person and you went over and a poor person wanted to actually have you over as their guest, and they offer you like ramen and stuff like that and some tofu, you should, accept it gracefully and thank them, and you should be basically, hey, they're giving you the best that they can give you. They are treating you with respect. You should not insult them for not being able to provide more. Now, that being said, obviously, if they offer you something that they know is against your religious beliefs, for example, say as a Christian, you cannot eat food that is actively dedicated to another deity. For example, there would be nothing wrong with eating some grapes, but if someone brings out some grapes and then says that they've been blessed in offering to like fucking Zeus or some shit, well, now you can't eat it. But at that point, it's not, your fault that it was blessed. It's the person offering the food at that point. Same regard, like if you're from another culture, you can understand there's some people that have certain foods that they just would not consider palpable. Now, of course, you can understand there's certain things that might be considered a delicacy in that area, and you can have a bit of an open mind. But the main point is, the idea is that both the guest and the host should be acting in good faith of actively trying to accommodate each other. Both people should have equal respect toward each other. The same thing would happen in, say, debates. Like if you were having a discussion with someone, whether it be about politics or religion, scientific theory, or even understanding the thesis of a story and discussing the plot of a story. It should be coming from a point of good faith in both people. Both people should be talking to each other with respect and kindness and a willingness to listen and value each other's opinions. Each person should feel that their views and feelings on, say if we're discussing Umineko, the story, both people should feel that their views on the story are being respected, but also that they are trying to be respectful of the other person. Same way if you had a friend over, or you're the friend being invited over to your friend's place, you should be behaving respectfully toward that person, but they should also be behaving respectfully to you. Now, the same thing with this system here. The idea being that, yes, the man would rank more, but the man is then supposed to use that rank to protect and take care of the woman. It's kind of like the idea of like the system of patriarchy. Patriarchy is a good thing. One, it allows society to function much better, and most civilizations actually have thrived with it. Usually any society where you start undermining a concept like patriarchy, you start actually actively destroying that society. And yes, there are points where chauvinism can lead into things like sexism and misogyny and mistreating women, and that's very wrong. But of course, completely removing the system destroys the very skeleton that holds a society together, and can also lead to, types of chauvinism, sexism against men, and misandry. The whole point of patriarchy is a system in which men are taking care of women, and a family structure can function, and the nuclear family works. After all, like, for example, if you have a society where both the man and the woman are working, well then who's with the children? Who's raising the children? What kind of upbringing do the kids have? And how does that affect how the man and woman are interacting with each other as husband and wife? I feel like it impacts both the way spouses would interact as well as how parents and children would interact. As well as it affects things in terms of economics. But the main point is this: it's never meant to be a system where, a woman is like a fucking slave or some shit. It's meant to be a system by which society can function, and the whole point is that in a patriarchal system, if a man is the one in control and power, he's supposed to use that power to protect and provide the best life possible for the woman in that situation. And the woman in that return, is loyal to and appreciates all the effort and hard work the man does. The main point is that both people appreciate and love and respect each other. It's supposed to be about mutual trust and respect. At no point should now of course, in every system, you have outliers and you have situations that don't go, and of course, perhaps people would say that I'm having a bit of a romanticized version of it, and that's fair. That's part of an open discussion on this, or any subject. But the main point is this: the system of a, air quotes, patriarchy essentially exists for two reasons. One, for society to function in a way in which a civilization can prosper and grow, and you can have happy, healthy families. And two, and again, back on point one, you're supposed to have a system where you have families that have, lineages, to where you have, okay, here's grandma, grandpa, great-grandfather, children, aunts, uncles, and you have a family that's, whereas if you have a system where you're not based on that, you start having, broken families, fractured families, and a lot of, I guess the main thing I'm just trying to say is I want people to have healthier families. And I feel like, especially in modern day, I feel like family structures aren't very healthy anymore. I feel like people don't seem to really get along anymore, and you don't really have big family gatherings of people anymore. But, I don't know. Again, maybe I'm overly romanticizing an idea that may have never actually properly existed to begin with. The idea that, I don't know, everyone in families got along and liked each other and helped each other out. It's kind of like Don Quixote. He was an otaku from 800 years ago. Basically, it was a story written by Cervantes. In fact, before the things like the internet changed the concept of publishing books, back when books were the main medium in which people learned anything or read, before movies, before television. The first most published book in the world was the Bible. The second was Don Quixote, written by Cervantes, a man from Spain. The story is about an elderly man who was well off enough that he never needed to work, but he was not essentially rich. He was simply wealthy enough that he could live in comfort and have whatever he wanted, but he was not considered nobility or rich. He was simply a person who of good money, but not really. He wasn't like royalty or aristocracy, but he was wealthy enough that he never needed to work in his life. He was essentially a NEET. He didn't work, he didn't have any sort of education or employment when it came to that stuff, and he simply enjoyed stories, the animes of his time, medieval stories like King Arthur and Lancelot. And he read those stories, and he valued the concepts of like chivalry and honor, and he was a bit of a hopeless romantic. He valued almost the way people would value the old 90s Disney movies, the idea of true love and stuff like that. But he looked at the world around him, and he saw that the world around him didn't live up to those standards. He saw people acting in a very dishonorable and superficial and shallow way. Basically looked at the brain rot of his own society, and he felt disappointed and sad by it. And he wanted the world to live up to the ideals of the fictional stories and the shonen animes that he grew up with. And so, the elderly Alzheimer's man sought to go out and live that life. So, he went out one day and decided to become a Super Saiyan, and live the life of Ichigo Kurosaki, and using a Zanbakuto. And yes, I'm being a bit facetious about this, but that's essentially what he was. He was an otaku who read a bunch of manga and anime, and looked at the world around him, and felt disappointed that, like the honorable traits and the courage that he sees in the shows, that he just felt like everyone was just so cold and callous and antisocial. But the main thing I was going with the whole patriarchy thing is this. It gets a bad rap by a lot of people in feminism and bullshit. But the idea is this. At its core, patriarchy is supposed to be a system by which society can grow and prosper. And in truth, all societies that have ever functioned under a patriarchy have grown and prospered, and everyone among became better. And it's not like the women were treated like slaves in that society. They were treated with respect, and actually, I mean, take the women back in the 50s. The whole reason why a lot of the technology was invented to make things easier when it came to cooking was because people wanted to make their lives easier. And no one appreciated and loved them more than their husbands. In general, I would say anyone like coming home and beating their fucking wife over like burnt lasagna or something like that, more than likely was an extreme rarity and probably got fucking ostracized by everyone in the community, if not, put in prison for that shit. But a lot of his stuff was based off of, chivalry and honor. And a lot of times, chivalry to a large degree is dead in modern society because not only is it not rewarded, but a lot of times if a man is actively chivalrous, he's actively shamed for it, especially by women, and in a lot of situations, by going out of your way to be chivalrous or helpful to women, you wind up putting yourself into situations that make you look where you're basically labeled a creep or looked down on or actively punished. So the idea is men won't do things that are chivalrous because they've learned that not only is there no reward for it, but they're actively punished for it. Whereas a long time in the past, if people behaved in a chivalrous way, it was not only seen as the norm, but there were no consequences for it. There were consequences for not being that way, but you were also actively rewarded. And society functioned off that. Again, societies change over time, and everything has to be a bit of a balance. Extremes of either thing is not good. But I would say this, largely patriarchy is a good thing. Because one, it's a system by which society functions. Without it, society falls apart. And you can't have functioning families or functioning societies. And in the end, it would lead literally to mass death and chaos, and people suffering and poverty and death and agony, as well as people lacking any sort of natural affection for each other, everyone being cold and hostile to each other, and a world of just general strife and contempt. Whereas the idea in a patriarchal situation like this, the idea is that everyone should have more of a closeness and acceptance and love for each other, and have stronger bonds with one another, whether it be family or friends or even their neighbors or society. And people should have just a stronger sense of honor and bonds and love and loyalty. But again, maybe to a degree, I am a hopeless romantic myself. I'm an idealist, and I want to try to see the best in people and see the good intentions of it and see what it should be. Obviously, there are many situations in which life is disappointing. But I would say ideally, it's supposed to be a system where, like I said, one, it's literally, if you look at history, it's societies thrived with it, and anytime they undermine it, societies start to fall apart and crumble and get conquered by other societies. Two is this. It's supposed to be, at least the ideal way I look at it, that a patriarchal system largely exists predominantly for men to be empowered to a position of protecting women. The idea in that situation is that there should never be a situation in which a man would abuse that power to hurt or mistreat a woman. It largely should be a system of mutual love and respect, to where like the man has power, which he then uses to protect and provide for the woman, and then the woman actually appreciates that and is loyal to that person rather than stabbing them in the back or disrespecting and being contemptful. And I think in general, I think regardless of who you are, gender, sexual orientation, whatever, you know, you would largely value somebody who, I don't know, respects you, regardless of this system or not. Heck, to a large degree, I would very much say that, you know, people value things. Like, heck, it's like if you were to describe being bisexual, largely means you just don't give a fuck about the person's gender. Like whether it's a guy or a girl, you're going to look at the person and you'll be like, one, do I find them attractive? Like, you don't really care about the other stuff. You care, okay, now obviously if you want to build a family, you have to have a certain gender so you can actually produce, like if you're a woman, you're obviously going to seek a dude because you want to have children. That's how families function. At least until like the space aliens land and shit, and there's fucking robots walking around that have like fucking, I don't know, artificial wombs built in or some shit. Okay, until some sci-fi bullshit completely obliterates everything that is a functional normality of human society that has existed for the entirety of our recorded human history. Because I'll say this. I feel I would emotionally adapt to the change of aliens being part of society, especially if they come in peace. But I feel like the way humanity functions would fundamentally change. Even if everything's like in peace and there's no violence whatsoever and everyone accepts it, I feel like the way humans function on a societal level, even the people that are adults now, like I feel emotionally are going to like talk different. Like heck, COVID happened fucking 5 years ago, and since 2020, look at how the different societies been and how people talk to each other. So something major like fucking aliens or AI shit, I feel like it's going to have a major effect. As well as, imagine the people that are growing up in this, or people that haven't even been born yet. Like, I feel like it's going to... Like, how are these people, like... Heck, there's a chance that maybe human beings won't even... Like, the process of maturing and growing and learning and about the world. Like, I feel like not only an intellectual ability, but I feel like psychological, emotional stability, as well as just human society and civilization, or the way the human family functions. I don't know if humanity can adapt to that. But like I said, like I would say, like if a person's like bisexual, you don't care if the person's a guy or a girl. You just care if it's somebody that you would actually be happy with, someone you want a relationship with. Like whether it's like some cute guy or a beautiful woman, you're just going to look at it and be like, okay, one, do I find them attractive? And obviously this would any guy out there who's completely straight, well, this would cross any other guy off the list instantly. Because you're straight. And that's honestly the complete norm for most of society and history, and that's also kind of the way it has to be in order for society to function, because otherwise, there are no babies, and you have to have a functioning, civilization to be able to continue. Otherwise, extinction. Heck, to a large degree, like let's say if everyone just waited to like 30 years old to start having their first kid, and even if they tried to have as many children as possible after that, just the idea of everyone waiting till they're 30, for 99% of human history, the human race would have gone extinct. We would not have survived it. Heck, even if you did it across the board right now, if even if with the population we have, we're heading toward a population collapse, as in a demographic collapse, and an unbalancing of societies, just with the current birth rate. But even if you change things across the board, that let's say no one tried to have kids till they turned 30, but then once they turned 30, everybody was trying to have as many children as physically possible. Even with that, even our current population, no, that's the end of society. Eventually, within 200 years max, you have the extinction of the human race via just running out of people from making them. Let alone 100 years, you'd run out of extinction just because society itself couldn't function. But heck, at that rate, let's be clear, give it 30 years. At that rate, 30 years, you wouldn't have the demographic to exist to function a society anymore. Okay, I'm trying to do a tangent about bisexual stuff, and I'm just saying this. If you're someone who is attracted, whether you're a man or a woman, if you're attracted to both men and women yourself, what you're going to look at for who you date is going to be, 1, do I find them attractive? 2, do they find me attractive? 3, do I enjoy spending time with them? 4, do they give me respect and affection? 5, do I trust them and feel safe with them? 6, are they kind and loyal to me? And in general, even for people out there that are 100% heterosexual and not gay in the slightest, all 6 of these things are still valid points that you should be looking at for who you date. You should only be dating someone if you find them attractive, and if they find you attractive. You should you should actually enjoy spending time with them. They should be someone who respects you and gives you affection. Of course, they should enjoy spending time with you, and they should respect you, and you should respect them, and you should both be giving us your affection. You should both trust each other. You should both feel safe with each other. You should both be kind to each other and both be loyal to each other. I'm just saying this. Some people get all offended, like, oh no, the patriarchy's bad, but here's the thing. It's a concept by which societies function, and 2, it's not a bad thing. It's meant to lead to functioning families, nuclear families, stable communities, and in those situations, the men who are in power in that situation are supposed to be, loving and caring for the wives and women in their lives. For example, Odysseus, yes, he had authority over his mother, but he cared about her greatly and would do anything to take care of her, and of course he cherished his wife as well. Same way Telemachus. Telemachus had authority over his mother in that situation, but of course his highest concern was protecting and caring for his mother. So the whole point of a patriarchy in that situation is this. A patriarchy can be described as a system by which society functions and without which society falls apart. But also, patriarchy can be described as a situation by which men have power and use that power to protect, respect, and provide for and care for the women in their lives. It's not a system that's meant to be in any ways abusive. And I would say patriarchy is a good thing. But I would say any system of patriarchy that results in the abuse of women is a perversion of everything that patriarchy is supposed to be. Simply put, patriarchy is supposed to be a system by which you protect women from abuse. Any system by which it would then cause abuse of women, well, then that's a perversion of that system. I'm really trying not to go on tangents, guys, but okay, again, the next video, I will not go off on these random tangents about like space travel and bullshit and just hypothetical like aliens and shit. But at the same time, I just like talking about stuff. But I'll try to just focus on the story, or else we're never going to fit it. Umineko is supposed to be such a long fucking story. It's a good story, and that's not, don't be wrong. I'm not focusing on it because it's not a good story. It's a great story. It's very attention-holding. It's immersive. I like the story. It's a good story, and it is very interesting. It's well written, and it's very enjoyable. I just have a tendency to get distracted easily. It's like there's like 100 jingling keys everywhere. Like, keys! Like, it's like, God damn it. Cock! Titties! Kamehamehas! A grilled cheese sandwich! I'm gonna take a drink of my energy drink. To anyone there, why are you listening to me? What value do I have for you to listen to me? I'm a random fucking otaku. I am the most cringy person on the planet. This is the most cursed channel, and I am annoying and boring, and I can't focus on anything, and I'm operating a potato. Like, I tried to do a Let's Play of Shadow of War. It was just a fucking PowerPoint presentation of Talion stabbing orcs and me cussing. How could that be entertaining for anyone? I mean, if you do, that's awesome. I'm glad. I appreciate you guys here, as I'm a bit of a tsundere. But still, I can't focus. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I'd thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups. Adult siblings and adult siblings. And cousins with cousins. I mean, that does sound really nice. I mean, like, oh, you get to talk to people you know, but it's like, again, I think Battler and me are kind of looking at things the same way. We're looking at things almost through a rose-tinted glasses sort of sake, that I look at something and I see like what I want it to be. I see the idea of wanting people to interact in a sort of an era of where everyone's benevolent, everyone's kind to each other, everyone's polite. Like, I like people being polite and courteous. I hate being rude myself. Hell, I feel like we live in a fucking epidemic of rude, just offensive people. Like, and again, it's not even an issue like, oh, there's people that are easily offended, because there's people that get offended like, oh, you said the idea, you said this word, like good morning or spooky or something, and it's like, oh, that's racist or something. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just saying happy Halloween. I'm just enjoying that. Though, of course, I've seen it from both fucking angles. I've seen, like, I'm a Christian, but I like Halloween, and I like those seasons. But people are like, oh, that's of the devil. Same way they like to say the original Dungeons and Dragons, like, oh, it's and the music's of the devil. The worldly music, like Metallica, is evil. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not evil. You're not gonna fucking spin a fucking record backwards and have the fucking sound of the devil talking, okay? But don't get me wrong, I believe, Satan and the devil exists, but I don't see anything wrong with fucking metal music and all that shit and enjoying, like, yeah, fucking the bullhorn thing with the, like, yeah, I'm doing the hand sign music. But at the same time, I'm a stickler for having a bit of respect for things that I consider sacred or holy. For example, I'll never set anything on top of a Bible. Like if I have a Bible, I have a Bible right over there. I never set anything on it, ever. In fact, I don't think I've ever even set anything on a Bible in my life. I occasionally will have Bibles sitting places, but nothing can ever be on it all. And also, like, you can't even set a Bible on top of another Bible. Okay? It's just... And granted, there's tons of writing in my fucking Bible and stuff that's highlighted. But... like, I have a sense of this. I am against the idea of being disrespectful to that which I consider sacred or holy. Now, that being said, there are things that are not a sin that you don't do in regards to things that are sacred or holy. For example, a grilled cheese sandwich is delicious, and there's no sin in eating a grilled cheese sandwich. But you wouldn't put a grilled cheese sandwich on a Bible. In the same regard, you wouldn't be eating a grilled cheese sandwich and then start reading the Bible with your hands still greasy. You're going to get grease on the Bible pages. You wouldn't do that. In the same regard, you know, fishnets and black metal t-shirts and stuff like Korn and Metallica and Sublime clothes and some ripped jeans stuff, that's awesome and it's cool clothes. Or like take the outfit that Shannon was wearing and stuff like that, or the, you know, you wouldn't be wearing that to a church. But there's nothing wrong with wearing that clothes. That clothes is awesome. But you would want to be wearing stuff that's respectful to church. And again, within means of your financial abilities. Like I don't think, like, anytime I went to church, I just wore normal clothes. Now, granted, I didn't wear like fucking metal clothes. You know, I didn't wear like rock clothes or anime shirts and shit. But because I would have been like, I'm not gonna go to church wearing like a fucking DBZ shirt. That's disrespectful to God. But I am just gonna like wear a normal fucking t-shirt. But that's more so just because I wasn't fucking rich. Like, other people might go with like fucking suits and shit. But that's because you have a fucking suit. The idea is that you would wear what is good for you. You know, it's the same way, like, if you're a poor person having a rich person over, you know, you'd give the rich person the best that you can, but the rich person's not gonna fucking shame you for not be able to cook him a fucking steak dinner. He understands that, okay, this Salisbury steak and stuff is the best you have. It's what you consider good. He's still going to respect you and say thank you and appreciate it. And then, of course, do in kind when you come to his place and give you the best that he can provide. Like the whole thing, like the whole honor system of the whole patriarchy thing, it's like, it's how society functioned to a large degree. Like, take Macbeth. Like, one of the great evil things that Macbeth did, other than, you know, killing the fucking person, was that it's a huge shame. Like, it's not even just an issue of like, great, yes, he fucking murdered the dude. That's awful. That's the worst thing he did. But it's also the fact that even if you allowed someone else to even if you didn't know that person was, and you found out after the fact, it's such a huge shame that you allowed your guests to have any harm come to them in your home. Now, I mean, far more that you're the one who perpetrated it. Or even if you like had an assassin do it or let people in to kill your guest, yes, that's still guilty of murder. Now, obviously, if you know something happened to your guests, like got sick from the food, or there was some altercation, or someone snuck in to rob your house and they accidentally ran into your guest and killed your guest, yes, you're still the victim in that situation because your house got burglared into. And yes, you're not the murderer of that person and you didn't commit anything wrong in terms of an attack on that person. But it is still extremely shameful that you allowed someone in your household, even a guest, to come to any harm. Like my view of what I think is a proper view of the patriarchal system is a man has authority and power, but it's his responsibility to use that power to protect and care about everyone in that household. For example, if you had a mother, a wife, daughter, let alone, you know, other people in that household or guests, well, you wouldn't want any of those people to go hungry, let alone eat food that you yourself would not want to eat. One does not give a guest spoiled food, let alone food that they themselves would not be willing to eat. Nor do you have different, standards of what you eat. By that I mean, like, you wouldn't, like, cook yourself a fucking steak and then give them, like, fucking cereal. You care for that person to the same standard that you'd care for yourself. You're supposed to care about that person as if they're your own flesh. It's supposed to be a great deal of respect. Yes, the person in that patriarchal system has power, but they're supposed to use that power from a seat of benevolence and care, of consideration. Like, if you were a rich person and you took a poor person to your home, you would want to treat them essentially as an equal. And whether you're a king who brings a duke or a peasant into your home, you would treat them to the best of your ability. Same way, if you're a peasant and you had a king in your home, you would treat that king to the best of your ability. But that king would not shame you for not being able to do the same amount of standard of service as, say, if he went to another king's house. He would understand that you were doing everything within the power that you possess. It's also the idea that there are things like free speech, self-defense, everyone having a home of their own, that you have a sacred space, that respecting each other's boundaries. That's at least my romanticized version of how I feel any system of a patriarchy should exist, that I feel patriarchy is good and is necessary for society to exist, but I feel ideally the way it functions is a way in which everyone is actually respectful of each other's boundaries. Now, of course, I understand that in practice every system in society across all of human history does not work as intended, and I have certainly encountered a great deal of people of all age groups who have, well, behaved like hateful, violent, abusive, over-control, judgmental freaks who are hostile, treat you with contempt, and are very controlling individuals, and very judgmental, and very hypocritical. And I'll tell you this, from my perspective, I have found that very detrimental to my view of those people. But to my view of how I feel an ideal society would be, I feel an ideal society is patriarchal, but comes from a situation in which the man in that situation, who is the patriarch, would then treat the women in that society as if they were own flesh. And I also feel like that extends beyond humans as well. I think that would also extend to how you treat even animals in your household, whether it be pets or cattle. Like, I feel that, or even servants. I feel that you should have, like, for example, in this story here, I feel like all of the people, male or female, should be treating these servants with respect. Now, obviously, the servants have to have a higher degree of respect for them in regards that, they are the servants. But at the same time, look at it like a job. If you're working like fast food and you're cooking grilled meats and stuff, or you're cleaning, obviously you have to have a bit of respect and understanding that you're working for an employer, and there's a bit of a hierarchy system to that. However, if you go to work and your fucking employer spits on you or refuses to pay you or calls you a vulgar word, well, that violates that they're showing you too much disrespect. At no point should you feel scared of your employer or of being actively disrespected by that. Now, your employer should be able to tell you, hey, go do this task, and you go do the task. And you talk to each other in a polite, civil way. Obviously, if you refuse to do the task or show up to work or are rude to your employer should fire you. But in the same regard, if your employer is being physically violent or psychologically harmful to you, well then you should quit that job and not be. Of course, again, society doesn't always function that way, and there's situations where people have to maintain employment and jobs that, one, they need to in order to survive, and even then, even with putting up with situations what they'd rather not deal with, they're not making as much money as they feel they need to even scrape by. So, yeah. And again, in general, especially in modern times, we live in better comfort than... Like, I wouldn't consider myself rich by a tiniest degree, but I would say to a large degree I live in a better quality of life than what kings lived in the past. I mean, heck, electricity, all this entertainment, knowledge, food. Granted, a lot of my food's like, hey, here's some sugary cereal with milk in it, but still, it's delicious, it's food. I can go to Burger King and get a Whopper. You know, that's great. I guess where I'm coming from is the idea that people having mutual respect, kindness, and in general, like, things should have a degree of equality that people... But the problem is that sometimes when you change things in society for the idea of trying to make things more equal, you create new inequalities and new problems in society that actually break it apart. Like, a lot of stuff that's happened with feminism has led to most women don't have husbands and are like single mothers and don't have their families. And then you have fathers who don't have their children, and you have either men that's like, okay, there's either you get with a wife and things get treated terribly, or you just have a society that constantly tells you garbage. And then you have kids who are growing up in broken homes, divorced parents, with a government that's too involved in their lives. Yeah, my nose. But like at that point, like, what happens to the kids in that society? How do those kids get raised? Heck, even in a society where the parents are both married, you know, if they're both working, like, who's actually there with the kids? Let alone if the parents are completely out of the picture. And then, of course, you have situations where people are being unfairly attacked with lawfare, and then, of course, there becomes a division between people, between genders and generations, age groups. Heck, it's like sometimes there are situations where you try to have be anti-racist on things and you create more racism. For example, the 90s. If you took white people from the 90s, they're the least racist group in all human history. And yet, in reaction to that, you're now having them being told that they're racist, hateful. That basically, oh, you like this commercial of a cute girl with jeans and stuff? Oh, you're a Nazi. Oh, you like hot women in video games? You must be this misogynist person. It's like, whatever. It's just... And it's good to have open discussion. At the same time, it's just... I feel like there's a lot of people that just sort of like... Even in the era of the internet, they'll just like see stuff on like CNN or Fox News, just take it at face value and just... It's like the fucking Binding of Isaac. Like where the mom in Isaac is just... You know, listening to the televangelists on the TV, and basically her view of reality is warped, and she just basically doesn't think for herself, and she just does what the TV tells her. And granted, nothing to the extreme of having to not be stabbed to death by a psychotic religious person or stuff like that. But I at least understand what it's like to hide inside a fucking toy chest as a child. I did that probably about a dozen times a year through being 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or so. But then again, it's like basically my mom and stepdad drank a bit until I was like 12, 11 and a half or so. And there was a lot of arguing and yelling and fighting and granted worse things than that. But still, main point is this. My reaction to hearing adults who are drinking and yelling and screaming and arguing was just to hide away from that. So I spent quite a few times hiding in a ball inside my toy chest. Thankfully, that thing did not have a lock on the latch, on the lid, or else I probably would have died like Isaac did in that story. But that's also like about 3 decades ago. So yeah. What was I talking about? Right. The whole thing like a patriarchal system. Like, here's the thing. And this applies also to Natsui, even though she's a woman, I would have less respect for her because of how she treats the people who are servants. Yes, the servants have a task to do and they should do it, and obviously if they start not doing it, there should be some discussion about how to do it better. But I feel... I don't know the correct word. But you guys know what I'm trying to say with that. Like, there's a certain acceptable amount of discussion that even the employer, especially since we're not like in feudal times to where like aristocracy to fucking peasants, we're just dealing with rich people to people that are just workers. You know, they're still people. They're not fucking furniture. They're not property. They have rights. They have feelings. So there should be a degree of mutual kindness and respect. I mean, they don't necessarily need to love or care about each other or like each other, but they should at least treat each other like they're both human. They're not objects. In the same regard, like say if a rich person, like in a patriarchal system, let's say you have a family dog. Well, if you're abusing that animal, like here's the thing, I feel like that's another way to look at it is this. Say you're a person, regardless of gender, male or female, and you have a dog, and you force that dog to sit in the same place for like 5 hours at a time, and you'll yell at it and be upset at it for any time it moves, and you even put a shock collar on it, shock anytime it has an issue. Or if you're like kicking a dog, or you leave it outside for days, or you decide to go on a vacation, you just leave your dog unattended for like a week, and you're like, it's got enough food. Whatever. Or let's say you're someone who has, has like a family dog, and you basically ignore it all the time, and you never interact with it, and anytime you see it, you refuse to even call it by its name, and you just yell at it, cuss at it, and tell it to move. And you're just like, you literally just yelling at it, and you threaten that, hey, if the dog doesn't stop barking, you're going to break its skull open with a brick. Well, even if you have no intention of actually breaking the dog's skull open with a brick, the fact that you're yelling and screaming to do this, one, I feel makes less of you as a person in regards to how you're treating the dog. Even more so if you have, children in that household who are listening to you yelling that. I feel like that's emotionally and psychologically harmful to the child in that circumstance too. And I feel like that reflects poorly on you. But yeah, like I said, I'm just saying that I feel like a patriarchal system is a good thing and necessary for society, but I feel like there would be the sort of Shakespearean sort of sense of honor that's required of it. Like, say, Macbeth. Obviously it's terrible that he murdered the dude. That's the greatest sin that he committed all, was, actively fucking killing him. But let's be clear. Even if someone snuck into his place with the intention of robbing Macbeth, and Macbeth didn't even know this person did it until the next day when he woke up, and he's, oh shit, I was robbed. Fuck. I'll kill that fucking bastard who fucking robbed me. Find out who robbed me. But then you find out that the guest you had over had actually accidentally encountered that person because they had to get him to go pee in the middle of the night. And they're laying dead. And you're like, oh. Obviously you didn't murder that person. But at the same time, it's extremely shameful that the person who was your guest was allowed to come to harm. In any way. Even if you had nothing to do with it. Obviously much more if you're the one who directly fucking did it. Or if, say, you paid the person to break in under the pretense of robbing to then murder the person. obviously that's still murder. But in the situation where you have no knowledge of it whatsoever, and it just sort of happens, and even if you had guards posted and you did everything you thought you could to prevent a burglary from occurring, yes, you are technically, 1, you're absolutely not a murderer. 2, you are technically faultless in regards to that you're not responsible for the fact that this happened to you, and you are still the victim then in that situation, that your house got broken into and you were robbed. But it is still shameful that your guest came to harm. But of course, there's differences in this, because there's different extremes to that too. Like obviously, like I'd view it from a point of like this. If you're a father in a situation and you start beating your daughter, I would say that should be considered extremely shameful and come with legal repercussions. But in the same regard, there are some societies that consider it like, oh, the woman does something shameful. There's actually straight up like honor killings where, the man will murder the woman in question. And that's considered acceptable, if not praiseworthy. And I'm like, I disagree with that. I feel, the whole murder thing is kind of a bad thing. And I feel like there's acceptable limits and there's acceptable. And like the whole point of it should be the idea of mutual respect and protection for everyone. That essentially it's a system of the man having power in the system, but it's for the sake of equality. But again, it's my romanticized version of it. But it's the way I feel like it should work. And I feel like it's largely the intention throughout most human history. Obviously, the bad outliers probably get the most attention, to the point that most people probably consider those bad outliers that are probably 1 in a million to be the norm, when it's absolutely everything but. But I felt like there was like multiple other conversations I was going to have off there. I just forgot what I was going to say. I'm trying to remember what I was really talking about. But alright. Like, take Jesus. Like, there was a situation where there was a woman about to be stoned to death for committing adultery. And he's like, let he who's without sin cast the first stone. The main thing Jesus say, hey, don't brutally murder this person in public. Basically violence and bloodshed is not the way to fix this. However, it's not like he then said the husband had to stay married to the woman and raise the kid that was conceived by the other dude. And no. Under that situation, the guy would have still got divorced from the woman, kept custody of his kids, would have lost nothing. And the woman, and probably the child she was then pregnant with by the other guy, would either go into live with the other guy or be on the streets. And also would be probably largely shamed for it. Jesus mainly just say, hey, let's not murder the person. Don't kill people. The main point is that, trying to say, unless it's a major thing, unless someone's like, murdering or raping people, let's not, execute people. Let's not have the death penalty unless it's over something serious. Like murder or rape or someone committing horrible atrocities. Now, if it's someone like cheating or doing something like that, you shouldn't be killing people over that. But it doesn't mean it's without consequence. I guess the main thing Jesus was trying to say there. Like, I also feel like Jesus was largely against a lot of the old biblical sacrifices of, say, Leviticus. Because, at least it wasn't human sacrifices like in, say, the Phoenicians or the Carthaginians or the Mayans or the Aztecs. A lot of societies would both take slaves of neighboring groups and execute them brutally in human sacrifice, or even murder their own children or their own people. And obviously that's just sick and gross and disgusting and unacceptable. Like, oh, you can't even argue it's a different culture. Like, no. If that's just a different culture, that culture doesn't deserve to exist. It's unacceptable. And I think that's the main thing Jesus was saying with that. Is like, it's just the bloodshed and violence is something to be avoided. So I would say, to a large degree, people should avoid doing things that are violent or bloodshed, unless it's like, you can execute people if it's by government law, and it's, because they were committing horrible violence in other people. Now, what about meat? I think it's perfectly fine to eat meat, but I would say this. Like, take cows. Obviously, I love a good steak. But I would say this. Even if a cow is being used for milk, it should be treated humanely. The cow should be made to feel comfortable and be given adequate provisions and protection for its well-being. And when it comes time to slaughter a cow, one, it should not be done in front of other cows, so they're not scared. And two, it should be done in a manner that is painless and quick. The cow should not suffer in any way. So, I'm perfectly okay with the idea of eating meat, but I don't want the animal in question to suffer. And also take zoos. I think zoos are incredible. I've been to zoos before, and they're incredible. They're awesome. Last time I went to a zoo was a really big zoo. And last time I went was 8 years ago or so. It was when I took my son. And granted, I was still married at that time, so I took my... 9 years? Either way, you guys get the point. It's a long time ago. Anyway, last time I went to the zoo, I took my son. I enjoyed it myself. He enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it not only for the sake of as something I was doing with my child, but, well, I just generally like the zoo and the aquariums and places like that, or museums. I've been to science museums, dinosaur museums, history museums, art museums, Holocaust museums. Well, one Holocaust museum. I've been to a Air Force museum that had all sorts of really old planes and stuff, and aerospace museums, and it's fascinating. I enjoy those things. But with zoos, I find zoos incredible, and I think they're really good. And I think zoos are necessary for society to function correctly. But I also think zoos have a responsibility to take good care of all the animals in the zoo. Zoos should, whatever animal it should have a large enough enclosure that it doesn't feel caged. It should have, because after all, animals can't have a type of psychosis, zoochosis, that arises if they're in too small of an environment. And of course, this is very prevalent to say, what's that place called? It's got orcas and stuff. SeaWorld? I don't think I was ever there, but I've never been to a place with large enough water, enclosures to even be capable of holding things like dolphins or orcas. But I know a lot of those places, even though they had huge ones capable of holding them, they were still small enough by that animal's standards that it feels like a cage. Now, I would say this. I'm perfectly okay with the idea. And of course, some zoos are we have a big enough enclosure. One, is it very expensive to do, but also, the guests might not see them. For example, there are some enclosures I've seen that have huge enclosures for bears, to where when you go there, you don't see the bears. They're just either too far away, or they're inside a part of a cave and they're in part of their habitat, you don't see them. But I think that's better that way. I would rather make that trade-off than have a small enclosure that forces the animal to constantly be on display. Because while the purpose of a zoo is for humans to go there to see the animals, but the idea is that so humans can learn about the animals. Because I feel it's more... You can't just have a picture of the animals or even video. You have to actually see them. But you can't have them in a way that's any way uncomfortable for the animal. If you were to have animals like lions or zebras, You need to have an enclosure that's big enough for them to feel like they have their own world, basically. If you don't have the land, resources, or means to do that, then you shouldn't do that. Like, obviously, you shouldn't have a lion in a little cage or even a small enclosure. They should have as much space as you can give them. And of course, there's many zoos that do a good job of this. Now, granted, I haven't been to a zoo in like basically a decade at this point. Heck, I haven't even gone to a public swimming pool or anything like that in like a decade either. So I haven't even... At one point I was trained as a lifeguard and could swim a mile straight without stopping. And was trained how to save people's lives and stuff. But I haven't even worn a pair of swim trunks or anything. Or been in the water for like a decade. So I probably wouldn't be able to do much other than a fucking doggy paddle at this point. Plus, I feel that my cardiovascular health has declined with age. That's not a good sign, given I'm only 38, but still. But yeah, it's just... I feel zoos have a responsibility for taking proper well-being of the animals. The animals should be safe. They should be treated well. They shouldn't be getting abused or hit. They should have plenty of food and of good quality. And they shouldn't feel like they're in a cage. They should feel like they have freedom. The number one priority of a zoo should be the well-being of the animal. And I think the purpose of people going to the zoo is, yes, their own entertainment and as a thing to do as a family, but also it should be for the humans to learn and understand and also to have greater empathy and love and concern for the animals and for species that aren't human. It's to foster a sense of compassion inside the heart of human beings. I feel if humans only knew about animals via books and movies, that we would just sort of view them as things. And if we only saw animals in terms of just the straight up wild, well, we would view them as either predators or prey. By viewing them in a environment that we can see that the animals themselves are in comfort and we are in comfort, but there's also glass in between or a vertical height difference in terms of seeing over the enclosure with fences and stuff, I think it allows humans to see the animals in a way that allows them to properly understand them as living beings, not from a flat TV perspective or from a book, nor from a perspective of, the circle of fucking life where, it's kill or be killed. But you can view them in a non-dangerous situation. Now, obviously, yeah, you don't go into the enclosure with the fucking lions. They will still kill you. Even though they're, as domesticated as a lion basically could be, and they're used to being around humans, and they're at the zoo, they will still kill you. They are still likely to kill you. And of course, as zoos, you need to have everything in place to protect the animals and to protect the humans. Obviously, human life is more important than the animal life. But obviously, you should have means in place that, say, if a human falls into the enclosure, you have tranquilizer guns so that you can, if need be, sedate the animal so that the human can be removed from the enclosure without actually harming the animal. You shouldn't have to kill the animal. Now, of course, to a large degree, if an animal does kill a human, even in a situation of self-defense, it is, in many situations, necessary to put the animal down in this situation. Now, of course, if it can be avoided, that is for the best. But to a large degree, the psychology of the animal changes in that situation to where they become overly aggressive, to the point that they are now an active threat to even the caretakers who have done nothing wrong to them. At which point the situation would then progressively get worse until either the animal will kill itself or will kill the zookeepers who are just trying to care for it. And that's another thing. You can also see depression in animals. Like, animals will actively commit suicide. or kill each other. Then again, there are lots of very unethical scientific experiments that have occurred with animals. With mice, bunnies, dogs, cats, monkeys. Like, there's experiments you're like, logically, you could assume how this would go. Like, there was an experiment to see if cocaine was addictive. Obviously. But yeah, they started like pumping cocaine or heroin and stuff into monkeys intravenously to see, is it addictive? And the answer is yes. Yes, it's addictive. They also set up a system where the monkeys could self-administer. And they found that if they took away the ability to self-administer, it turns out if you make monkeys into cocaine addicts or heroin addicts and then suddenly make them quit cold turkey, they do not emotionally deal with that well. 2, if you give animals, and obviously this would also apply to humans, the ability to self-administer without, restriction, things like cocaine or heroin to themselves at any time, they have a tendency to overdose. Same thing, like I said. Like, you gave monkeys the ability to self-administer. And they found that a lot of times the monkeys would overdose themselves. It turns out monkeys don't have an ability to, control severe drug addiction. Then again, the same is true of humans. Any human. Like, literally any of us. Myself or any of you. If, like, all of a sudden, like, we were in a government research place and they started pumping us full of cocaine or heroin, I'm pretty sure there would be large physiological and psychological effects that no amount of fucking willpower is going to fucking overcome. Like, there's still going to be negative circumstances. Like, there's no positive that occurs out of this. It's kind of like saying, we had a study that says how many stab wounds can we give to a monkey before it. It's like, and we've decided that, yes, plunging metal objects into a monkey's chest causes them pain and death. And there's no circumstance which is good. But there are certain things, like, obviously, you don't need a scientific study to figure that out. It's like, we have discovered after 1,000 tests that decapitating monkeys kills them. Like, you could figure that out without doing that. Like, just a bit, like, there are some things you don't need to test, like common sense figures that out. Or, like, there's experiments like the Milgram experiment about how people can be influenced by authority figures or scientists. Like, if you have a person dressed in a lab coat telling you to do something, are you likely to do what you're told? Human beings do have a predisposed nature to hierarchies and obedience. That's the thing, like look at the way dogs and cats will behave to a large degree. Cats will view the other humans as as cats. Though there also are views that a young cat will view the human taking care of them not only as another cat, but also as like their parent. Whereas the dogs are more hierarchical, but they'll also view as, but cats can actually view the other human view a human as though that the human must be their parent. Because after all, in a pet situation, you're largely dependent on the other person. So, to a large degree, cats would also just view you as another cat, but they also might view you as a parent. But of course, we're talking about psychology of animals, and even that varies each animal to animal. Then humans have different psychology each other, and of course we're very unique. And many humans have a different way of looking at the world. If anything, if you look at the way God created the planet and has humans here, it's largely almost like a large, like almost like the Earth is a large, device for creating AIs. Because essentially, isn't that what human beings are? Because after all, there was a point at which we weren't alive, we didn't exist. Not just as a species, but also just each of us listening to this, myself included. There was a point at which I did not exist. And now I'm a sentient being that has consciousness. and can think about random bullshit like space travel or boobies. And so in a degree, if you were to describe me in comparison to the relationship between humans and, say, God, or any sort of higher being at that point, it would be like the difference between an actual sentient AI created by a human and humans. I mean, where do you draw the line? I would say for an AI to truly be sentient, it would have to actually be able to do the full range of human emotions, as well as it would take time. I mean, after all, it took us as humans time to develop and mature from the time we were babies. While a baby is still sentient and alive and has feelings and sapience, a baby's ability to understand its world is vastly different from somebody who's 30 or even somebody who's 12. Their ability to talk, communicate, even express certain things. But at that point, the only difference is time. So wouldn't that be the true of AI, that if AI were sentient, then the only difference between the AI and the humans is time? Then there's also things like physiological limitations. Technically, an AI could develop Alzheimer's like a human. Then there's ideas like the Ten Commandments. To a large degree, the Ten Commandments were, you could say, misunderstood, because people say, oh, the one commandment says thou shalt not kill, is thou shalt not murder. But realistically, the way it's translated, it's more like thou shalt not unlawfully kill people, which murder would largely count as that. But there's also times like, war or executions by the government would still be considered lawful. It largely then becomes an issue of don't kill people in a way that's unethical or unlawful or against God, against government, or immoral. But then it becomes an issue of, well, what law, what governance, what God, what government, what sense of morality are we working with here? Or the idea of thou shalt not covet, thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet, actually, it's not redundant because thou shalt covet covers not being jealous of material possessions or taking things. So essentially that's thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not steal originally would have been, the translation would have been more accurately, thou shalt not kidnap. Basically, thou shalt not falsely have, power over another person, whether it's kidnapping somebody or taking someone hostage or false imprisonment. This would also include like indentured servitude, even slavery. So technically, thou shalt not steal would be thou shalt not kidnap. Thou shalt not have hostages. Thou shalt not hold people falsely in prison. Thou shalt not have slaves. So, but it's a question of like how do we discuss philosophy like Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, Diogenes, Rene Descartes, or however you pronounce his name. That guy was actually famous for saying, I think, therefore I am. And of course there's different philosophies, like some people go with Stoicism, which is an idea of complete control over one's emotional and intellectual faculties. However, ow, my ears. I had to move my headset for a moment. Then, of course, there's the idea of many people could take it to a Puritan stance of like, oh, you can't have lust or any of that because that's a sin or evil. But really, sin is just when you do something wrong, or you miss the mark, or you fail at something, or you make an error. For example, obviously, lust is a sin in the regard that if you're married to someone and you commit adultery against them, well, you allow your desire for sexual interest to allow you to do something that's harmful to yourself and others. However, the desire itself is not bad and is largely responsible for the existence of the human race. And one could also argue whether or not, like, say, take the 7 deadly sins or the 9 deadly sins or the 200 deadly sins, depending on how in-depth you go in that. are all, because after all, the main 7 deadly sins that people are familiar with. And of course, there are also virtues in place of these things, which also, again, can be sins themselves. These virtue can be a vice in itself if taken to an extreme. Everything should be about doing what is best for yourself and for others, and having a time to actually self-reflect on things. But lust, like the male gaze, it's literally the instinct that keeps the human race alive. At a core survival state, as a survival instinct, lust is just the instinct to reproduce or to build a family or a civilization. Now, if we had... Now, in the regard that it's a sin, is if you're doing it in a way that hurts you. For example, if you see someone else's wife and you see, oh, that person, my ear itches, hold on. Like, you see someone else's wife and you think they're pretty, but you fuck that person's wife. Well, didn't Jesus say himself that it'd be better to like pluck out your own eye? And of course, he's not advocating for you to hurt yourself in that situation. But he's saying, obviously, it's better to do that than die. Because after all, in that society, if you fuck someone else's wife, they're going to fucking kill you. So obviously you understand, hey, you see that woman, you think she's attractive, but understanding having sex with her comes at the cost of your life. You know, there are very bad negative consequences that would arise from that. So he's saying, hey, you should avoid the negative consequence. And it'd be better to have a lesser negative consequence than a greater negative consequence. Stretchy. Stretch my arms out. My arms are sore. But, what was I talking about? But, the idea is this. It's a sin in the regard if you're doing it in a way that's, you have no self-control, or you're doing something that hurts yourself. But in of itself, it should certainly exist. Like, if you have a person without any sense of lust, then, or especially if you could remove the sense of lust from the person, or force them to just contain it, both of those things are actually harmful to the person as well. Now, of course, if there's people just naturally just don't want it, then fine. But that doesn't also... I feel people having a sense of lust is good and is healthy. And it should never be an endeavor to remove that from the person's psyche, nor to force them to suppress it. Now, they should be able to control it and express it in a amicable way, but the thing is, people should have emotional regulation over themselves. But the emotions themselves are good. And in of itself, even if we lived in a paradise type future where we no longer needed to reproduce, and even in a situation where people couldn't have children anymore, and in a situation where everyone's immortal and no one's ever going to die, I would say in that situation, people should still have affection and sex, because I think it would be good for the psychological well-being of the individuals and for bonding. Now, of course, I also don't think people should be going out having fucking orgies and gangbangs and shit either. Even if STDs and pregnancies didn't exist whatsoever, I say sex is a special thing. It should only be with someone you trust, and it's something I think largely causes like pair bonding stuff. Like, I feel regardless of gender or sexual orientation, body count is very important. Now, of course, to each their own on that, and you can decide what value that has for you. But I would say whoever you are, you more than likely will... Whoever you get with, you're only going to get with someone whose value of how much body count matters is probably about the same as yours. So, if you're someone who doesn't value body count at all, you'll more likely just get with people that also don't value body count at all. Whereas if you're someone who values body count, well, you're more likely only going to want to be with someone who also values body count. Because I'll say this, regardless of gender or orientation, I feel that just casually fucking everyone in the world has psychological damage on the individual. Because I feel sex is supposed to be a thing that is emotionally bonding between two people. It's supposed to be it reinforces a psychological bond between people of a certain type. Basically, it's a type of intimacy. Now, obviously, you can't have a relationship with no intimacy. That's just platonic. In which, of course, there's nothing wrong with having platonic friends. But, of course, you should have someone who you're romantically involved with. But, of course, that comes with a greater deal of intimacy, which largely means trust. It means a closeness and trust. And with greater closeness and greater trust means a greater potential to betray that trust. Now, obviously, if you're just being open with everyone on that, well, then that's the value you place upon that trust. Which, again, as long as you're open about that and everyone involved in that is okay with that, then I guess to each their own. But, obviously, some people have different feelings on that. And, well, that's part of what communication is important about. So obviously people should be loyal and honest with each other. There should be, especially, like, the greater deal of trust that you have with someone, there should be a further and further move away from any kind of deceit or secrecy. But again, this is just my sort of take on this and my own personal feelings. I understand not everyone agrees with this, and again, that's fine. That's your choice. But again, I would say whoever you interact with, that's, especially if you choose someone to be intimate with, that's going to be largely the same values as you. Same with me. I would say that whoever I would be intimate in the future, I would want them to have largely the same values as me. Heck, I would wish them to have the same view of body count, of religion, of politics as I do. After all, the only reason I would want to be with somebody in a sexual way in which I would not care about what their political beliefs or religious beliefs are is if I literally only value them for their body. You know, just for sex and stuff, which, again, that just does not sit right for me. Like, I want it to be an expression of emotional closeness, and I want it to be a situation where everyone feels safe and respected and trusted. But again, that's an emotional viewpoint that I have based on what's important to me. Other people don't value the same things I do, and that's fine. That's why they seek different things than me. And that's also why, even if they have certain things, I won't want that, because it's just not for me. It's not what would make me happy. Now, of course, people could say that's probably just because I've had such terrible luck myself, and that's largely true. But it doesn't change the fact that regardless of the reasonings for the shaping of my emotions, that the emotions are the way I feel about it, and what I want is what I want, and how I feel is what I feel, and what I think is what I think. Now, of course, I'm very much an advocate of free speech, open discussion, civil discourse, but at the same time, while I can always have an open mind, I do have my own beliefs and stuff, and of course, everyone can change over time, but that's usually based on if you gain additional information and have time to contemplate it. But again, there are certain things, like there are core values that people hold that, for the most part, are unchanging. And I would say, to a large degree, I would say that the personality I have now, and even the personality I had back 30 plus years ago, are actually the same. I largely am the same person. Now, I've had additional experiences, I've learned new things, and I perhaps have a few things I'm jaded over. But to a large degree, my personality and the way I treat myself and others has stayed the same over largely my entire life. And my way of viewing the world and trying to Because I've always wanted to try to live life the way I saw was right. And to a large degree, that's stayed the same. So I do feel that if I were to meet the younger version of me, while there would be certain things about myself that the younger version of me would have never expected, I do still feel the younger version of me would still have the same personality and respect for who I am now. But I think everything I'm coming from is an aspect of genuine curiosity of the world. A genuine curiosity about everything. And just an innate need to just ask questions. Heck, every fucking church I ever went to, every preacher and pastor and priest would get upset with me because I would keep asking questions about everything. I was just so curious about everything. And it's not from a perspective of trying to be rude or trying to like show the pastor up. It just came from a genuine craving that I just wanted to read everything. It's not an issue of being arrogant that it's just, oh, I know better than everyone else or some bullshit like that. It's just that it's just a hunger that if like, oh, there's a book about this, there's a book, I just like the feeling that you need to read it, that you're just, it's almost like if you're a hungry man seeing a steak and you're salivating over it. It's like all of a sudden you have these religious texts and you're like, you need to know everything about it. It's not an issue of, trying to show anyone up or be rude. It's an issue of just a craving, just a desire. Just a question of wondering, oh, what was this like? What was that like? Like, okay, what was the day-to-day life of Noah like? What exactly did Noah know about God? What did everyone eat casually day to day? Or like, oh, here's this story from thousands of years ago. I want to read that. Now, of course, there's time constraints, and of course, my attention span, and of course, there's times where like, well, would you rather do this or this? Would you rather read this book? And there's times where I'm like, okay, I have this light novel, or I have this anime. Which would I rather do? Let's rewatch this anime for the 5th time. But it's just, I come at everything from, like books on dinosaurs. And just seeing stuff about facts and what year they lived in and how big they were and just stuff about the environments they're in. It's so fascinating. Then again, is that an autistic thing? Again, I don't know if I am autistic. I've taken some of those like tests and things and put them on videos. And apparently, according to the internet fucking diagnosis tests, at least the test thinks I'm extremely autistic and ADHD and stuff like that, but I don't know. And even then, it's, again, a spectrum of stuff. There's like, obviously, anytime you see it in like fucking, you see representations in like movies of autistic people that are represented like they're mentally fucking handicapped. And then you get like representations of like fucking Sheldon Cooper, where it's someone who can't get sarcasm or fucking body language, which I can understand body language. I can understand sarcasm extraordinarily well. If anything, I feel like I am far more perceptive to that stuff than the average person. To the point that I am perhaps, now maybe that's a symptom of some PTSD stuff that I have, since I have like 100+ things that have happened to me over the course of my life that have, very much PTSD stuff. But hey, I'm what could be described as hypervigilant. I am overly self-conscious of people looking at me or their facial expressions or their body language, or trying to read what they're thinking or their intentions or their emotions or tone of voice, or how things are not even sarcastic, but how there's different layers to the meaning of what the person is saying, even if they're not even intending for it to show. Or how I might come back to ruminate over a conversation I had with someone years and years ago and look at underlying meanings and intentions and even motivations, or even reasons why that conversation occurred, or why they would have felt that way, or even things that they did not intend for me to pick up on, that I'm like thinking back on in terms of logical issues with that. And of course, there's also looking back at things in terms of things that were said or happened back during when I was like 8 or 9 or so years old, even before and slightly after that, in which things that were said that were, or circumstances that occurred that, you know, from the perspective I was at that age, I did not read into things about what was happening. But looking back from an older age, you can understand that there's very, very obvious things that, from a very naive sense, you won't pay attention to. But then once you're at a point where it's like, you're looking back on it, and of course, you're like, huh. And of course, there's just, again, like I was saying, certain systems where you have people in authority figures. When you're young, you just sort of listen to what they have to say, because that's what you're supposed to do. But as you get older, you start questioning certain motivations or intentions that people had. Or sort of setting the rose-tinted glasses to the side. But to a large degree, and I feel like I've said this about many of these games, I feel like I can definitely identify with a lot of the characters in the games I play. It's almost like I'm playing a Lunar D8 life simulator. Granted, I'm not rich or anything, I never will be, but it's more like I can understand the mindset that Battler is. And while I agree with and disagree with some things outright saying here, I can definitely understand the motivations and feelings behind it. And I feel like me and him are both coming at it from the same angle and the same thought process. Heck, I remember at a time where I think I was 10 years old, and I was talking to an adult about, because of regard, like scout stuff, I think. Was it 10 or 11? 10. And I was saying, oh, I think it's amazing we have all these people of different Christian denominations, Catholic, Protestant, and of course we have a Jew, and we even have an atheist. And the people can discuss things and have a discussion about it, and person got upset about that because personally. But I was like, at the same time, it's like I think it's fine for someone to be atheist if they choose to be, but I think it'd still be a good idea for a person who's atheist to read the Bible. And I think it's better to believe in God and Jesus, but again, it should be a person's free choice. And also, I'm of the mindset that, I think hell is unjustifiable, and I think that people shouldn't be punished just for a difference of opinion. And that people should be able to have open discussions and try to understand each other. And I think that it should be possible to have a Christian talk to an atheist about Bible stories. And because I had a couple atheists I knew back then, I talked to about some Bible stories, and it wasn't even from a direction of like, oh, you have to believe in God or some bullshit like that. It was just like, hey, I have this really interesting story. Would you like to hear it? And they indeed found this story interesting. Now, of course, it's not like they believe in God or that, but it's just, it's enjoying a story. It's from the perspective, like, say, me, I enjoy Greek mythology, but I don't believe in the Greek gods. At best, I might think that it might have been either a powerful human, alien, or even an angel or a demon being, or some part of history that's translated, or just stories. But no matter what, it's a window into what civilization was like back then, how people were as a society, how humans interacted, how social structures were, how people socialized, and just what people valued back then. And like the whole point of the Odysseus story is like it's got many, many different, like at one point Odysseus tells Telemachus about, it's an easy thing to be angry. It's the harder and more mature thing to be angry at the right person at the right time for the right reason at the right place. Basically, it's easy to be angry. It's hard to control that anger and to direct it and use it in the correct way. But I also had the mindset that there's nothing wrong with being angry. Being angry in of itself can be a virtue. Wrath and violence can be good if used correctly. And that's what I was saying about Stoicism earlier. And of course Odysseus' story had more things, like for example, the whole point of it was he wasn't respectful enough to Poseidon. So the idea was humility. So that was another lesson, like man needs to be humble and not be arrogant. And have an open mind. But the other thing is that, like I was saying earlier, Stoicism about complete control of emotions. The Puritans are like, oh, we'd have to have complete control over them. But here's the thing. It's also based saying like everything, it's something wrong with things. I'm more of the Rene Descartes or whatever, opinion that emotions are good. All emotions are good. All human desires and thoughts and instincts are good. All human instinct has a reason to exist and should not be removed from humans or suppressed. That to remove a human instinct from a human being is to take away their free will, to take away what makes them human, to suppress, to forcefully, even if you can't remove the instinct from the human, but you simply suppress that instinct, well then you're making that human into a puppet. You're caging them, you're shackling them. But at the same time, the human should have control over those instincts, so they do not use those instincts in a way that is harmful to them or others. Simply put, rage and violence in of itself is not bad, as long as you have the ability to control it, understand it, and use it in a situation that does not bring any negatives to you or others. For example, a gun in of itself is not bad. How you use it is. Going to a gun range and practicing with it? Fine. Using it on an intruder who breaks into your home? That's good. Using it as a means to provoke people in the public is bad. Like, for example, if you have a gun in public, you shouldn't even bother showing it to people. Like, you're not using it to scare and intimidate people into arguing or being a rude jackass. Like, you should still be as polite as possible to people, even if you know that you have a gun and they don't. You should still be as polite and kind and courteous to them as possible. The whole purpose of a gun isn't to scare or intimidate or be rude to people. It's to just defend yourself. At that point, you should still be polite. You should still be doing everything you can not to instigate anything. And if someone else is instigating, you should still be trying to de-escalate the situation. But of course, it's a tool that's there as a last resort. If you need it, you need it. And there's no shame in using it if you have to. But you shouldn't be going out and creating a scenario where it has to be. It'd be like a person with a martial arts black belt going to a bar and picking fights with people just because you want to beat the shit out of people. How is that any different than Yujiro? Yujiro is the strongest person in that world, but he goes around just picking fights with people because he wants to fucking beat the shit out of them. And he wants them to give him the best they can because otherwise he'd be bored. Power isn't an excuse to be rude, but it is a way to ensure, because here's the thing, same way being powerless isn't a virtue, but being powerful isn't an excuse to be rude or full of vice. It just means that no matter what, everyone should endeavor to be strong and powerful, but they should also endeavor to be polite and respectful. Like, I feel like we have a fucking plague of people that are just rude and just discourteous. I think people should be polite to one another. I think everyone should treat each other with respect. And anyone that has discussions should do it in good faith with one another. Though I imagine if I have a discussion with somebody, I need like a fucking bulletin board next to me so I can like remember like the 20 different things I keep like going off topic on. And every time I have a different topic, I should just like, write it down so I have to come back to it at some point. It's like, okay. It's like I need a fucking GPS system for discussions because I'm so fucking lost. But like with Odysseus, it's like there's a time and place for anger. You know, same way like there's a time and like there's nothing wrong with like say take this 7 or 9 deadly sins. You have, let's see, pride, lust, greed, envy, wrath, sloth, and gluttony. And then, of course, you also have vanity and melancholy. But, of course, like, take melancholy. Obviously, being over depressed, despair, that's not healthy for you. But, of course, there's nothing wrong with being sad. There's nothing wrong with expressing sadness or crying or having that emotional capability. Same way, there's nothing wrong with enjoying the taste of good food, or resting, or having some self-esteem, or having some good, positive feelings about things. There's nothing wrong, like take greed. There's nothing wrong with wanting to have your own place, or wanting things of your own, or wanting some dignity or pride. And I do feel like even in a heaven situation, or a paradise situation, you know, people should still have the capacity to feel things like anger and sadness and desire. And I do feel like things like taking showers and using the bathroom and eating food and resting and exhaustion and are a part of what makes humans human. I feel like we'd basically just be automatons if that stuff was taken out of us. And like lust, I feel like even if it's not needed for reproduction, I feel like humans need that for social interaction. They need people they feel safe with, and they need people they feel intimate with. They need trust, they need loyalty, they need a sense of closeness. I think, and of course there's different levels to that in situations where it's appropriate, but like things like head pats or hugs, those are important too. Social interactions, friends. Like even if you had a spouse that you're romantic and sexual with, you should still have platonic friends you can hang out with and, play video games or pool or just talk with. Like you should have other friends. But of course, if you have someone that you do trust at a higher level to be intimate with, well, you shouldn't violate that trust by being intimate with other people. But at the same time, you still need other people just to talk to. But there should be no interest period in doing anything beyond that. Everything should be about respecting mutual trust between people and having mutual care and respect. And wanting to be sociable, but also wanting to respect boundaries. My nose feels kind of stuffy or something. I don't know. But you get the point. Like coming at this, you're like, well, like I need a pillow behind me or something. That's better. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after going up a bit, it stirs some very complicated feelings in me. Let's make sure OBS is still recording. It is. We're at 4 hours. We're just going to make this a very long-ass fucking video. So I feel like I want to keep going. As long as OBS doesn't crash from the video. So my computer is becoming more of a potato every day. Still the most advanced computer I've ever owned. And I don't think I can ever afford to replace it. It stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsui, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in the manager's family, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. Now you say was married. Does it mean he's dead? I thought that was Uncle Kraus. Is he dead? Is he remarried? What? Is Uncle Kraus like a step uncle? Is that her husband? Does that mean Jessica's biological father is dead? That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? You look so tired. I will say this. I do dislike how you treated Shannon earlier, but at the same time, I understand that there are some stressful things going on behind the scenes. So let me put it as this. I'm sympathetic to you, but that doesn't mean it excuses how you behaved earlier, but also doesn't mean it excuses how like Ava knows more about certain things either. Basically, nothing is black and white here, and everything's so many different fucking shades of gray. I guess at the end of the day is this, no matter what, we're still trying to view each of these people here are people. So each person is, a person. With their own thoughts and feelings. Oh, yep. Six long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 centimeters. That's how tall I am. Why did you say that in the Lord Guru voice? Now I see a bird. I feel like the gestures I tend to make I make this face at people, and I also make this face like hey, I'm really tired and my head hurts, but I'm trying to be sociable and smile at you. But I also feel like I'm gonna die at any fucking moment. As opposed to, hey, I'm being whimsical and carefree. I got more on my mind than I'll let show, but hey, I'm trying to be a bit silly just for the sake of being sociable and just because I want to relax. But yeah, I am 180 centimeters. But not Sui. That's where you're supposed to say. Heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh, giggle, I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did laugh at me, but it seemed like she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsui. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Yeah, anyone else looking forward to Spaceballs too? Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? Feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. Yeah, true. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking with the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. Basically, you don't really dislike her, but there's like a sense of separation between you guys. And also, to a degree, I am a bit paranoid of people. And I'm certainly a bit jaded on certain things, distrustful. And I've gotten kind of used to people being assholes to me. So, I just have a general feeling that everyone hates me and wants me to die and finds me disgusting. So that is a depressing thing, but yay for coping with your own low self-esteem, mental illness issues. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her, though my efforts seemed to have ended in failure. It was an attempt. I think it helped. The silver was set nearly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. So the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather, from my memories, would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandfather's pretty late. But yeah, I do feel that if robots were to be actually sentient, they'd need to not only be fully sentient in terms intellectually, but I think they would need to be capable of all the same chemical hormonal responses that a human does. Dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, adrenaline. Though that also would introduce a great deal of chaos to it, but again, you can't have proper free will without chaos. To take away the chaos out of a human being would be, well, to kill them. The same would be to take out any of the order or stability of them. You have to have both, or else they're not a person. And every person, even if they refuse to admit it or are unaware of it, do have that in them. Though, of course, there's always exceptions to every rule. But, well, that's probably a way to test someone's intelligence. If you ask someone, like, statistically speaking, like most Asians are shorter, if their first response is, oh, this one Asian I know is really tall, they're dumb. Because they can't just take a statistic, a statement of observable fact without trying to argue against it. They can't just accept, like if I say, hey, the sky is blue, and someone's like, well, but it's red at night, red at dusk, and black at night. I'm like, yeah, but it's blue right now. And usually if you're outside, you describe the sky as blue. If you had to give someone a direct answer, I'm not saying you should be able to just agree on terms. Like, hey, clouds exist. Oh, but I've seen a day with no clouds. It's cloudy. I've seen cloudier. Basically, you should be able to accept things like statistics and per capita without, one, failing to understand what it means, and two, without being angry or feeling that you need to prove it wrong in some way. Like, I don't know. I feel like a large degree of that is the person in question being very insecure. Like they feel like they're so insecure in themselves that they have to argue against statistics. And they take personal offense to math. Like apparently math is evil or something. Like, oh no, the number 2. It's Roman numerals. Phoenician numbers. The color purple. Again, I know I've said this 100 times. Everyone's outfits are so spiffy. Like, this looks nice. His clothing looks nice. Everyone's dressed so well. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. I do say there was a light novel series called Berserk of Gluttony. Volume 5, the Fate Graphite. He has an incredibly amazing black outfit with red cloth on the inside and a black obsidian sword with a gold scabbard. It looks so awesome. I would say I would like to cosplay that, but one, I'm fat. I said I'm battler height. I am 180 centimeters tall, and I am 201 pounds. I don't remember what that converts to in kilograms. Let's hop on to Google real quick. I am 5'11" tall. I am 180 centimeters tall. I am 201 pounds, which converts to I am 91.1721 kilograms. I am 91 kilograms. I weigh 91 kilograms. I'm 180 centimeters tall and I weigh 91 kilograms. Well, that might be. That might have. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago. But it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. I like the little touch of like the white right here. And again, her outfit looks really nice too. Then again, this room looks nice. But I like his outfit. I feel like if I was rich, I would just dress like anime characters. Or rather, just anime versions of, you know, the anime that are meant to be like real people, but, you know, rich. Also, I like that all of them have like this design somewhere on their clothes to some degree. I like the consistency of that. Jessica! When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged trimming head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man can be seen in his study. You know, I noticed some similarities between his outfit and I know we were comparing him to Battler earlier, but I see some similarities in his outfit. But also, I feel like imagine Battler wearing this cloak over top of what he's already wearing. I think that would look really spiffy. Everyone's like, spiffy's not a word. Whatever. I say it's a word. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with a stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors are somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with normal nose came in here, the first thing they would do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while now. The voice calling "Father" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kenzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands, slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Silence! Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool. Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile. Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Father, this is the day of the family concerts, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kenzu always shuts himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. Molest me not. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all. Tear them apart. Use their bodies. Father, silence! And feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Force the imbeciles who dare to try lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. I will soak their dregs in liquor. Ah, where is Genji? Call for Genji! Have my demonic absinthe prepared. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. You know, that kind of reminds me of Black Sabbath. My eyes are blind, but I can see The snowflakes glisten on the trees. The sun no longer sets me free. I feel there's no place freezing me. Everyone's like, that's so fucking tone deaf. Whatever. Bring him here! On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Humph. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use, and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji! Now call for him immediately! Time is short, and the apostles are already readying their trumpets, so why can't you foolish sheep understand? Kinzo slammed on an old heavy book against the table, over and over again. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I would ask in repayment. Is it a pepperoni pizza? Stuffed crust? Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile. But one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth. Cough, 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 cough. Ah, everything is filthy, everything is irksome. And he's crying. It's like, are you crying now? Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Does not seem very happy. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, cough. Call for Genji! Cough, cough, cough. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. Kraus-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such things of your own father? My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continue to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Humph. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs and then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Ah, where's Genji? Call for Genji! Please. Nail! Nail! Call for Nail! 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 I saw a bird! Kill it! Please allow me to handle the situation here. I got to blow my nose. Hold on. One moment, guys. Ah, my back. Ow, my ears. Ow. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, shit. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave and knocked on the study door. Master, it is Genji. Genji? Why have you kept me waiting for so long? You're alone, I trust. Correct. I am alone. Genzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kenzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kenzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kenzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Do you have, like, fruit snacks and stuff hidden in this room? Like, how do you not, like, starve to death, man? Can't live on, like, absinthe. Also, I'm pretty sure that stuff has, like, hallucinogenic effects on people. Like, it's worse than normal alcohol. But I don't know, because I'm you know, I can't say really know much about... Hey, Google! How would I bother Google again? Google's like, what is it now, Lunar? What makes absinthe dangerous? Absinthe, AI overview. We're now being told things by ChatGPT eventually. Absinthe is primarily dangerous due to extremely high alcohol content, which can lead to alcohol poisoning and severe intoxication, similar to any strong alcohol. The chemical thuone found in wormwood is a contributing factor, as large contains quantities can be toxic, potentially causing convulsions. Though modern absinthe contains very little, the drink's reputation is causing hallucinations were likely due to the effects of the high, I don't know how to pronounce this, thuone levels in historical absinthe and severe alcohol intoxication. Does absinthe cause a feeling distinct from traditional alcohol? Traditionally seem to have psychoactive effects. Basically, a lot of conflicting stuff. People say it does, doesn't. Says it has a stimulating effect. So, there's things like it has no effect at all, has an effect like caffeine, and some other people could say like it has an effect like psilocybin. I don't know. Either way, modern absinthe is apparently very different than absinthe of the past. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kenzo's face. And most of the time what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in this research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely in the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside this study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. I feel like this would be a fucking treasure trove as far as I'm concerned. Like, as much as I'm like the kind of person that feels like, you know, you shouldn't mess with cursed objects, like I won't even allow like a Ouija board around me or a curse. Though I do have a tarot set that is themed over anime characters. I've even made a video about it. I have, however, not used it for any sort of tarot readings or any such things. I simply got it as a curiosity and something to read, but I've never actually used it for its fortune-telling purpose. But I feel like I would want to read these books. Like, I feel like if you put the Necronomicon in front of me, I would start reading it. As much as I know I probably shouldn't. I like to read books. You give me book, I want to read book. That's basically how I am. But if, like, I like to read the lore in games, but I'll avoid it so much in Let's Plays because I feel like it's very boring to people, and I want to just do the fucking video. I just want to make a Let's Play. If I want to read the lore, I'll do that on my own time. But at the same time, I'm like, hey, if anyone wants me to read the lore, sure. But at the same time, I also have a hard time focusing. So, like, I tend to read lore to the things, but I tend to do it in a very disorganized, chaotic way. Heck, that's something I definitely have both in terms of my speech and even writing, whether it's writing with a pen or writing in terms of text. I have a very disorganized speech pattern that is very incoherent. But if you would try to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, call them grimoires. There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. I've actually arranged with glowy stars actual constellations. I've even used a ruler to make them in the proper, shape. A bit meticulous, I might say, but also some stars are brighter than others, so larger than others, so used bigger stars as opposed to smaller stars to show that differentiation. I've actually, especially in my son's bedroom, I've recorded the videos where you can actually see the differences of how I've done that. The carelessly strewn about books contain many illustrations, all of them religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles, and above all, a sweet poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered it for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose the grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Ginzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous green liquid in that complex of ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. And strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned cloudily white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused the chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. What are those original flavors? There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and he had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was glancing out the window. Here, master. Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window. Kind of reminds me of the stories of Saul and David when Saul was elderly and David would even play a harp or bring certain drinks to him to placate him. Which is odd, because at that point, a lot had happened between them. He projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon a tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. I can't tell if that's a smile or a grimace. Drink, my friend. Thank you. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master. Humph. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, Master, that I have been able to live like this until today. Why do I smell chlorine in my nose? It's a weird thing. Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery. Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. Until... My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1, and then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Ava is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere, and about whom we know nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler who's fool, who threw away the honor of the Ushiromiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. What on earth has she done or said to be wrong at her age? Like, what could she have done at this point? Why is the Ushiromiya blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? Ah, of course I know this is part of Beatrice's curse, I know it. Ah, you golden witch, are you trying to take revenge against me in this way? If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go, I won't let you go, I won't let you go. I won't let you go, you belong to me. You must always be in my arms. For all my life. You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice, why won't you smile back at me? Ooh, sad noises. Beatrice. Beatrice. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and the glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expressions did not change. It was always like this. Cough. Yes. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. Is he bipolar? And so, I have decided I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble, like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery to nail a cursed doll to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happened in the myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God, the risk of the desperate situation. Cornered by soldiers of the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless innumerable results of the roulette of those with power. This is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles as magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of the miracles and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo looked up into the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice, Beatrice. Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile, that is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice. Ooh. His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family head's health is not at the best. Not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. Why do you look like Speck from Baki the Grappler? I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nanjo's father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? It's more a problem of mood than a physical condition, and for that there is no medicine I can prescribe. Pizza? Fried chicken? Pepsi? Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You've got to be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season to come and find out how he's doing. And now he's... Humph. Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what, would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though, Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was. He wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. I imagine if I was in Battler's situation, in this circumstance, I would offer. I'd be willing to try to get him to come here if everyone else is okay with it. At which point I would expect everyone else to suggest that I shouldn't, and then I would just accept their decision. In the same regard, if they told me to go do it and volunteered me, I'd be like, fuck you guys, I'm not doing it. But if no one says anything, I would volunteer. But if they tell me not to do it, then I would accept that. But if they instead said, hey, you shouldn't, but we won't stop you, it's your choice, then I would do so. Basically, if they tried to tell me to do it, or even if they suggested, hey, Battler, could you go do that, but it's your choice, I'd be like, fuck you guys, not doing it. But in the same regard, if I offered to do it and they told me, no, you absolutely are not allowed, okay, so be it. Now, if they were like, yeah, that's a great thing, you should do it, obviously I'd go with it. And I would do it. But if they were like, you probably shouldn't, but it's your choice, then I would still do it. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner, Kraus-Nissan? I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genshi-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servant steal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. Is that Jessica's dad or stepfather? Or... I think, yeah, it's his dad, so technically that's her dad? Okay. She'd planned for her to complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Kraus' ears. But yeah, so Kraus is financially incompetent. Ava's a parasite. Rudolph is a womanizer. Rosa chose a spouse that is not approved of. Jessica is seen as and honestly, I could say, like I understand the criticisms of the adults here, of the adult heirs, but all four of the kids here, like, I don't really understand why any of them are being criticized. Like, honestly, like, take Battler. Like, Battler had an issue of Rudolph's womanizing issue, right? But that's literally the same issue that Kenzo takes with Rudolph. So it literally means that grandfather is getting angry at his grandson for being upset with his son for the same reason that he's upset with his son. It's like person A is upset with person C for being upset with person B for the same thing that person A is upset with person B over. So essentially, person A is upset with person C for agreeing with person A. It makes no sense. If anything, that should be more reason for Kenzo to have more respect for Battler. Also, apparently, since Battler looks exactly like Kenzo did in his youth, too. Also has a similar personality, at least what he had back then. Like, whatever, 200 years ago. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away sulking. If he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. I feel like I had to burp. That did not help. It feels a little better. It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head's seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family head in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. I want to look that up on Umineko. How old is Kenzo? Nanjo is mid-60s. Genji's late 60s. Kenzo's early 70s. Kraus. Ava is 50. Kraus is 52. Natsui's 47. The story takes place in 1986. Jessica's 18. Apparently there's some character called Lion Ushiromiya, who is 19 years old and is considered a possible next head. Kairi's late 30s, early 40s. Oh, that's a bunch of guesses. Someone says it. Just Wolfram. I remember that. It was a gay anime. It was actually good anime, by the way. Great voice acting. Feels like Ava goes from MILF to shriveled zombie in the 10 years or so it takes Angie to go to high school, so she's probably older than 40. Being the anime star, they're probably attracted by default without much. Not telling me people's ages. How old are people? Okay, Kenzo's probably like 80. Go with that. It says early 70s there, but I don't fucking know. I'm just gonna say he's 80. Or 90. Or 1,000. He was there when they invented dirt. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt that was odd anymore. Oh, we took an hour and a half for that? Okay, well, actually we started eating at like 12:40, so it's actually 50 minutes. The Ushiromiya Family Conference was held once a year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, the part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children. And no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested, what sort of business was conducted, and how much profit was earned. As a result, much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid. Or possibly how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures. What lessons had they learned and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like this were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently it used to be very serious at a meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for his grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, uncle. Stuff. Japanese words. His name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed, so Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsui, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults just like Aunt Natsui. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said was true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling and was despised by all the other siblings. Though despite that, those siblings all seemed to be chatting happily together. Oh well, even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children about the same age. By sharing some family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, a circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about the exams from my father on her left, purposely faced right while firing rapid, serious comments, not giving him a chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from Kraus and the others. Again, I have to say, out of all the characters in this game, I think Kairi is the most beautiful. In the very last seat of the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kairi. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just introduced him, but it seems he's my grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island in Nichima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on the island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see, that kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, what with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rokkenjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kairi and the other women who sat near him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since about last year that grandfathers didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but considering how rich grandfather is, at the time of his death his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance we'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in the incipient's chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got a perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kenzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. I'd totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person to have an extremely short temper. I am one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus, about who should go convince grandfather to come down, seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. You can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era, 1926 through 1989. Until the Meiji, 1868 to 1912, and the Taisho, 1912 to 1926 eras, I'll say this. I don't really remember the specifics of what makes each of these eras unique, but I do say I find it very fascinating and good that Japan keeps track of their history in eras like this. And at some point, I think I would like to look into it more. I do remember, however, that there is a type of chocolate called Meiji chocolate, and I find it delicious. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family, and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he hardly had any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. Spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and the family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who was the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kenzo and his branch family. I want to check that out real quick. What was the Meiji era? The Meiji era was a period of rapid modernization in Western Japan, during which the emperor's power was restored and the country transformed from a feudal society into a modern industrial power. The key changes included industrialization, the abolition of the samurai class, the creation of a modern military education system, and the adoption of Western customs and technology. I already forgot the T thing. It's Taisho? I have no idea how to pronounce that or spell it. What eras in Japan? Okay. Japan's history is divided into periods, often further broken down to eras, which can be categorized in prehistoric times. Back when dinosaurs! Through modern era. The key periods include the ancient Jomon and Yaoi periods. Everyone's like, that's not how you pronounce that. Yaoi periods. Classical eras like the Nara and Heian feudal periods, such as the Kamakura, Edo eras, and modern periods like Meiji, Showa, Heisei, and the current Reiwa eras. Okay, the Jomon period is 14,000 BC to 300 BC. Then with the Yaoi, again, Yaoi, how do I say this? 300 to 250. The Kofun, the Asuka, and then we have classical Japan starts at 710 AD, which is the Nara period and Heian period. Medieval Japan, it's the Kamakura, the Muromachi, Azuchi, and the Sengoku, the Warring States period. Hey, a lot of anime takes place in that time. And then we have early modern Japan. It has Edo, Meiji, Taisho, and early Showa, post-war Showa, Heisei, and the Reiwa. The Heisei period is 1989 to 2019. The Reiwa. Okay, so let's look at this from era to era. Which is, currently ongoing. The current and 232nd era of the official calendar of Japan that began the day on which the Emperor Akihito's eldest son Naruhito's ascended throne. Because I know, the system's set up based on the emperors, so it doesn't have to be a set bloodline. But every time the new emperor is considered ahead of something, whether it's the eldest son taking over a new emperor, the whatever newest emperor picks a word, and that word describes the era. In that regard, what does each thing mean? I don't remember. What does Rhea mean? Means command. What about Meiji? Enlightened rule. And of course, there's no hindsight on this because these words are come up with at the very start. So it's not about a hindsight, like looking back at the past. It's more like it's a statement of that ruler of what they want for the future and what they want that period to mean. What about Edo? Translates to estuary or cove entrance, reflecting its geographic location. It was a name for city. I have no idea why that's entrance gate. So why would you call it that? Okay, what was the Edo era known for? Peace and stability. Okay. You know what? I want to look up TV tropes. I haven't looked at that in a while. TV tropes. Higurashi. Very long thing. Higurashi when they cry. Roughly translates within Cicada's Cries, a series of 8 kinetic novels, sound novels, 07's expansion released between 2000 and 2006 and later adapted into both anime and a manga series. Lots of paragraphs here that I can come back to and reread if you guys ever want me to. Divided into chapters, and then we have the tropes. Divided. Then we have previous index. Index, next. But like tropes. Numbers to D, we have 100% completion. Abilene paradox, late in the series, it's revealed that despite shunning the Hojo siblings ostensibly because their parents betrayed their village, none of the people at Hinabi's actually hate them. However, most of them, including the village leaders, believe that everyone else does because they won't say anything for fear of being seen as traitors. Absent parallax. Make a plan and you will find that she had something else in mind. And so rather than you do something else that neither of them likes at all. The Abilene paradox is a scenario where a group decides upon a course of action that none of the individual members actually want to do because they have falsely assumed the others want it. And this is the thing that's really great about TV tropes, is that tropes are like storytelling devices, And this site is like every story that ever existed in human history, and how it connects to every other story in human history. And you can look at it by characters and what each character's about, descriptions, and what tropes they handle, and of course, every storytelling device, like the Absalon paradox. That's a storytelling device. You have which again, I wasn't familiar with that until I just read it just now, to where everyone takes a course of action that no one actually wants to do, but they do it because they think everyone else wants to do it. Absence and evidence. In Watanagashi, after Rika and Satoko go missing, the remaining club members visit their house to look for clues. Rena noticed that the bottle of soy sauce missing was other circumstance to deduce Rika visits a bottle of soy sauce. Absence of evidence. Inspector Gregory, is there any point to which you would draw my attention? Sherlock Holmes, to the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime. The dog did nothing in the nighttime. That was the curious incident. Basic idea is like, why didn't the dog bark? If something happened, why didn't the dog? Clark Kent is Superman. But what gave it away? How can you tell? Simple. No toothbrush, no toothpaste, no mouthwash, no aspirins, no band-aids, no razors, no shaving cream. You know Clark, you can buy those things in stores. Sometimes the absence of a thing is a vital clue. For example, the absence of fingerprints, an often used item, makes it clear that the item was cleaned. A tool missing from a set could be the murder weapon, and, as indicated in the page, quote, a dog failing to bark at an apparently unknown intruder suggests that the dog was probably familiar with whoever it was. This is in fact one of the harder aspects of real police investigations. The lack of something is easy to miss. However, you have to be careful. The lack of a gunshot residue on a person's clothes, for example, does not mean that there was not a gun fired. It means that there is no gunpowder residue to find. Lack of such residues on the glove that an eyewitness saw the shooter use and then dump, then immediately picked up by the police, then shows what might show that the event was staged. However, as the gloves would have residue, and there is no way to make it so removed, also the gloves would have residue. In real life, people firing a modern semi-automatic pistol often don't require gunpowder. I get the point. In Ace Attorney manga, the turnabout power versus supernatural power, the evidence Phoenix uses to prove that Princess Tengu murdered Casper Sly is the lack of evidence of an overcapacity alarm when Tengu stepped into the elevator, proving that Sly was already dead and being suspended from the elevator shaft to make it look like he was standing. And like I said, you can search it either way. You can have the anime or story or movie or book. You can have fucking Shakespeare or the Bible, and it'll go through a list of every, literary device. But in the same regard, you could actually just pick a literary device like we have right now with absence of evidence, and it will show you just such a massive amount of things. And we have anime and manga, we have audio plays, comic books, fan works, film, live action, literature, live action TV, tabletop games, theater, video games, visual novels, web animations, web comics, web videos, Western animation, and real life. But like Higurashi, we have like accidental murder, or actor illusion, or adaptation distillation. The anime maintains the basic story but leaves out enough details that Ryushiki requested an extra arc to fill in some holes at the start of the second session. The manga written by him to do a great job of capturing the mood. Adaptation dye job, eye variation. Keiichi's eyes are blue in the manga. Adaptation induced plot hole. But I mean, there's just so many tropes, and it scrolls for like fucking ever. And then of course you can just pick any of these tropes, and of course the parts of it are grayed out that you have to click on to reveal. So that way, if you don't want to spoil yourself on the story, so it is possible to read through this and to try to keep spoilers to a minimum. But in general, I would largely say that you should not read TV tropes and stuff until you have already read the story. That's why I did not click on TV tropes of umineko, because for the most part, I really don't remember anything about umineko. I've never read the story before. I think all I really know about it from memory is that it has Lambda Delta and Frederica Bergenstell in it, which are from other stories. And basically, Frederica Bergenstell is the Witch of Miracles, which is a supernatural being that is a sort of alternate existence of Rika Furude from Higurashi. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromi family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral, in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he'd built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down on a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after a series of miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were ultimate authorities in Japan. Grandfather and Tokonai began succeeding in businesses under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information luck saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning when he started investing his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made large profits all of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but this isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of very super rich played this money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure that this all happened during the period of Showa 25, 1950 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in the Taisho 13, 1924 or so. That means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromi family in about 20 years to a high level, even higher than it had been even before. With that, you'd think that he'd revive the main family in Onawara, but for some reason he went and did something crazy as buying an entire small island in Uzo Archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, Japan was clever. Grandfather was clever. He contacted GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed the project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there was prevention measures against food shortages, and having sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose it. From what I've heard, Tokyo Metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems that under-the-table business bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather some stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth deep into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that is how they're portrayed after the fact. But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island where all of his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Does his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? I mean, all of this is fine, but why is he a fucking asshole to his family? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck, while reviving his family, cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as it became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out thinking that's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, having never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this. More like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. I'm already convinced that by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent seas. Fucking goddamn it! Adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket. Hey, quit it, Badler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pumps. I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-stay hotel he used to work at, with them opening a new establishment with the name and breaking into factions, or whatever it was. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile. This world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the Madame, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me. All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the Madame. Goto-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsui. That's because you are the most talented of the applicants. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there is no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsui always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Masuo-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart. Please excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Goto-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for desserts. I'd thought I'd already filled up on delicious food. But as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling more. I don't know how much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce? And elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Okay? Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you are supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got so excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, she jumped into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's okay. Ooh, this part's sour. Battler, this one's no good. Ooh, Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What? Some of the are good and some are bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other was sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. I think, in general, it would be considered bad manners to do so. But if someone else has already ate a bit and they're saying, hey, try this, you can stick your finger in and try a little bit, but you shouldn't, stick a whole fucking spoon and start scarfing it in, even if you're familiar with how to properly eat it. At that point, you're humoring the other person who has remarked on the taste of it, and you're being sociable with them. That is an odd thing. I have certain manners when I eat that I have no idea where I've gotten them from, and no one else I know in my entire life has ever done such things. It may perhaps just be an autistic trait. I don't know. Because several of the things that are considered autistic, apparently I do. One of which is certain mannerisms and eccentricities that a person can do that aren't really traced to anyone else. No one I've ever considered a friend, nothing I've seen on TV, no relative I've... apparently, my mother's mother, she would have a bunch of little knickknacks and stuff in a cabinet and stuff. And I wanted to take them out and look at each one individually and then sort of arrange them in a row or something. Now, I was very careful with them. I didn't break anything. But I wanted to set them out, organize them a certain way, look at them, and then put them back the way I found them. I also have a tendency to nod to everyone in a sort of bowing fashion. Not overly bow, not anything noticeable, but enough that I am exceedingly polite and courteous to everyone. To the point that I will do those same polite characteristics to people on a phone before, face chat things existed. I'm on a dial-up phone, in a wall, and I'm doing gestures to be polite that they can't fucking see and have no way of knowing I'm doing. I'll do it while reading a book or reading a letter from someone. I'll be walking a bike trail and see a bunny, and I will talk to the bunny as if it's a human being. And I will do that slight nod and bow, and of course, occasionally I'll do a very slight nod of greeting or two deeper nods is yes. So I've certain... And occasionally when I'm walking or doing certain things, and if there's something I need to remind myself to do, I'll just sort of take my right hand and tap myself slightly in my own right thigh to remind myself. Or if I'm walking by something, like a wall, or if I'm going around a corner, I'll put my hand on it very gently to basically remind myself not to walk the fuck into it. Which sounds incredibly stupid, but it's like various gestures like that. I'll do things like that. When I'm... Like if I'm taking paper of a straw, I have a certain method I'll do. I'll take about 85% of the way down at the top of the straw. I'll remove a little bit of it around, take the top part off, and then remove the bottom part, and then I'll fold the stuff up neatly. Anytime I'm done using napkins or hanker, I'll fold, like especially if I'm eating at a restaurant, I'll fold the stuff up neatly. If I'm done with a certain thing, I'll set it aside. Like, I try to be very neat and clean about things, but though my room is a fucking chaotic mess, so I do need to clean it at some point, but for the most part, like, I'm very worried about certain... And of course, there's certain things I do that may scream a bit of PTSD hypervigilance, too. Like, I live alone, and I live on a second floor of my apartment. The downstairs is the living room and the kitchen, and the upstairs is the bathroom and the bedrooms. Both the front door and the back door are locked, even though they're downstairs. That being said, my bedroom door, even though I live alone and there's no reason for anyone to be in my house at all to begin with, you know, I have various alarms set in various places. I have my bedroom door locked. I have my iron dumbbells stacked in front of my door, so even if someone were to try to break open the locked door, there's still iron dumbbells in the way, and there's a chair in front of that, so obvious. And of course, I have, granted, stuff like machetes and bats and stuff inside my bedroom, so that if there were ever an issue like that, I have weapons for self-defense. Anytime I'm in a restaurant, like anytime I enter a restaurant or a building, I try to do so very discreetly and inconspicuously. I try to look around and see everyone in the building and see what kind of person they are and what facial expressions they have and what kind of emotional reaction they're having to me entering. And usually I'm eating, I'll keep tabs on everyone else in the building, and I'll be where I can see the door, so I can see every time anyone ever enters or leaves that building. Then again, I also have a tendency, and again, I do a very good job of hiding this, because I feel a bit embarrassed by it, but I do have a tendency that if anyone is around me and they raise their arm in the air, I will flinch. I mean, granted, I have justifiable reasons for feeling that way, but again, I don't like that being obvious, because I feel a bit ashamed of that. But, yeah. I also tend to have a terrible sense of balance. For example, I can't ride a bicycle. And people say, oh, why don't you try to learn? Because I couldn't afford those medical bills, okay? I'm pretty sure if I try to ride a bicycle, I'm going to break my legs. And I won't be able to pay the doctors, and I won't be able to keep my job, and then I'll become homeless. And I can barely afford the rent as is. So, granted, I do waste money on doing things like buying pizzas or video games. But pretty much all my money goes to like bills or child support or, rent. Electricity. My internet bill is a bit expensive, honestly. Aside from that, like I said, aside from things that are bills, I essentially just spend money on video games and food. But I'll say this, I have a tendency that if I sit down to eat with people, I will wait for everyone to be there, and I'll wait for other people to start eating, or there's a place to make plates, I let other people make their plates first. And then when I do make my plate, I wait till other people start eating before I start eating.
I'll be very messy when I eat by myself. But if I eat in front of other people, I prefer to be not a barbarian about it. Basically, I understand that, like, if I were to get like a whole thing of like fucking buffalo wings and shit and eat it off the bone, I'll get that stuff at home and be really messy about it and have some cloth on the side to wipe my hands, but I'm not gonna eat it like that. I'll get like boneless stuff in public just because I understand that I feel like it'd be a bit gross with all the lip smacking and stuff in front of other people. But like far as with me eating, I'll like if I were to take a straw out of a drink that has a straw in it at a restaurant, I'll gently lift it up, I'll let the contents, the liquid in the straw come out, and then I'll gently tap the bottom end of the straw on that. And I'll do that when removing a straw, moving a straw, putting in a new straw. Stuff like that. When I have a napkin and stuff as far as a restaurant, I'll fold, whenever I'm done with stuff, I'll neatly fold stuff and try to be cleanly and try to not make a mess. And one thing that's apparently an autistic thing is you care about certain textures. For example, I don't like jewelry. I don't like the feeling of metal against my skin. And I don't like the certain textures of things that are metallic or leather or like prickly or rough. I do like soft fabrics and soft things. But yeah, I don't like necklaces or bracelets or any kind of jewelry. And I don't like I'm the kind of person that would dislike the idea of tattoos and stuff in regard that it's just a personal preference. Like even having something written on my skin with like temporary ink, like a pen or something, I don't like that. Like the idea of just like writing a phone number or something on my skin, I find that, even though like, oh, that'll wash off, I don't like it a lot. I don't like certain textures or sounds or fabrics of certain kinds. Like I prefer soft things. For being comfy. And not just in the way that sounds obvious of that. Like if I'm gonna lay in bed, I like to have my blankets a certain way. I like to have like my fan on. And I like things like walking on the bike trail. I can't ride a fucking bike. I like to go to a bike trail and just walk there. Gone there too far and gone like 23 miles and it's like, oh god, I'm dying. My neck is still discolored from that sunburn. That's like a year and a half ago at this point. It's like what? It's October and that was like a June or July of like the previous year. But yeah, it's just I value politeness. Now, I am very polite to people when I speak to them, but I also, to be completely honest, if I talk to people in public, I can be sociable, and I do my attempt to do so, and to be as friendly as possible. I'm always smiling, and I'm always being friendly. Though to be fair, I'm also always depressed and extremely sad. But I do my best to hide that and be friendly despite that. Now, beyond that, I admittedly definitely do have a lot of paranoid feelings and anxiety when it comes to talking to people, and a bit of a concern that, if I'm talking to someone in public, that they may suddenly try to hurt me. But again, I have lots of negative experiences that have created and reinforced that feeling. Though I do my best to hide that I feel that way. Because, it's embarrassing. That being said, I am, again, it's also makes a bit of a social awkwardness though, between my own low self-esteem and paranoia. There's also the fact that I am a very polite person, and sometimes that seems a bit odd to people. Furthermore, I do have my eccentricities, though they're eccentricities born of being overly polite and mannerful of things. It's not like I'm rude or discourteous to people. That being said, although I do tend to be overly polite to people and a bit reserved and introverted, I am also very well aware that despite trying to be polite to a point that even if I wanted to be rude to people, I physically can't do it. I do understand that I can be odd and communicate in ways that apparently what I'm trying to say and interact with people is apparently not coming across the way that I think it does or want it to. And that, well, sometimes perhaps my paranoia or anxiety might come off as hostility to other people, even though I'm trying very hard to be very friendly and open and and I do have a natural just sort of naivete with the way I approach things. But at the same time, I do have a great deal of paranoia as well. It's not a paradox. It's literally me being paranoid of everyone, but also I have a tendency to want to trust people. And I have a general desire that I want to be kind to people, and I don't like being mean to people. And I feel like the idea of being rude to people or hurting people's feelings is very distasteful, and it sits very poorly with me. And it bothers me a lot to the point that it's not an issue of caring what other people think of me at that point. More so, it's just an internal argument I'm having with myself. But also, sometimes I feel like the own anxieties, fears, and worries that I have may get picked up on by other people, and they notice that I feel uncomfortable for some reason, and they worry that, there might be something, I don't know, untowards on my part, but it's really just me having a panic attack and hiding that I'm having a panic attack. But that's basically what that is. It's basically me having a bit of a panic attack, but doing my best to pretend that I'm not, and trying to hide that I'm having a panic attack. So that's basically what that is, or having arguments with myself and then not trying to come off like I'm fucking schizophrenic or something. But it's also, I understand that my method of communication, whether it's how I talk to people, talk to myself, even think in my own head, write or text, I understand that I have a very disorganized way and incoherent way of speech, which I think can cause some problems. And granted, I understand there's some miscommunications at work because, well, I work at a job that has very loud noises where you're required earplugs. So literally we're doing stuff that, there's loud noises that, if you weren't wearing earplugs, your ears would feel physical pain. There's stuff that's like the volume of a fucking chainsaw and you're wearing ear protection and you're trying to communicate with people to where you have to yell in order to be able to hear them at all. So, but it's just, basically I behave in the way that I think is morally right, and not just in terms of moral right by society or standards or some rules other people have, but more so like a sort of instinctual feeling that I have of what I feel is right and wrong, and I feel a very strong need to abide by what I feel is good and polite. Granted, I can read the room and I can understand people around, and I feel I'm actually very good at understanding body language and stuff, but at the same time, I do feel I'm perhaps a bit more on edge than most people, so I probably read a bit more negative and hostile intent into that. Then again, there's a lot of situations where there was nothing to misinterpret. The person is being violent or yelling and screaming, and, well, yeah. Again, part of it is accurate understanding on my part, and part of it is perhaps a reinforced expectation of previous negative behaviors that have occurred. Or, in short, hey, abusive shit happened. That has negative, long-lasting effects. Okay. I don't know. Let's just continue the story. If it were yellow, I would have suspected it was lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. It's almost like there was an earlier conversation that we are not aware of that made this a big deal. It's almost like a previous circumstance that occurred that was very negative makes her worry about this innocent question having very serious negative consequences. Maybe I shouldn't have asked? Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsui made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle. What do you think we made it out of? Ho-ho, it'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. Wait a second, Kumasawa-san. That laugh's pretty creepy. So what is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen, you're obviously lying to me for the sake of creating a humor issue. Kumasawa leaned across the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught Jessica, George Niki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer. Ooh? What? What? Quickly! Quickly! You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel. Oh. What? What? Mackerel? That's crazy. We all thought horrible. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. Ooh. Mackerels are sour? This is what comes out when you squeeze them? When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Yay, the mood is better. Only Aunt Rose's, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only when prepared as shimisaba, which I have never heard of before. Now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me, too, in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in the Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms? She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-chan, you sure haven't changed a bit. You know, Maria's gonna believe it now, right? Oh, it's just a joke. Now Goto-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goto looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style? The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. Okay, here's a question. Are rose petals technically edible? I mean, I know during World War II that rose hips were ground down to make a vitamin C supplement due to food shortages due to the war. So they used ground rose hips to make a vitamin C supplement for people to have, to keep people from dying from vitamin C deficiency. Since technically scurvy is literally vitamin C deficiency.
The sauce is a combination of 2 reds, strawberry, and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of strawberry's sweetness and the rose hips' sourness. I have a question. Since the rose hips were ground down to make vitamin C supplements, would this mean this sour sauce is high in vitamin C? Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. If they're merely decorative, why would you put it there? Why would you put anything on my plate that I can't actually eat? I mean, with that said, please enjoy. Whoa, man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine. But what actually is the dessert, though? Okay, you made stuff with strawberry, and then what was the white sauce? The main thing. Is it pudding? Is it mousse? What am I eating? Like, I'm sure it's good that you're giving it to me. You know, it's obviously a high-class thing, but I don't know what it is. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goto-san elaborated the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from the garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also quite exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd just get used to it and get bored halfway through. No, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't. But if you reached the sour sauce at some point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sour stuff would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goto-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste and his presentation. Again, do you guys say presentation or presentation? How is it, madame? Splendid, as always. Is it? It is worthy of entertaining our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madame? Also, you guys say madame or madam? Did you know? I have heard the rose hips has the ability to cure headaches. I think Excedrin would work for that too. I thought you in particular would appreciate it, and so I had it specially prepared. Is that so? Thank you. See? Didn't I tell you not Suine-san? Maybe you should see a doctor, like with a brain scan. Like get a CAT scan. Like there might be like a... Are you about to have a stroke? Rose hips is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. That's another thing though. While she does also have those other extenuating circumstances of the society that she's dealing with, you know, the society being her fucking family, but the other thing is this. People that are usually in a prolonged state of pain, whether physical or psychological, tend to be in a very ill-tempered short mood. Goto-san, I love you. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating you? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like. Having your talent confined to this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers? Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goto? Now that won't do at all. We'd better start treating Goto better or he'll get snatched up. Giggle, yes, you really should. If you don't want someone going to grab him, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking a day, won't you? Oh, that's harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. Wah! Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent it on the inside. Since she was spirited enough to tell us these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. Oh, in that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you'd better be looking forward to it. Why, we sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up for tonight's shimisaba. That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rockinjima's famous mackerel soshu? Kumasawa-san, together with Shan and Chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. I know I keep saying it, but I really like this purple gem. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having a calf steak for dinner. Neat. Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa-san may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Geji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Oh, I'm jealous. Huh? Oh, sorry. I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help me out a bit before your break. Ah, yes. I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they had prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsui. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside. Okay. Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside? That sounds awesome. I like going for walks. Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky is still clear, but the weather report kept talking about rain. Ooh, I want to go to the beach. The beach. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. When was the last time I saw a beach? I have no idea. I would venture like 15 to 20 years ago, maybe? Heck, I have not left Ohio in like 21 years. Okay, let's maybe 22. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Ooh, let's go, let's go. Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Or your shoes. Won't get wet. Giggle. That obedience is so cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay? Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself listening to Kairi like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Ha! Hell no. Let's go, everyone, come on. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst. Ha 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 ha, Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Quit it, we're no match for your family, Aniki. That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that another fruit of your talents and education and training, Natsui-ne-san? Thank you. Natsui answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they're adults like us. Badler-kun looks like a completely different person now. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid, though you could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say. That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now, so I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one. When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. I felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window. Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark, just as it always has. Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa? Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that, whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of a worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling. Quit it, Aniki. We'd better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let out a small look of resignation across their face. They were approaching their unavoidable true agenda. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months, which I guess means he's got negative 9 months now. Should we take that to mean it might suddenly happen at any time? The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you'd bring up such an inappropriate subject under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san. Still, Natsui-san, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this, while we've still got time to plan. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say. It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo? Could we hear the details from you? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for after all. Cough. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision. A revision, since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right? That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous, but the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness. The effects of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state. So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited. Again, what is this? I need to blow my nose. It's a weird feeling. It's like... it's kind of funny. I'm talking about water. Like, I haven't been to a public pool in about maybe 8 years? A decade maybe? I think it's been a decade, actually. Maybe 9, 10 years? And in fact, I have no idea why I would smell chlorine at all. And it's not like I smell it from outside, it's like I smell... Maybe it's just because it's getting colder. Yeah, I know it's a weird and unsavory thing to discuss, but normally when you blow your nose, it really doesn't have much of a smell. The mucus kind of smells a bit like chlorine for some reason. I don't know why. But apparently for whatever reason I'm smelling chlorine has something to do with my own nose. Kyrie, sorry. But please stay quiet for a bit. I'm sorry. That is correct. Kinzo's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol. So he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived this long because he drinks. There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction. But what do you think about Doctor's chances what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsui jumped on Ava, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Ava stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. I'm trying to remember what Kinzo's criticism of... Like, Rudolph was a womanizer, and... And Ava's a bit of a parasite. Natsui is... Kraus was the one who was... So none of the other people have been criticized. Like, well, actually, no. Rose's husband, the father of Maria, is criticized, but all it is some nobody. But that, again, that's a weird thing. Like, so she dated someone they don't approve of. But I don't know why. And then, of course... But apparently, like, nothing was said about Natsui. And there's no comment about Hideyoshi, nor has there been any remark about Kairi. Or about Battler's biological mother. Also, we have not heard any discussion of what his biological grandmother was like. Ah, Natsui-san, forgive her. Ava, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay? I'm sorry. You know, something about this facial expression. I don't like it. Like, I guess the best way to describe it is a feeling of I'm sorry, I was just so concerned about Father's condition, giggle.
Is that so? I hadn't realized. You know, a bit about Ava kind of makes me think about Michael Jackson. And everyone's like, what does Ava have to do with Michael Jackson? First, I remember there being discussions between Michael Jackson and especially in regards to his siblings about how they discussed about their father. But, yeah, I'm sure there's enough books and videos of that. Heck, I'm sure there's YouTube documentaries covering it. So, or interviews of Michael Jackson talking about it himself. Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Ava, smiling sweetly, returned to an identical chuckle. You ask whether he will be healthy next year. But as a doctor, it is very hard to say. Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Rakanjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in and save him. Normally I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out yesterday. Apparently he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside, and that's how things are now. Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him? Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. I mean, it is certainly the doctor's responsibility to recommend medicine and hospitalization, but whether or not the doctor has any authority to force a patient to take medicine, especially as a personal doctor on that person's thing, it's questionable. It's different if a person's at a hospital and, but it's different that, this guy basically owns the hospital because the hospital is his home. But even then, there's lots of ethical questions, and honestly, I'm not really sure how to answer those. It's true some people hate doctors. I'll say this, in general, I don't hate doctors, but I do dislike the circumstances of seeing them, because usually whenever time I see a doctor, it's because I'm in some sort of pain or something bad has happened. Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. No, I still think it's good to do. Even if you're of the mindset that you're going to not do what the doctor says, I still think it's a good idea to talk to the doctor and get the examination and get his recommendation. So even if you're the kind of person who is dead set against following the doctor's orders, I still think it's a good idea to see the doctor and at least know what the orders would be. So to sum up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death. Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words? Sorry. I've always talked this way. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo-san sees it. What about you, Kraus-Nissan? Humph. To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. Yeah, I definitely like the new style better. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he has only 3 months left to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. Ha ha ha. In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go at any time. No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field, which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets. Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen. That's an insane amount of money. But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife. I want some cake. Everyone's like, stop being fat, Lunar. I'm like, cookies. They're out of reach. Plus, it would be rude to everyone to eat it while I'm playing a game or reading a story. Like, it's like in between paragraphs. Nom 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 nom. Like, Lunar has evolved into the Cookie Monster. Also evolved into Kermit the Frog in the past. Heck, that's the first video in a playlist right before this playlist, where I'm telling you guys I'm cringe. I am Kermit the Frog. You guys ever see a picture of Kermit the Frog in a bathtub next to a picture of Vegeta standing on a cliff in the rain? They're the same picture. That's an interesting way to put it. That's right, you sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake. Make it hard to cleanly cut into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in? I can't understand how you all can openly discuss this, as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There is a huge difference between the family's resources and your family's wealth. How rude. You know, I would say it's like, I don't understand this, but I mean, how could I? I mean, my family at any point in any part of the generation, as far as aware, has no wealth, ever. Like, if there was any wealth at any point in any part of my family tree, I have no knowledge of it. I have no expectation to ever even own a home. Ever. My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsui responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Give it a rest, Eva. Natsui-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsui even more intense. It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. Nanjo-san rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances, envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared in the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs. In other words, this is what you would all like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you all so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ishiromiya's family wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty? We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that, but if the day father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest. Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say it. Quit it, Aniki. Also, I noticed the one has an E, so Aniki and Aneke. Rosa's one of Dad's kids, too. She's got as much right to the inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural that she'd be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. I can tell you guys this. I know there's no inheritance for me from anyone, period, ever. But that's fine.
Never had any fucking expectations. On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn our discussion away from the inheritance issue. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Calm down, Natsuine-san. Listen to what we have to say. Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year we've been in an unprecedented boom, and the yen keeps on rising. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling party says that it will establish health resort maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about, trying to gather as much funding as they can. You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It will be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which Father revived the Ushiromiya family. The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth, and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on the fact. The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. People need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. Have you gone to Disneyland? So that's supposed to be a attempt at saying Disneyland without, copyright issues, which opened just a few years ago. What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. I've never been to Disney World, and I can't say I really care. Nor do I feel like I have any possibility of that would ever happen. And honestly, I feel like it's an overpriced thing, and also, from what I've heard, it's gone downhill and is nothing like what it used to be in the past. So, even if I could financially afford to go to Disney World now, I apparently would still be missing out on the good experience that it was, and that even if I was a super rich person going there now, that apparently the experience I have would not be anything compared to what it was in the past. Granted, I've seen theme parks in the past, but, in Ohio. I mean, they're cool. But I haven't been to one of those in probably close to 20 years. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have become the most fucking bullshit prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits. Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that all changed. The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You've got a great sense of the direction of the world's moving, Kraus-san. At least there can be no debate about that. I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san, and Nikki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad, and it's incredible. However, unlike Dad, the timing of your predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right? Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, but convinced that Japan would soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom. You were too early. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability? How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsui's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Ava, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsui to sit down. Please stop, Natsui. Ava's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little, or your headache will get worse.
There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful resort hotel and a beautifully maintained garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours. Actually, that's not true, Natsui-san. Rokkenjima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa? Well, if... Wasn't it supposed to be a guest house? If what I have on hand will suffice... If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future. Okay, I'll say this. I'd imagine if this Beatrice would have some complaints about this, that even if you were to have your fortune forever, and even to grow, and even were favored by her, I'd imagine she'd have no problem with you whatsoever having a guest house for extended family members to come over and live and visit. I'd imagine this Beatrice would even be favorable opinion upon this. But to turn it into a fucking hotel, to have tourists here, even if you didn't build any tourist attractions, I imagine she'd be quite furious about this. And I imagine that furiousness, that rage, would be nothing compared to what she would feel if you suddenly started building attractions. When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not? I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve that matter with money equal to the value of the property. If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open the hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right? That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them or air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we use only once a year. Right, Rosa? That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house. I like both. It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years ago previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening. Nissan is just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unmaintainable part way through, and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit. You were brilliant when you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. I still think that's fine. I mean, honestly, I think building it as just a guest house is actually an appropriate use of the land. And I'd feel both the head of the house of the family and the owner of the island, the ruler of the island, would both be perfectly happy, if not smiling at you building a guest house. But building it for the sake of a hotel, even if it would be extremely profitable, I imagine both Kinzo and Beatrice would be livid. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence. That is not my husband's fault. There has just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are victims here. And yet, the rumors we heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all. Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork of various people. It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal. I'll admit that, in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. Its foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Yes, I feel like building a house is not bad. Even if it was meant entirely on a guest house to never make a cent, there is no waste in building it, and I think it still adds to the value of the island. So no matter what, from every practical sense, it's good. And if you wanted to eventually make an hotel, that's fine too. And in fact, the idea of using a hotel only is bad in regards to Kinzo and Beatrice. If they're not factored into it, then there is no downside at all. Even if you never make a cent off of it. And if there was no intention to ever make it into a hotel or make a cent off it, then honestly there's no negatives for Beatrice or Kinzo at all. Liar, I'll bet you want to liquidate it, but you can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated, empty island without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project? Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Kraus-Nissan, but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either. Hideyoshi-san, I can see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of that investment I have made up until now will finally return to my possession. That's right, just like throwing away a small fry to catch salmon. Salmon or salmon? They will come back even bigger than before. I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt. However, Kraus-Nissan, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide with your funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug. What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san? Natsui-san, please don't get angry. We looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Kraus-Nissan with enough financing to support his recent large-scale projects, despite his string of failures. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. And Nikki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we looked for people who considered that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates. So, the big question now is where you got that money from. Oh, now, isn't this intriguing? And? Dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand? Sit down, Natsui-Nissan. Let's cut to the point.
Aniki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please, feel free to explain. Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. It's called embezzlement. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. How can you face a successor to the Ushiromiya head family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd, they're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debt keeps getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank, Nissan. What you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying Father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushiromiya head family? Of all the... You dare claim that he has betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromiya family. Leave this place at once! Now! Get out! Natsui had already reached the limits of her anger. Shouted at Ava in rage. She then pointed alternatively at Ava and then the hallway, demanding that she leave. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsui as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsui-Nisan, to whom do you think you are speaking in such a tone? I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the kitchen? Be silent, lowly maidservant. Ava folded her fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. How foolish! You stand down before Ava of the Ushiromiya family. You tell me to stand down, me, Ushiromiya Ava, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Know your place, and then look at your shabby self in the mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to the house, the next successor to the Ushiromiya family? Understand your place, you common housemaid. Ava's face twisted hideously as her words gouged Natsui's heart like talons wrenching at it. There were 100 ways Natsui wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go, and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on. Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsui could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fist quivering. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension. Natsui, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. What? Natsui, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to Father. They are making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Ushiromi family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from Father. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling, and you don't even try to fight back. Why?
I'm only standing up for you because you won't. But you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me. Even though I have always considered this family's affairs so seriously, you've... good God. And then she died. Natsui was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. She has always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's been rough for me. If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan. Giggle, giggle. Madam? It's nothing. Leave me be. Natsui flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madame Natsui. There was a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. The Ushiromiya family head holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, under no normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. Madame certainly bears no guilt. There is nothing to call other than the whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsui-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Ushiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir. If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human. It pains me to remember how Master tortured Madame during that time. Which Master do you mean? You mean Kraus or Kinzon? Kinzo? Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi was being discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madame's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the Master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took the Ushiromiya name. Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first, and to a boy. As for how much weaker Madame's position was than Eva-sama's, well, I believe you could see for yourself. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the Master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. However, that was not Madame's fault. All of the lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. Ah, how sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows. Time skip! Why is Hit from Dragon Ball Super walking across the screen? We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. Why does this sound like a mix of Malmsteen, Sayanoyuta, Anastasia, and Tiamat? As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. So, this is the witch, Beatrice. Again, do you guys say Beatrice or Beatrice? Wonder if the story's true. Ooh? Battler doesn't believe. Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. "Ah, sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria." "Ooh, Battler believes. Ooh." When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-ooing. "What's this?" "My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river." What's with this weird, huge epitaph? I like epitaphs. Though most of the ones I like are from anime, like Dot Hack Sign and Dot Hack Infection, which are both video games and animes about each other. A video game about an anime, an anime about a video game. Video game about an anime about a video game? Oh, I will say this. Do we ever get to see... I will look it up on fucking Google. Google's like, leave me alone. Battler Mom. Asumu Ushiromiya. It's the first wife of Rudolph. She died 6 years prior to the start of the story. Okay, here's a pic. Can I see a picture? I see a meme that I find very confusing. When the family tree cries. It's definitely a picture of Beatrice, but a more modern outfit. And the way it describes her is the girl I like, her mom, her grandma, all three pictures of her. And then we have... My scalp itches, hold on. You know what? Real quick. I'm going to eat a single Pringle. Does anyone out there familiar with what Pringles are? They're chips. I don't know if I can really say they're made from potatoes. Ingredients: potatoes, vegetable oil, corn flour, starch, rice. So basically it's potatoes, corn, and rice. But yeah, I'm going to eat a single Pringle. And then of course, we have Kinzo here as her dad and her grandpa. Then we have pictures of Battler as her uncle, her cousin, and me, being the person that you have a crush on and who has apparently a crush on you. And then we have a thing that says Rat, which is Frederica Birkenstell, which is the, let's just say, Pokemon evolution version of Rika Furude. You know, I like Higurashi memes, and I'm enjoying just seeing a couple of these memes. But also I'm seeing like bits of the manga from this. But it kind of makes you wonder. Well, I'm still completely fucking... I forgot, like, I remember there being a character called Eriko Furude or something. And the version of Lambda Delta is a person. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I just want a picture of... I'm just saying, I'll probably just stop with this as far as the meme searches. I'm sure they'll be great later, but I don't want to ruin the story for myself. Main point is, we'll find out eventually, okay? Eventually, we'll know. The place did have the title of the portrait of the written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh? Ooh? I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden. Wait. Is it that story about the Ushiromiya's family's hidden gold? Now, there's another thing I remember from long ago. Hold on, Iniki. Is this for real? Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture or epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it is often whispered that it indicates the location of Grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle. Ooh, I heard that too. I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars? Okay, that doesn't sound real. That doesn't sound like a real amount that a person that isn't a government would have. How much is 10 metric tons of gold worth? 1.38 billion with a B US dollars. A single metric ton is equal to 1,000 kilograms. Therefore, 10 metric tons is 10,000 kilograms. $1.38 billion. So basically $1.5 billion. That's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that is more money than myself and every person I'm related to or ever been related to in the world has ever made in their lifetimes combined. I think it's fake, though. Still, when you read about an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiromi family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromi family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake. And by successfully riding the stormy seas over the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low, but, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, grandfather quickly predicted that the future would hold and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There is no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day, I encountered the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity he summoned, as a result of the demon calling ceremony, was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ushiromi family. It seems this story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and that approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for the treasure after our parents told us about it. You know what? Back to the images thing. Kenzo wife. Do we ever get to... Huh. Can't find anything. Oh well, back to the story. Didn't we get lost in the forest once and start crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back. We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, didn't he? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this island. That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it'd be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he'd try to secure the place where it was hidden, rather than try to move it all. This epitaph was made 2 years ago, and since Grandfather wrote it himself, yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Ushiromiya family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere ready to be turned over to whoever can solve Grandfather's riddle. That's why he did it. I guess that sounds like Grandfather's style or something. Hee hee. If it's true, then that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved in the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or a song written on it. The text that was incredibly disturbing, filled with signs of Grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold. Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that Grandfather put this shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it. We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far. These facts then were embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that the Grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits. Sounds just like my dad, so greedy that he'd take something like this so seriously. He may laugh at Grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe this story about the hidden gold. It just sounds so good. Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when Grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that Grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch. Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons. If you cash that in, how much would it come to? I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? Yeah, we looked that up. It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of human history is 100,000 metric tons at most. That's 1/10,000 of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout all human history should belong to just one person is just insane. On top of that, that witch has supposedly had all that gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to Grandfather just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person. Well, to me, that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy. After all, no one's actually seen it except Grandfather, right? Even if we assume that generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right? Ooh. 10 kilograms is how much? Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted to answer to right then. Thank you, Internet. Let's go back to the Internet. How much? We're just going to do this and just replace metric with kilograms. $1.37 million. Real quick, what if I ask pounds? £10 of gold. Neat. And also there's things about standard pounds and troy pounds. Because, yeah. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Nika folded his arms, trying to remember the market price of gold. Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and trustworthiness of the foundry. There's also the fact that this game, I'm giving you 2025 prices, and this takes place in 1986. And he initially got this gold in 1950-ish. And this game was written in like 2007 and released in its final chapter in like 2010. Must pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate. Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could exact a price about 2 million yen per kilogram, which is probably different because, like I said, it's 1986 when this. Whoa! Just now, I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller, but even that would be worth 20 million yen. Ooh, I weigh 28 kilograms, which means that if we had a Maria Chan's weight in gold, we could estimate it's worth at over 50 million yen. That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? 10 kilograms is 200,000, which means you multiply with 1,000, so I'm 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen worth? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Alright, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. You grow up, work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're financially freed as you approach old age. Everything, including retirement money, might add up to 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that will be made throughout a human's life. No, you could even call it the value of a life. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to 60, that's 40 years of work. So you go to 4,000 years of work wages. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. It's 20 billion yen a lot? Heck yeah, it's a lot. Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life. However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much gold in bars all in one place. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you can imagine someone gathering. It is also one of the most malleable metals, gathering their fortune together as in incredible high-value stocks or precious gems. Also, including being very high malleable, it's very useful for conductive properties, things for electricity, computers, even things when it comes to space travel and space faring materials. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so they could carry it around with them during chaotic times of war, but you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold. It may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important. For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under. You can also look at it that way. But even one 10 kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Since they have the one wagon thing, do we see Sephiroth at some point? Haven't you heard? A 50 kilogram person can't carry a 50 kilogram bag on their shoulder. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes with 20 billion yen, $20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically it'd be kind of pointless. That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about it being 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible. If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Haha, kinda brings you back down to reality. Anyway, that's grandfather for you. Maybe he exaggerated the story of how some kind of wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch, even though the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something? Or that's the value of a human soul? Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather, and maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see, Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all of that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain how he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her. I see. So in other words, this witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Ushiromi family, and he owed her big time. And then he felt so grateful that he had a huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy a story. It's even possible the person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Maybe grandfather idolized her and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful. I bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty. That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western, and if you think about how everyone in our family has Western names, maybe even this name Beatrice is a result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western. I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts, in the first place. Isn't having a witch pretty bizarre by itself? Like you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago who feared the witch of the forest when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how she pulled that she was a bit upset. What is it, Maria? Ooh, Beatrice exists. Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. Witches exist. Ooh. Well, sure they do exist if you turn on the TV and watch anime or something. Exist! Witches exist! Ooh. I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Dumbass, you're smashing your kids' dreams. Maria really believes things like witches and Beatrice exist." Come to think of it, Maria-chan in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Exist. Witches exist. But Battler still doesn't believe. Ooh. It's okay, witches do exist. I believe it. George and Nikki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing. So you shouldn't go into the forest. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so. Ooh, really? Battler really believes? Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up. I stuck out my hand and Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand and we made up. Maria doesn't grumble any more than that, so George, Nikki, and Jessica were relieved. Oh! So this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait. Ah, Shannon, Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. That's right, it certainly is fascinating. Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful. I am sure that she captivated the master. In addition to the patron theory, there is also the theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart, which must mean that he's still captivated by her. Sheesh, that must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh? I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true. Apparently grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde. Ooh, good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla. Oh, I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone. What is it, I wonder? Ooh, excellent! Cookies! I have cookies over there. I'm resisting. Ooh, want to eat cookies. Want to eat cookies. Ooh. Please, eat as much as you would like. But, would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this, in front of the portrait? Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking. Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic. Ooh, have a picnic, have a picnic. If we can eat cookies, let's go. Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch. That's right, didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go, let's go. Shannon-chan? Sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks of tea? Right. Certainly. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more. Ooh? Battler, you still don't believe? Nope, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave Grandfather 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere. Besides, didn't Grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can? Can I get to read the whole epitaph? I'd say that kind of adventurous story is way better. 20 billion yen worth of gold, huh? Can I just look up the epitaph? You're not going to actually let me see it. Oh my god, it's so fucking long! Why is it so long? Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down, you will see a village. In the village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 6th night, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, the journey shall end, and you shall reach the capital where the gold dwells. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. And one shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my most beloved witch, Beatrice. Neat. That is a long story for an epitaph.
Heh. Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money. 5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible. With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper. In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all. Ooh, I don't want 5 billion yen. I want cookies. Cookies! Well, Maria would take cookies over the money. Still 5 billion yen. That's like a dream. Ridiculous. Is it possible that you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold? Of course, we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold, but there's no mistake about the gold itself. The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways. We've heard that before the president of Matsuru's company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere. Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth. That's just nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously. If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such a fraud. Aniki, the president of the Su definitely saw it. 10 tons of it clearly with his own eyes. Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it examined. The results of the examination showed that the telegram ingot was worth 99% pure. He said that the Ushiromi's family crest, the one angel, was imprinted on it. Almost instantly, the Ushiromi legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive massive loans. Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept? How old are you people? Are you still talking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously? Taking? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Aren't you just parroting the lies Father and a few of those close to him? Of course, it's just a story, but still, Aniki, the amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral. Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it's undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth. It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father. He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful. If the Korean War demands hadn't come fruition, and the Ushiromi family had not been restored, Father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century. So are you saying the gold never existed and the father made it all up? Of course, and because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he had achieved enough success. That's why later on, Father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story. In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication. If he claimed to have received gold from a witch, no one would have believed that it existed at all, right? It also possibly said it for all your sakes. Nevertheless, he comes from stupid offspring. Here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold along with the rest of the inheritance. Rosa, don't tell me that you believe in a fabrication like this. I can't prove whether or not Father really had the gold. I just want to claim my rightful share as one of Father's 4 children. Oh, it seems even you have started to talk that way, Rosa. I see. So that's what you're all getting at. You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself. Nissan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact if we rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling Father's personal funds. Then there's only one possibility left, right? Aniki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars. Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place. Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement of Father's assets or Father's hidden gold? How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods?
Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms. I have earned their cooperation, nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought not to be spoken of.
If you insist on that point, then that's all well and good for now, but Aniki Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation. At the time it comes to light that you have unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was. Of course, Father's gold is part of Father's fortune. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it. In other words, we're going to have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you, right, Rosa? That's right. Kraus-Nissan, you are the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, and you aren't even trying to do so. However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are. We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. Oh? It seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me. Please, get to the point. Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about it. As you said, Kraus-Nissan, there may have been movements of money that are difficult to explain. We've come to consult with you today while fully aware of that point. Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now. A consultation. Ho! When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work, taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor. Don't misunderstand us, Nissan. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights, but when we make our claim for what we deserve, we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean. In other words, if you accept our conditions, then, when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you, Kraus-Nissan. All of the siblings from Ava downwards suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth, so letting Kraus report the state of their wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling the money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be impossible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange. Ho! After mistrusting me completely, you now say you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling. So what is it that you want in return? Just what we deserve as siblings? You aren't the kind of person who'd steal Dad's property, but you also aren't the one to be financed by some patron. Considering all that, there is certain explanation that satisfy the rest of us. Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold and you used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right? If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in Father's finances. You've also been a good son looking after Father. Why'd we mistrust a person like that? You're being so roundabout I can barely understand you. Please speak in a clearly and more practical terms. Our first condition, Aniki, you must admit that you found Dad's gold. Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist? Our second condition, you'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold, and you will pay out those shares. How foolish. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen a person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Ridiculous. Keep listening till the end. We know that much money can't just pop up out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work. Until now. Our third condition. The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromi family head will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share of the siblings divided up. Of course, this also includes you, Kraus-san. Of the 20 billion and 12.5 billion will go to Iniki. 2.5 will go to Ava Nissan, 2.5 will go to me, and 2.5 to Rosa. That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen. What's wrong, Nissan? Your share is 5 times the size of ours. These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy. Our fourth condition. The gold will be liquidated and distributed along with the inheritance at the time of father's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly. These payments must be made before March of next year. What do you think, Kraus-san? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding handling of father's assets, isn't it? Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before father dies, but it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Paying 700 million in half a year might sound like a pain, but you should be able to manage it. What, with all your friends in political and business spheres? Normally we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now all at once, but out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by asking for only 10% of that for the time being. The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. See? Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity. So you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen? How impressive. You all Why does this sound like the Super Mario 3 music for World 8 for the NES? You all certainly have grown. How impressive. To think that I'm now the one being offered deals. Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny. It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you managed things so that our 7.5 billion shares shrank. We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy. As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up. We want our inheritance quickly too. We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging. If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation? We don't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for our siblings to reach a consensus. I believe it won't come to that. Heh, cackle, cackle. Looks like even you can speak up now and then, Rosa. By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares. It was in response to this the other three now adults were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time. Sorry, but there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant. I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? Since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we ever see the gold or not. You can think of our shares as an advance payment. Giggle, it's good. It's too good to have dreams, isn't it? It's good to have dreams, isn't it? You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Ava let out a high-pitched laugh. Ha ha ha. Kraus watched but didn't even flinch. Let me add a 7th condition before I accept. In this situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me. Yes, of course. We'll hold on to it for you. Giggle. It was a play on words. Of course, the others, who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold, wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely... I know we're getting upset at Kraus for believing that he is embezzling, but technically what we're doing now is coercion, which is also just as illegal. There's also another way to, there's another word for coercion that involves money like this, but I don't remember what it's called. Extortion. What is it? It's called extortion, isn't it? Which is the legal term for this type of coercion, right? It was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kenzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light that could easily become fatal to Kraus. Here's the thing, though. Wouldn't it just be cheaper to admit to the embezzlement at this point? I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm not a person who's ever in a position to embezzle anything. I'm an overly fucking, meticulous person at that kind of stuff. So it's not like I'd be okay with it. I'd be, constantly arguing with myself over it. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They had forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they had been forced to band together to combat him. While Ava couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was. Ha ha! This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding. That was almost too easy. There's a problem. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Ava also keenly picked up on this. Wait, does that mean Kraus is King Bowser? Wow. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal. My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, Nissan. What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you. Just the same as all of you? He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion. Then we're good? So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them. The 7th condition you proposed will, of course, be added right now. Don't worry about that. Aniki, need a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time. That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it. Why are you in such a hurry, Ava? Of course I'll sign. I promise the share of the gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when Father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on. What are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share. 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future investments, I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent, and my business sense is dull. It's almost as if I'm turning around the insults that you guys wagered against me as a leverage to my advantage. Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half a year. After all, if I wasn't such a loser like that, I wouldn't need the gold or embezzlement to survive, now would I? That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick? At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign. Kraus-san, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all. We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money. Now that we've explained that, you rejected our offer. I feel like Hideyoshi saying this is supposed to be some take on trying to make his English translation sound like some dialect. We already covered this, didn't we? Right, I remember. Hideyoshi is a businessman who prides himself on having multiple dialects for his business. Though he changes his dialect if he meets somebody who is a native of that dialect because he feels it doesn't measure up. I, the player, simply failed to remember that immediately. Okay. Our offer would seriously damage our trusted relationship, right? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes. Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something? Rosa, won't you tell me alone? Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear. It's not as though I... Quit it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're going to sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves. Ho? You say I have no room to negotiate? Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall and the long shadow that had existed since they were children. Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings? From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us. It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today.
However, it seems I'm not the only one who would be quite glad to see close this deal quickly. Am I wrong? Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze. Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company has been doing extremely well lately. At a brisk pace, it went public in both its track record and its stock prices have soared. I am truly jealous. We aren't here to talk about my husband. However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders. It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed. Therefore, you realized it. Some bad-natured colleagues of yours had brought up a huge share of your company's stock, right? But how could you know about that? The same way you knew about me. If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you. Ha 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 ha! Is it really so unexpected as that? Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain managing company that he'd started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in a stock holding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money from they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, they use it forcibly. They can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivete unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire. Cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They eventually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, since no one knew when he would die. And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble too lately, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never have down generous judgments to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run? What's this all about? I know I keep saying it and you guys are probably bored of it, but... Kyrie! Definitely my type. Well, it's just some trouble from work. What aren't you telling your wife, Rudolph? Then again, it's funny. Every woman I've ever been in a relationship with has cheated on me. Even the people I was just dating and wasn't fucking, they were also cheating on me. Which is, it's hilarious in hindsight. That being said, you would not believe the amount of women that I've actually been in a relationship with, which is actually probably like 90% of them. Well, everyone I've been in a relationship with, including my marriage, and women I was just dating, even though actively everyone was cheating on me. That being said, like, I'd sometimes be at a job and I'd have to work over, and I would get accused, like, oh, they'd be like, who are you cheating on me with? Like, what? I was at work. But I can honestly say I've never cheated on anyone ever. And while I have been rejected by plenty of women, I have turned down women. Though, the women I've turned down were predominantly just because they were married or had really, really bad things about them. Like, they were violent people, had criminal records, were involved in illegal things, were drug addicts, had STDs. But predominantly I've rejected people because it's like, you're actively in a relationship with someone else. I'm not willing to cross that line. No matter how much of my life I've spent alone, you know, I value those things quite highly. It's just some trouble from work, no big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money. Kyrie immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. It's, I thought it was just like he fucked up like a business venture or something. He actually is cheating on her. I will say this. Look at Kyrie! I mean, it's... I'm just saying this. Why would you cheat on her? I mean, if you have a woman that is this fucking drop dead gorgeous, like, you're not going to meet a woman who's more pretty than this.
And I would like also say like I like the outfit on her too. But I will say this. If I was in Kyrie's position, I would be more angry about the money is implied for than the fact that, like, oh, your husband's in financial trouble and you're losing money. That sucks. But I'd be more upset about the other thing by itself than about the money. But then again, I'm a hopeless romantic. I value things like loyalty and love and trust. I think people shouldn't cheat on people. And I think people should, treat their spouses well and actually care about one another and actually value family. Then again, I'm alienated from my son, and that makes me super sad. But I don't have any fucking choice in the matter, so it's just something I have to learn to fucking deal with. Still extremely upset about it, and it bothers me. But at the end of the day, I'm not the only father who's gotten fucked over by that sort of shit. So, and I'm not the only man who's gone through a lot of crap when it comes to women. I will say this. In general, I would say I'm bi, but yeah, my type is predominantly Kyrie. Like, drop dead gorgeous. Though, honestly, I've never dated a woman who looks like Kyrie. But absolutely beautiful and stunning. That being said, my main feeling toward women is that, well, if I were to marry again, it's just going to result in another divorce. I'm just going to have more children taken from me. Like, I refuse to be in a legally binding government contract called marriage with another person who is an abusive, psychotic, insane, adulterous partner. I don't want to be stuck in a legal contract with someone who's physically abusive to me. I don't want to be stuck in a legal contract with someone who is cheating on me. And due to society has the power to basically just, like, guess what? You're fucked over. The courts are completely against you. And if you have children, your children are gone. Like, here's the thing. I refuse to be stuck in a legal contract with someone. And here's the thing, and then days, like, if you even live with a woman, the courts can treat it like a de facto marriage. So even if you don't actually legally marry them, it still treats it the same. And of course, there's still the issue of children. Like, the day my son was born was the happiest day of my life. But I'll tell you this, I never want to have another child taken the fuck away from me. I never want to have to worry about another child, possibly die. Because, like I said, at the end of the day, reason why my son went to have to go live with his grandparents on his mother's side was so that his mother wouldn't fucking kill him. Heck, and it's a good thing, even though I tried to save my marriage, which, again, was mainly so I wouldn't lose my son, I'll tell you this, I legitimately wanted to try to save my marriage. It's part of how I was brought up to value that, granted, every parental figure in my entire life, went through divorces and had issues, and so they're not ones to fucking bitch at me that. But it's just like, main point is this. I never cheated on my spouse. I never did anything wrong. And I tried to actually save my marriage. Which, mainly for my own sake at that point, let's be clear. Because I'm the kind of hopeless romantic that if I didn't try, I would be fucking blaming myself for it. At least the fact that I tried, I'm not going to fucking blame myself for it. Because I would like... And two, I'll tell you this. The way my wife was... If I had been okay with it, she probably would have... Even if I had been just neutral about it, she probably would have... And it's not like I can fake that sort of thing. Like, I legitimately wanted to save my marriage. And the fact that I was being such a fucking simp about it and such an emotional wreck trying to save my marriage and being so emotionally hurt over it, well, let's just go with my sadistic, psycho bitch of a wife was fucking getting off on the fact that I was so sad and heartbroken over the shit. But had I actually been okay with it, she probably would have insisted on staying married to me forever. And I probably would have never been able to get divorced. But the main point is this. It's like looking at Kyrie. Yes, she is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous and beautiful. But if I had a woman who looked like that, who wanted to marry me and be with me, I would be extraordinarily hesitant over it. Simply because... I've trusted everyone else, and everyone else always betrayed me. And granted, I'll tell you this. There's two main reasons I married my ex-wife. The second of which is the fact that she was the best, if not only, person available for me to marry. And had I not married her, I would never had a wife or a child, and I really wanted a family. But one is, I did love and trust her. I thought she was pretty, and I thought, most of all, that she was someone I could be safe and, trust. And I thought she'd be a good wife and a good mother. But I guess that was probably just stupidity on my part. But I'm just saying this. I think Kyrie is basically my ideal type. Like, she is... Let's check the time on the 8 hours. But it's just... I think she's drop dead gorgeous. I think she's like one of the most beautiful women ever. But I'll tell you this. And in general, I like her personality. And from what I gather from this, I don't think there'd be any reason why she'd ever be upset with me. Because I'm not the kind of person to cheat. And heck, like in every regard, I like her, both in body and personality. But I can also say I'm not like this. While I do have a personality like Battler, and I can definitely say I do think about and joke about lewd shit all the fucking time, I'm also not the kind of person to ever fucking cheat. Though I imagine if I met someone like Kyrie now, I'd probably be okay with the idea of her pegging me or her being futa. So, yeah. But, just going with, I'd be, like in general, I went through a lot of shit through my life. I mean, I was bullied all throughout fucking school. I've had so many times people beat the fucking shit out of me. I've been jumped, I've been attacked by people. Had issues with my own fucking childhood. And, well, let's be clear. Every relationship partner I've ever been with has cheated on me and betrayed me. And my wife was a psychotic bitch. And what hurts most about that is that when I married the person, I trusted the person. And even when she was a psychotic, abusive bitch, I was still like, well, at least this person would never cheat on me. I guess I'm an overly naive, trusting person with severe paranoia. I would say that doesn't make sense on paper, but you all have listened to me talk. It makes sense in terms of my fucking personality. Main point being is this. Yes, absolutely, 10 out of 10. And more than likely, if I did meet someone who looked like Kyrie, I probably still would be in a relationship with them. She's just that beautiful, and I like her personality. I wonder what kind of voice she has, but I imagine whatever voice she would have, I would like her voice too. But it's just the fact of the matter is this. I don't want to be stuck in a legally binding contract with an abusive, adulterous partner. I never want to go through another divorce. And from my point of view, the way things have gone in my own personal life and what I've seen in other people IRL in real life and what I've seen all over the internet of everyone else in the world basically getting fucked over, I feel like, one, no matter what woman I could ever be with, no matter what I could ever do or say, there is nothing I could ever do to make that marriage work out. And no matter what I could ever do or say, it doesn't matter what I ever do or say. That marriage will always end in divorce, and I'll always end up with my heart broken. I don't want to get my heart broken like that again. I don't want to go through a divorce. I don't want to deal with being legally bound to someone who is psychotic, to someone who is abusive, to someone I'm actually scared of, to where I feel like I don't want to ever see or talk to my ex-wife ever again, and I view her like a fucking creepypasta cryptid SCP monster. I would actually actively be less scared of people walking down the street with AK-47s than just seeing my fucking ex-wife. I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married to my ex-wife by. Our 2.5-year-old son at that point was playing with his Christmas presents. He was happy, and she felt annoyed that he was making noise. So then she just starts screaming, yelling, cussing at the top of her lungs, picking up his toys, breaking them in her hands, cussing, yelling, screaming, taking his toys, slamming them into a wall, kicking, screaming, and throwing shit. And then, of course, our son is very, very sad at this. And then she gets agitated that he's crying. And then he starts walking toward her, upset. And then she gets even more upset at this. And it's basically, it's just very... I stepped in between them. I asked her to please stop. It's a fucking good thing I did. Because if I hadn't stepped in between them, who the fuck knows how she would have reacted to our child? I have never hit or struck a woman in my life. Not even in self-defense. In general, I've lived my life trying to be a pacifist. I watch violent video games. I play violent video games. I watch violent movies. But I don't like the idea of hurting people in real life. And I'm extremely opposed to it. And I go out of my way not to instigate things with people. To a large degree, people tend to describe me, they think I'm a bit of a pussy. Because I'm not very aggressive. I avoid being aggressive with people. I don't like it. It makes me feel bad. I don't like being rude to people. I don't like yelling at people. I don't like being mean to people, and I don't like the idea of threatening anyone. It makes me feel bad. I don't like how that emotion feels. I have only ever hurt anyone in self-defense. And as you know, I've had lots of circumstances for that to be a thing. I've talked about that over my life, and even in then, there are many times I've still avoided it, only being violent when absolutely necessary. I've had situations where people put a fucking rope around my neck and strangled me. I've had people jump me, I've had people attack me. I've had people slam me to the ground, push me downstairs, spit on me. I've had people attempt to gouge out my eyes or chop off my arms. I've had people come at me with a full-on fucking fire axe with the intent to kill me. I could go on and on and on and on and on. I'm also the kind of person with a type of personality that, in the situations in the past, I tend to generally bottle up my emotions. And when things ever got too much for me, my default response is either to talk to people that I think care about me, or to simply withdraw and basically be a bit catatonic, introverted, and quiet. To be honest, I'm a bit of a quiet, introverted person to begin with. But I tend to not be very aggressive toward other people. I tend to just withdraw into myself more if things become more hard for me. That being said, I'm the kind of person outwards to other people. I'm very friendly and kind to people. And if other people are struggling with something, like I see someone trying to do something and they're having trouble learning something, I'll go out of my way to try to make them feel better because I understand how bad that feels emotionally on my end. I will say this. Looking back at my life, I don't think I've ever been mean to anyone in my entire life except myself. It's funny. 99% of the time, if I were to ever cuss for someone else to hear me, it's because I accidentally hurt myself in some way, because I am very clumsy. I walk into walls and stuff from time to time. I sometimes judge the distance between myself and a wall haphazardly. And I'll stub a toe or walk in and it'll hurt. Or like I'll be moving something and I'll accidentally jam my hand into like sometimes there's things that jobs where I'm having to do something and I'll try to like say there's a thing you need to fix on the side of something and I'm trying to like move it with a wrench and I accidentally let go of the wrench and then my hand goes forward and I hit the side of the metal on the side of the thing I'm trying to fix and that hurts. But 99% of the time you hear me cuss, I accidentally hurt myself in some way. I'm not the most coordinated or athletic person. The other 1% of the time, If you hear me cussing, I'm yelling at myself. I try to also hide that because I understand it's like, it doesn't socially look good on me. But my internal dialogue is to say very mean, hateful things to myself. And if I'm struggling with something myself, whereas while I would be extraordinarily patient with other people, if they're struggling to learn something, and I'll do everything I can to help them and to make them feel better. If I'm struggling with something, I'll start actively telling myself to kill myself. I'll actually start talking out loud. And of course, sometimes it'll slip. And occasionally other people hear me say that. I don't want them to hear me say that. But I'll start talking out loud, telling myself that I'm worthless and all sorts manner of horrible things, and even telling myself that everything is pointless, hopeless, and that I should just kill myself. Obviously not very good self-talk. But it's not like I ever would, but it's just a stress response to be not kind to myself. What can I say? I have very low self-esteem. I've spent most of my life in isolation and loneliness, and most of my interactions with other human beings have been, well, reinforcing of that feeling. Heck, especially throughout school, I was probably told a million times to go fucking kill myself. So, yeah. Though to be fair, I really can't blame them because, well, looking back, I understand why the other kids threw fucking rocks at me when I was 7 years old. I am ugly as fuck. I get that. I understand. I am not pleasant to look at. I got you. But it doesn't mean you guys have to yell at me too. Main point being is this. I dislike the idea of being violent. Don't get me wrong, I'll probably have violent fantasies from time to time, and about being an anime character and stuff, but that's more so just escapism from feelings of feeling powerless or low self-esteem, or it's even to a degree that I largely feel that unless I was someone powerful, what reason would anyone have to actually care about me? After all, to a large degree, I feel like everyone in the world has betrayed and abandoned me, and I feel like no one actually values me or really cares about me. And in general, I tend to be distrustful of other people's motivations. In general, I tend to feel like everyone hates me and resents that I even exist or am around them, that I even open my mouth to talk to them. Everyone's constantly thinking that I must be worthless in every way imaginable. Again, that's also a largely lack of positive reinforcement, which I've come to accept doesn't exist in the world out there. As much as I also say that, I'd be hesitant to be with a woman like this, I also largely accept that anyone even half this attractive, the idea of such a person even caring about me even as a friend, does not actually exist. And if there is such a person who with such an appearance of caring about me like this, they're obviously lying to me. But yeah, I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm. To be fair, my ex-wife stopped when she noticed the blood coming out of my arm. But at no point did I strike her or hit her or anything. Instead, once she noticed the blood, she left the room. I then looked at my son, who was, looked fucking terrified. I then took a hand towel from the kitchen, wrapped it around my arm, used a little bit of duct tape to keep it in place, and then I just talked with my son for a little bit and calmed him down and made sure he was okay. I wore long sleeves for 3 months so no one could notice that. Wasn't deep enough to need stitches. Any deeper it would have. It wasn't a knife, by the way. She literally just grabbed on my arm and cut into it with her fucking fingernails. Though, to be fair, there were so many other fucking horrible stories about how my marriage went. About half a year before that, I was hospitalized for 3 days for ICU, meningitis, encephalitis, swelling the brain and spine. And I just sort of accepted that it was just sort of a random thing that happened to me. I didn't think more into it. To be fair, I did have a brain condition at that point. But it wasn't until a year plus after I was officially divorced I understood that my ex-wife had actually caused that. Then again, she'd also tried to kill me in my sleep a couple times. Also, I eventually got used to the idea of her just yelling and screaming all the time and constantly saying very, very mean, hateful things. And I'm just saying I don't want to be in a legally binding marriage with someone who would treat me like that. I also don't want to be in a situation where, especially when we got to the point where we're going through the divorce, where she's committing adultery on me and leaving me just because she wants to marry another guy, that also felt kind of humiliating and made me feel very angry. Most people in that situation would have killed everyone involved. I, however, chose to manage collateral damage for the sake of making sure I could do whatever I could to keep my child safe. And whether it be between her being abusive and psychotic, or adulterous, or divorce, or the fact that she was neglectful to our child, I understood that if I wasn't cautious about how the divorce went, he would wind up in a majority custody situation with her, where my son would then die. And of course, immediately after the divorce, she was laughing and giggling and laughing about that shit, and bragging to me about how she was going to dictate when and how I'd ever see my child, even though we at least had shared custody. Also, she then continued to behave in a way that would endanger our child. Between the thing with her, for the first 5 days after the divorce, apparently our son went about a week eating half a banana and that was it, and was covered and smelled in urine. Or weeks before that, where she went to a hotel and he basically didn't see sunlight for 5 days except for day 4, where I showed up basically trying. But again, I've already explained that situation where she was 100 plus miles away, and even then, and of course, the main reason why I was eventually allowed to take him back on day 5, which I didn't know about until a few weeks, until after the divorce. Apparently, the neighbors of that motel thought that my son was a dog that was being abused. Or the initial time where she left with him and that other guy. Or the times where I'd come back from work and he had just been locked in his bedroom the entire day. One point I went into detail of where I thought my son was dead, because he was just laying in his room covered in shit, not breathing. Picked up my son, what I thought was the corpse of my child, and I'm pretty sure good solid few minutes went by in which he was just cold and wasn't breathing. But then he opened his eyes, looked at me, was warm and breathing again, and looked me in the eyes and said, "Daddy, I love you, Daddy." At which point I cleaned him up, took him to the bathroom, put him in the bathtub, gave him a bath, scrubbed him up. And I then got a bucket with some hot water and soap, put him in part of his room that wasn't dirty, and started cleaning and scrubbing everything while I was, trying to make up stories about Winnie the Pooh and video games I played to entertain him while I have him play a few toys. Because I know at any point of that, like, you can't get help from the cops or anything. Because at that point, they would just automatically take her side on anything. And even though I was completely what you would call a blue pill back then, didn't know anything about the red pill. The red pill, I don't think even existed back then. Heck, I don't think I even found out about the red pill stuff. Or, like, even really decided I was, like, bisexual or stuff until about, like, 3 years after I was officially divorced. But yeah. At the end of the day, the police wouldn't have helped him. In the end, he either would have been taken her side, or they would have used it as an excuse to put him in foster care, which one he would get treated even worse. Because most of those places tend to mistreat kids. And either way, it also involves me losing my child. I also felt convinced to a large degree before things got that bad that I could fix things. Heck, to a large degree, even as my arm was still bleeding and I was trying to comfort my child who was obviously distraught back, during that Christmas, I was still blaming myself for how things went out of control like that. That maybe I could have, in some way, made things better. That I could have prevented that if I somehow did something better. Obviously, there's nothing I could have done. Looking back, there's nothing I could have done. But my default emotional response is to blame myself for everything, even if there's nothing I can do about it. To a large degree, my plan was to, either I could save my marriage and make things better, or I could at least endure it enough for, and do everything I could to be the one doing everything for my child. Because like I said, I changed his diapers, I gave him baths, I fed him, I took him to his doctors, I read him books, I legitimately did everything I could to be the best father I could in the world. My only failings as a father was I was never rich. I mean, I had to work a lot just to, for us to get by financially at all. And two, his mother was a horrible demon. I honestly thought she'd be a good mom when I married her. And I can also look back saying if I had never married, I would never had a wife. I would never had a child, and the day my son was born, the happiest day of my life. I love him very much, I basically alienated from him, and that makes me sad. I hope he's doing well. And like I said, even the thing where I agreed for him to be with his grandparents' custody was literally his mom was threatening to run away with him, and she was behaving in an abusive, psychotic way. Even after the divorce, even after the divorce was official, she just kept getting worse and worse. I was getting fucking messages and calls threatening to fucking murder me. And threatening her, and she was just wanting to run away with him. And I'm like, even if the custody battle would eventually be in my favor over time, my son would have never survived it. He would have never lived long enough for me to even try to fight for custody. So I did what any good father would do. I made the choice that was required to keep him alive. I have a question. Why would I ever marry a woman again? Just so I could have a child being abused and neglected while I'm at work? So I could have another child taken from me? So I can lose another family? So I could have society and everybody around me fucking mock and insult me and blame me for me getting my family stolen from me? For my child to suffer like that. For me to have to deal with an abusive, adulterous, psychotic partner. For me to have to go through another divorce. Hell. while I was actively going through the divorce and we're waiting for everything to be official, I was still having to have my wife and child live with me and provide for my wife, who was psychotic and yelling at me all the time, who I felt unsafe around the whole time. Even though she was actively fucking another person, at that point, like, I didn't want to have sex with her anymore. And I'd say this, most of my marriage, we were basically fucking like rabbits. Like, aside from maybe the day that I got the 3-inch scar, I didn't really feel in the mood that day, but we fucked the next day, and the next day after that. We were, in general, at the least, fucking 3 times a week. And at the start of the marriage, we were fucking like twice a day. Heck, even before we were married. So we were basically having non-stop sex. However, we did stop having sex for the month after she delivered because she did have an episiotomy, and the doctor said that she physically couldn't have sex for the first month or else it could possibly kill her. An episiotomy, by the way, I watched happen, before our child was born, and honestly, that was very disgusting. It's where they take a pair of scissors to the bottom of your vagina. It's not a C-section, mind you. It's very different. C-section where they more like cut up your abdomen, like you're taking out a fucking appendix. But no, she didn't need a C-section. She got an episiotomy, though, which that's apparently very common and terrifying to watch, by the way. I will tell you this. For most of my marriage, I did not look at any porn or hentai at all. In fact, I don't think I looked... last time I really looked at any porn or hentai in regards to the relationship was before I even got with her. And then we at least went all the way up until, after my son was born. And then, of course, we couldn't really have sex, and she wasn't really physically able to at that time, and she wasn't really high energy enough to do anything. And also, I was predominantly the one taking care of her, working, and I did at least have the first 2 weeks off work, which I was basically constantly watching over her and our child, doing everything for both of them. And then for the next couple weeks after that, I was largely doing everything I could for every waking moment I wasn't at work. And when I was at work, they usually would have a family member on my side helping out, or on her side, or, they would just get by, I guess. But I did everything I could to do everything I could. Though when it did come back to going to sex, I did looked at... There's a thing called Page 3. I had some pictures saved from back when I was, 13 years old. So these are pictures of, people, back in, the year 2000 at that point. So all those women were probably, dead of old age at that point. But it's, topless models. Just, here's some perky titties. I didn't jerk off to it, but it's when I came back to going to sex, initially I looked at some of that for the first couple weeks just to get my mind off, because every time before that I was I'd go back to fuck her and I'd be thinking about all the blood, and that bothered me and it was a huge turnoff, so I had to distract myself. But yeah, I don't think I actually masturbated until the last 6 months of our marriage, which initially during that whole adultery stuff, there was she wasn't really open about stuff. But, we were still having sex 3 times a week, but there would be some days where, I'd want to fuck and she didn't want to, so it's okay. But at that point, she was technically already cheating on me, so, yeah. But then, of course, once she was open about cheating on me, we were actively filing for divorce, and she'd gone much more fucking insane and psycho, I didn't really feel safe or want to do anything with her. So, I didn't want to have sex with her. And I think I had very, reasonable reason to refuse at that point. However, even though she was all that, Well, she still wanted to try to fuck me anyway. And there's a couple times basically she just didn't take no for an answer. So, yeah, that definitely counts as rape. So that's a couple of times where she just didn't take no for an answer, me basically shoving her off me over and over and telling her no. Still wore a condom, though. Then again, knew that even before all that, there was many times where she wasn't taking birth control, but saying she was. Then again, there was lots of things apparently she was lying to me about, so there's that too. The funny thing is this. A week after the divorce, basically, about a week and a half, signed that paper with her parents as the only way to basically prevent my son from basically being executed, because that's basically what it would amount to if I didn't, because at that point she would have disappeared with him, and even if I could have tried to fight for custody of that, even if I would have eventually won, he would have never survived. So I had to do what was necessary to protect him. I wasn't willing to gamble with his life and death. And a lot of times there was situations where, it wasn't ideal, and I didn't like it at all, and it made me very angry and upset. But that's the society we live in, and there was no other legal options. I did the only choice required, the only choice optional, to keep my child alive. After all, and me, at any point if I had reacted angrily or violently, it would have only condemned my child. I did what was required to protect my son and to keep my child alive. Then about a week after that, the guy she left me for ditched and abandoned her. And then, barely a week after that, she was literally getting down on her knees, begging and groveling to ask me to remarry her. And she was so surprised when I told her no. She honestly expected me to say yes. I put up with so much for the sake of protecting my son, and for the fact that the legal government gave my wife so much leverage over me, to where I had to basically deal with so much shit, or else, what happens to my child? But at that point, we're legally divorced, it's completely official, and she has no ability to leverage custody of my child against me. I've ensured my child's safety from her. And basically it's like I'm viewing her as someone that's honestly terrifying to me. And don't get me wrong, even then, at that point, I'm still physically stronger than her at any point in my life. But it doesn't mean that I don't feel traumatized and hurt by everything she said and did. And it's not like, even though I'm physically stronger than her, it doesn't mean I'm not absolutely fucking terrified of her. And the fact that all that came from somebody that I did trust at one point. But she asked me to not only take her back, but to remarry her. She wanted to go back, she was expecting that I'd say yes, and then we'd go to the courthouse and just sign a document, and I'd remarry her that day legally. And I told her no. She was so off-put by this. Then again, to be fair, a couple weeks earlier, she was threatening to murder me and castrate me and torture me and kill everyone and kill other people and set buildings on fire. Not that any of that fucking matters as far as the court is concerned. I'm still at fault, apparently, so whatever. But yeah, she really thought I'd take her back. And she continued to fucking harass me for the next couple years on that. Even when she was already pregnant with another dude and all that stuff and had more kids. It is not pleasant being harassed by somebody you're in a former relationship with. And yet she would bounce back and forth between making death threats and then begging me to take her back. She'd even be sending messages like, it's like, oh, I need to know, like, who are you dating? It's like, you better not bring the woman you're with around our child. And I'm like, the fuck? Even if I'm dating someone, I don't need your permission, and you don't need to know, you don't have a right to know whoever I'm dating, and please leave me alone. That being said, in regards to my child, well, for the first year and a half or so, he was coming over on the weekends, spending the night over here. And then, shortly before COVID, they stopped wanting him to spend the night because they were trying to say, oh, he needs to spend more time at church and he's too sleepy the next day at church, which I felt like was just a bullshit lie. But then COVID happened, and then I had to go like a year and a half without seeing my son because of fucking COVID and lockdowns and stuff. Which I tried to argue against that and want to see all that, but nope, that didn't work. And then I started being able to see him again, maybe 4 or 6 times a year, going over there to see him. In fact, since before COVID, he only came over here one time, which was about a couple years ago, to get his Christmas presents in January of like 2023, I think. 2024? I think 2024? I think 24th. I don't. Yeah, I think so. But aside from that, I was basically just seeing him, talking to a face chat's phone, and going over there to see him at their place and take him to the park. Seeing him maybe an hour or two. But I was like, okay, he's traumatized because of COVID. You know, like they said, they initially didn't even want to go to grocery stores because all the stuff he heard on the TV bothered him. But then, eventually everyone kept ducking me and I can't really see or talk to anyone. And then I was told by them, and even by my own child, that he just didn't want to see or talk to me. I don't blame him for that. I mean, I understand he's in a circumstance that... And again, I don't know how things are going. I assume they're treating him well. I pay child support still. Even during the half a year I didn't have a job and wasn't collecting unemployment, I was still paying child support out of my savings. And even during COVID, I was paying child support back then. Though at least I was getting an unemployment check for those, month maybe? 3 or 4 weeks I wasn't working. And I was still paying the child support at the rate of as if I was working normal hours. I have 2 years worth of birthday presents sitting around that I haven't been able to give him, plus last year's Christmas presents. And I haven't actually bought this year's Christmas presents yet, but at this point, why? Why would I at this? What would it? I have last year's Christmas card, Christmas presents, 2 years of birthday cards, 2 years of birthday cards, and 2 years of birthday presents sitting around for him. I haven't basically been able to talk to him for basically about a year at this point. Period, even by phone. I haven't been able to, year and a half, 2 years, whatever, been able to see him in person or give him a hug or some shit. Then we'll tell you this, a year into the COVID time issue, I started this channel January 1st of 2021. It's a good emotional outlet for a lot of things. Just saying this. Why would I ever marry a woman again? Why would I ever have another child taken away from me? Why would I ever want to go through another divorce? Why would I ever want to be treated like that again? And it's like, oh, not every woman's like that. True, but here's the thing. Any woman I marry can be like that. And if they are, there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm just sort of fucked. And then there's an issue of dealing with legal contract with the government and dealing with what happens to my child. If nothing else, the child has to deal with mommy and daddy fucking yelling and arguing. I had enough of that as a child myself. There were still fucking arguments even when they quit drinking when I was fucking like 11 and a half or 12 years old. And they're still not very much my ear itches. I mean, let's be clear, in my childhood, there's so many complicated explanations in regards to my family. My mom got with my biological dad. That did not work out. That's when she had my oldest sister who died of a brain aneurysm 15 years ago. Mom had 3 strokes and aneurysm about 8.5 years ago or some shit, though she made a full recovery after 4 months. Thankfully, they didn't kill her. Though my mom was mentioning like a week or something ago that whenever dad dies, she'll have to come live with me because she wouldn't be able to financially afford to keep living by herself, which I don't want my mom to live with me. But at the same time, I do still love my mother, and I'm not going to let my mom be fucking homeless. But best way to describe my parents is that everybody was a drunken alcoholic since before my mom's first child was born. At which point, mom got with my biological dad, had my eldest sister. That didn't work out. She then fucked her sister's husband, which, one, she was a single mother before she even got with that husband, since the man she'd been with before that didn't work out, and the man who was married to her at that time was already cheating on her with other women, and was like on her second or third marriage himself at that point, which he had cheated and been abusive toward every woman he had been with, and also at that point already had a reputation for being a drunken alcoholic who cheats on every woman he's with and beats his wives and mistreats women and other stuff. Anyway, that's my stepfather, who then fucked the single mother younger sister of his then wife, got her pregnant, and then pretended she didn't exist and ignored her, while continuing to cheat on her sister with other people and be a drunken, abusive piece of shit. They then got divorced for alternative reasons but at that point, mom had my middle sister, which, obviously black, and he still chose to ignore her and pretend neither person existed at all and have nothing to do with them at all, until eventually he chooses to marry her. Then, well, they got along fucking great. Sarcasm, if you can fucking hear it. Heck, there was even a point where, back then, Dad, my stepfather, even though I call him Dad, was fine with having guns in the house, despite the fact they were children and everyone was fucking drunk all the time. Eventually, due to issues of how he treats people, Mom decided to take the gun, aim it at his head, and tell him she was going to blow his brains out. They both thought the gun was loaded. His response to having his wife, at that point, pointing a gun at his head, saying she's going to pull the trigger, is basically tell her, "Ha, you don't got the balls. You can't fucking do it. Too much of a pussy-ass bitch." At which point she pulled the trigger. But apparently it wasn't loaded. I don't really know about what happens after that. Keep in mind, I didn't exist yet. That being said, from that point on, he insisted on never allowing guns in a household that he lives in or any relative, because it could possibly be used against him. Eventually, they got divorced. Eventually, my mom got back together with my biological father. Now, at that point, I shouldn't have been possible to exist, because at that point, my mom was considered completely infertile. Since before she even broke up, divorced my stepfather from that one time she was married to him. Because at that point, she was already infertile. For years at that point, she was considered infertile. Because technically, before my middle sister was born, she had some issue with ovarian cyst, I think. Or either that shortly after, and then right after I was born, she had an issue of like one of her fallopian tubes just started decaying and rotting inside her. But either way, years and years before I was conceived, she had one ovary and one fallopian tube. The other things had already been removed from her body, and their opposite sides not touching each other. So physically, I should not have been possible to exist. And that was years and years before my mom got back to my biological dad. She then got back to my biological dad, they got married, and then after a while, my mom's suddenly pregnant. Turns out that the fallopian tube and ovary she had remaining moved on their own accord inside her body to connect themselves to each other, which shouldn't be physically possible. But it did it anyway. Both God and evolution conspired to create me. But why? Because I don't really have any value to society, and nothing about me has any value. I'm just some random fucking otaku. There is nothing about me that has any effect on the world, positive or negative. There is no reason for God to have made me exist. Don't be wrong, I appreciate it. I'm grateful for my life. But I largely feel like I am inconsequential to the world. Anyway, sometime when I was probably like 4 or 5 or 6 or something, they split up. And then my mom probably spent like a year or 2 alone. And then got back together with my stepfather. Exact ages with that, I don't remember. I don't know. Anyway, they were both still drunk. And, well, like I said, there was lots of arguing and fighting about that shit. But hey, like I said, I hid in a toy chest. Or generally tend to be a very quiet, reserved kid. Or I just go out for walking and playing at the park by myself. Just random fucking 9-year-old walking to the park by himself. Or spending my time down the bay. I did have a little pool table. Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And in general, like I said, my mom at least took good care of me, and she cooked food homemade, and we sat and played Mario 1 and Mario 3 in the future. And that was cool. Spyro 1, it's nice. I love my mom very, very much. That being said, there did eventually come a time, like, where I look back at things and I start wondering about why were my pets all dying? Because I remember a point where first I had some hermit crabs, which they of course died of natural causes. But then I had an iguana. Named it Speedy. And apparently died because the apartment complex we were at sprayed for chemicals. But looking back, that seems like a little bit of an odd thing. That being said, when it died, we took a small child's shoebox, put it in there, and buried it out in a field. Then my mom gave me a cupcake. Then, I had a guinea pig. I also named it Speedy. I guess I'm not very creative with names. I remember actually spending a lot of time taking care of that guinea pig. And taking good care of it. Then I remember one day, all of a sudden, Mom decided we're just going to run away from my stepdad. Keep in mind, they weren't married yet at this point. As far as I know. I might be misremembering. Who knows? I was like 10. Anyway, she mentioned we're going to go down to either Florida or Georgia or something. I think it was Florida, but it might have been Georgia. Anyway, so we're going to leave. We didn't, as far as I know, she didn't really have any money. Just money for gas, and that was it. And we're just like, she had like a sister down there or something. One of my sisters lived down there at that point. But only time in my life I ever saw the Ohio River. But and I asked about, like, when we were my guinea pig, and like, oh, he'll come later. And about my sisters, like, oh, they'll come later. But anyway, so me and her in a tiny little truck. It's a very tiny truck. It only has enough room for 3 people to sit in the front. It's like one of those smallest trucks that can exist in America. We drove all the way down into Kentucky and stuff, almost Tennessee, I think. Or at least some amount of distance. I don't know. I wasn't measuring. I didn't have like a yardstick big enough to... By the way, we went several hundred miles. She bought me this little rotating circular Pez dispenser thing. It was kind of cool. Played with it a bit while in the truck. She eventually stopped, talked on a payphone or something somewhere. Don't really know what was discussed, but she seemed pretty distressed on the phone, and then we went back. Also, next day, my guinea pig was gone. My mom told me that she just had to give it to someone else because we just couldn't take good enough care of it. Looking back, that feels suspicious. Though at the time, I kind of blamed myself, like, oh, my guinea pig's gone because I must just been really bad at taking care of my pet. But looking back, the timing of that feels really weird. And then, shortly after that, we got some cats, 2 cats for my sister. And then some period of time after that, Mom and Dad got married. And then like maybe about a year after that, they stopped drinking. And then Dad became a deacon at a church, an all-black church. And then I went every Sunday to have 3 hours of listening to the pastor talk about the end of the fucking world. By the way, that pastor had dreams of being a televangelist. Also, looking back at everything, the way he talked and behaved about stuff, I can tell you this. The man was obsessed with being a televangelist and obsessed with getting money and offerings and was very greedy and very vain. He cared very much what people thought about him. He wanted to be famous and a televangelist like those people on the TV. Basically, he wanted to be the person telling... You know that person on the TV telling the woman in The Binding of Isaac? Stuff that... He wanted to be that. All throughout high school, my dad would get up at like 3 a.m. and type out the Bible on a typewriter. An actual typewriter, not a computer. I don't know if some of you even know what a typewriter is. It's loud. He's also of the mindset that, you know, you shouldn't kiss a woman until you marry her. And even after some of my relationship went... That being said, I did still live with my parents after I graduated high school. Couldn't really go anywhere. Couldn't really go to college. Had some issues with that. Then tried to do an online college. Got fucking scammed and fucked over on that. I've worked since I was like 14. That being said, I did pay tithes, offered church. I paid for anything I personally wanted. Heck, I was working at fast food when I was in school, paying for my school stuff and for my Boy Scout stuff. And for any anime that I bought, like my 10 VHS set uncut box collection of Frieza collection or the Yu Hakusho series. I even had a subscription to some DBZ magazines and stuff. In general, I can't really complain. My mom was a good mom. I love my mom very, 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 very much. But I do have some complaints about certain things, but that's fine. I fully accept everything with that and still love her despite it. Funny thing is that blue Uzi truck, very tiny blue truck, shortly after we got back, some point there was like some point during a winter, it was like the winter immediately after that trip where we went to Kentucky or something. It hit some ice, it turned. Me, Mom, and Dad, technically stepdad, but I consider him my dad, because he was still a better father to me than my biological father. Fucking low bar there. Don't have a single fucking memory of my biological father in which he wasn't drunk. But even the times that I met him when I was older, he was still drunk. He could not stop drinking. He eventually died like a decade plus ago of drinking. Anyway. We hit patch ice. my side of the car went into oncoming traffic, my mom leaned over me. She has a scar on her forehead from that, which was a bit scary to my sake, because we all got knocked unconscious, and I woke up first, woke up my mom, and, well, I could see her skull. Part of her skin over her forehead was removed, so I could see the white of her bone of her skull, like several inches of just her skull exposed. Which obviously probably not feel best for her, and probably became a little bit, I don't know if she ever really became really aware of that herself at that time, but I can't imagine it was pleasant to her. But its main point is she did protect me there, and she is a good mom, and I do love her. But yeah, that was still a bit scary. Then again, I've been in multiple car accidents over the course of my life. Heck, back in like 2011, I think I got hit by a truck myself. I was driving, only went in the car, got T-boned by like a full-size truck, like those big-ass fucking 450 trucks, whatever, it was going 75 miles an hour. Had like a dozen plus staples across the left side of my skull, couldn't move my left arm hardly for about a couple months, had all my ribs were bruised. Was it 2011, 2012? I can't remember. All my ribs was bruised much as they could without being broken. My legs were covered in purple and black bruises. It felt like the texture of a basketball. And yeah, that sucked. My car got destroyed. Heck, that when I saw the airbag in the junkyard, it was crumpled in on itself, and the airbag was just covered with blood. The whole car was crumpled in on itself. It's actually a complete miracle I did not die from that. Heck, about 2 years ago I had a bladder surgery. That would suck too. Heck, I know that one time I told you guys about the swelling of the brain thing and the meningitis and encephalitis. I had to have a spinal tap. That also sucked. But yeah. That being said, my parents, I tend to be a very quiet person. When I was in my bedroom, a lot of times I would have like earbuds plugged into the back of my television. Really didn't make much noise, and most of the time, I never had friends spend the night at my house when I was living with my parents. In fact, the only time I had friends come over was for half an hour to eat cake on my 18th birthday. Aside from that, I don't think I ever had any of my friends ever step foot in my house whenever, like, the entirety of the time I was ever living with my parents. Even in any of the places we ever lived. Even as far back as my earliest memories. I think the only time I ever had anyone that wasn't family, like when I lived with my parents, the only time I didn't have anyone that wasn't family was on my 18th birthday. On my 18th birthday, for half an hour, I had my best friends, who I had known since I was like 13 or 12 years old. 13, 14, whatever. About 13 or 14 years old. Granted, they were all like 2 or 3 years younger than me. I knew them mainly through Boy Scouts. So I was like 13 and they were like 11. So, but at that point, you know, my friends, like, I'm like 18 and 2 of them are 16 and 1's 15. But I had them over for half an hour to eat cake in my kitchen. Other than that, looking back, my entire life that I ever lived with my parents, I never had anyone step foot in my house, let alone my bedroom. There was no one basically ever at my home. Granted, I hung out with my friends quite often, but I would always spend the night over at my friend's place. I remember a lot of times spending the night at my friends' places. A couple of them were brothers, but I'd spend the night at their places, play a bunch of Halo and stuff like that, and video games, and be on the internet over there. Or they'd have campfires out back, and of course, I knew them from Boy Scouts, so we'd be on camping trips and stuff. But I spent a lot of weekends either on camping trips or at my friend's house spending the night. Let's check OBS. We're having a spending of... I'm about to end the video, so it's 9 fucking hours. I'm sorry for going on forever, I guess, guys. But it's like I'd go on camping trips with them or spend the night at their place. And heck, even at like 10 and 11, I'd be walking out to places, going to the public pool by myself. I would just walk with a plastic bag with some swim trunks and a towel and a little bit of money to buy like nachos and stuff. I'd walk to school by myself. I'd walk with my book bag and walk to school in the morning. And of course, when I was like 14, 15, I got a job, fast food and stuff, and a lot of my time would be either at school, and of course I got bullied a lot there, or I'd be at Boy Scouts, or camping trips, or spend the night at my friend's place, or I'd be at work, or when I wasn't doing any of those things, I was either be in my bedroom, playing video games with earbuds and being very quiet, or I'd go out walking around. And largely they weren't bike trails available at that time, so a lot of times I'd just be walking around town. Occasionally people would drive by and throw things at me out their car windows. Usually just a drink or donuts or something. So that sucked, but heck. And of course I usually got a week or two at summer camp every year. Though for the most part Boy Scouts really doesn't exist anymore. I think the whole organization sort of just died. And a lot of the camps that used to function, even summer camps back then, a lot of them are just shut down. By the way, Spaceballs was the first Star Wars movies I ever watched. But it's funny, even when I was in my 20s, Dad was of the mindset that, like, I was in my 20s, I'm paying rent. Like, I pay half the fucking rent. I work a full-time job. I've had terrible luck with women my whole life. And I bring a date over because she wants to make sure I'm not like a fucking serial killer or something, so she wants to see where I live. And I bring her in my bedroom for like 30 seconds. It's like, what, a couple of minutes or so? Not long enough to do anything. Just for her to like see, like, hey, this is what my bedroom is what I have. And then we go to leave on a date. But apparently Dad was so fucking offended about that. It's like, what would God think? What would the neighbors think? What would the people at church think? It's like, you're not married to that woman. What's she doing in your bedroom? By the way, I also was like, find it odd that even at a time when he's already a deacon, been a deacon for like a decade, been sober for like a decade, we had a family dog that was initially bought for one of my nieces that was living with us, and I was the predominant caretaker of said dog, and of course, eventually when I did move out, I could not take dog with me. Dog did, however, die like 2 years after I left. Apparently of old age, even though it was a bit young for old age to be a thing. But considering the fact that he never I was always the one taking the dog to the vet. After I left, I don't know if they ever took the dog to the vet. And everyone always seemed to yell at the dog. And he would never call the dog by its actual name. And anytime he ever saw it, he would yell at it and scream at it to move, dog. Move, mutt. And he would only interact with the bare minimum required. Like, he would just basically call it and set it outside. You put it on the leash outside so it could go to the bathroom. At one point, he built in a little fenced-in thing outside for it that was like 10 foot by 10 foot. Because he wanted the dog just to be an outside dog and for us to leave the dog outside forever. But I didn't like that idea because I didn't want her to freeze and because I didn't want her to be outside all the time because I felt that she'd be lonely. And I felt that that wasn't fair to her. I also helped him build that fence. and get a doghouse, but there's under the stipulation that it was just a place to be for her if people were going to be out of the house for a long period of time, for hours. That way she wouldn't be cooped up in the house. The idea that she wouldn't use the bathroom in the house. But I was completely against the idea of her being an outside dog that was required to basically live outside. But looking back, I feel like his intention was to basically just leave her outside to die. Which I didn't like that. But I at least agreed with the idea that she needed to have an enclosed space so that, she'd be safe from wild animals and other dogs if we had to leave her outside for a few hours if nobody was in the house at all. So she at least would have that as an option, but it wasn't. Anyway. She at least stayed an inside dog, but he never once cleaned that fucking thing. I was curious if he would. It's funny, he goes to the church all the time to clean it, even back when I was a teenager. He would go to the church. He goes there every Sunday. He tends to go there every day. He'd wake up, type out the fucking Bible, spend some time praying, and he'd go to the church. He also give an absurd amount of money to the church, because as far as he's concerned, as long as he has the pastor's approval, he can't go to hell. And the whole reason he basically married Mom was so that he could become a deacon, because he knew that he wouldn't be allowed to even set foot in the church or be accepted, given everything going on, if he didn't at least marry Mom. So at that point, he basically just married Mom to become a deacon, and at that point, he became a deacon because he doesn't want to go to hell, because essentially, I'm pretty sure he does not like the church, he does not like being a deacon, he just doesn't want to go to hell, and he feels it's his penance he has to do in order to not burn in hell. That being said, Mom would be so fucking financially fucked that when he does die, he has nothing, no one has any inheritance, and Mom basically would have to basically live with me to not be homeless. That being said, he is 76 fucking years old at this point, and still has to work so that they can pay rent at the place where they live. Yet he still continually keeps giving a large amount of the money he makes to the church. And he goes to the church and basically cleans and does stuff at the church, which... whatever. But I'm saying this, if your person is a deacon and you want to be overly judgmental on me about shit, you complain about... And here's the thing, I've even worked with them at a job. There was a job that they were doing. Heck, they had to use my name to get the credit to do the business he wanted to do, which again, stupid on my part, but again, I was younger back then. But I even worked at that job for a couple years, helping him out, and just... eventually they wanted to try to have me take over that thing, but at the same time, it was a fucking lemon. The whole job was shit, and here's the thing, to a large degree, he wasn't able to even give himself a raise to the fucking thing. But again, it's just not like he fucking cares. He doesn't care about it. And when it comes to that, and it's just... when it comes right down to it, it's just very poor business management on his part, or just a job that was just that type of contract you can't do shit about. But at that point, it's not doing me any favors, me being there. I also did some other jobs with him about things, which again, on the one hand, I appreciate that I was able to do some work, and I made some money doing that, but at the same time, it's just... I kind of feel like... heck, in between my current jobs, he was offering an idea oh, we knew a place where I could get a job as a security guard, but I don't want to be anything involved with them. Now, granted, I didn't word it that way. I was polite about it. We'll say one thing that annoyed me is my one surviving sister was saying, oh, you probably got divorced because you were probably beating your wife or some shit. I'm like, what? And then oh, you should have been able to get custody of your son. But it's one, can I have a little bit more sympathy or fucking concern for me? Heck, she was so surprised when we found out I was divorced. But her concern was oh, I shouldn't have been able to get out of my divorce that easily. I should have been fucked over more. I do feel my eldest sister would have been much more supportive and understanding of me, but again, she's dead. By the way, I felt very sad when that happened. Heck, my oldest sister really wanted to be a mother too. She went through a couple issues with guys. She had a lot of miscarriages. She also had 3 stillborn children that died the day they were born. The third of those basically became Zetsu from Naruto, where all the blood suddenly pooled in one half of his body. His name was going to be Kevin. By the way, interesting enough, that name is also in Kid Chameleon for Sega Genesis on a gravestone. I'll tell you this, it makes you feel very sad watching a bunch of people be very sad and your sister crying hysterically and your mom crying quite a bit as you see people carrying a fucking tiny porcelain coffin the size of a shoebox and burying it in the ground. Mom was also sad when her mom died. At least Grandma, the one person I actually call Grandma, she died back in 2000. So I was like 12 years old at that point, I think. I don't know. Somewhere around there. 1999, 2000, something like that. She had some issues, but it's interesting. I'm pretty sure each of my parents were at least better than their parents. Never really knew anything about my stepdad's parents, but from what I have at least gleaned from what other people have talked about, they were apparently not the greatest people, but hey, I don't really know, because no one ever really talked about that stuff in a clear, concise manner with me. Also, he's old as fuck. He was born like 1949 or something. My stepfather. Biological father is the same age as my mom, born in like 1960. Grandma, on my mom's side, technically all 6 of her kids were conceived by my biological grandfather, who died when my mom was still too young to... Because I think my mom was too young to have memories of him. I'm not sure. But I know that she was still fairly young. My mom is the youngest of those children. My biological grandfather was like in his 60s or some shit when he conceived my mom. He's like 33 or 34 years older than my grandma. He was born in like 1896. My biological grandfather was, on my mom's side, was born in like 1896 and fought in World War I. And then my step-grandpa, who then married grandma after the other guy died, he was a veteran of World War II. He also died back in like the 80s, before I was born. Maybe mom's biological dad died when she was like 12, maybe? Either 2 or 12 or something. It was some early age. Grandma was basically blind and super diabetic when she died. Also a bit of dementia and couldn't hardly walk. Though every time I went over, she would like have a box of sugar cubes and she'd just hand me a sugar cube. But, yeah. It's funny, my dad Like I said, technically, why did OBS crash or something, or is OBS dying? It's like, it's been 9.5 hours. Like, don't worry, OBS, I'll let you rest soon. But I'm trying to remember what I was talking about there a second. I do have a canvas thing of my biological father back when he was married to my mom. It's picture him, mom, me, and my 2 sisters. Also, a fascinating thing is this: I do look like my biological father to a degree, though I am much taller than he was. And also, I look at my childhood pictures. Not only do I look like he did when he was younger, but I look basically identical to what my son looks like at the similar age. But as far as my stepdad, he has always hated pictures and cameras. Like, he very rarely lets anyone ever take a picture of him. And he's very antisocial. He, like, basically doesn't want to talk or have anything to do with anyone. And not just family. I mean, literally, I'm pretty sure he hates the entire human race. And I'm pretty sure every day he's actively sad the world's not on fire. Like, I feel like every day he's like the most... And again, like, at one point I really did care about him being proud of me, and, you know, I was a child. And of course I was a bit ignoring of things in my own childhood. After all, a lot of things, especially my early childhood, I just sort of accepted as normal, because I didn't have a frame of reference. So I just sort of accepted a lot of things that happened in my life to be what everyone's life is. And as you get older, you start to have a little bit more frame of reference. But there's also been certain things that were said. It's just about, like, that he said or done in regards to me in the past that I feel completely are unacceptable. As far as his own personal political beliefs, well, I'm pretty sure he doesn't think dinosaurs ever existed, that they're a trick of Satan. That the most important thing you can do is go to church and give money to the church. That Trump is apparently the Antichrist as far as he's concerned, and that Trump should have got shot. And whereas I am actually pro-Trump, also I'm pro-gay rights. And he thinks it's wrong for people to be gay. So he thinks it's wrong for people to be gay, and he thinks Trump's the Antichrist. He said literally verbatim that Trump is the Antichrist. So, and I don't know, it's kind of hard to have any respect for his political or religious beliefs. I look back at the idea of not only how he's lived his life in Ben, or how he's talked to me, but also just how he treated the family dog, and how he would just yell and be angry about things. That being said, about 2 years after I left, dog did suddenly just die. Apparently he found her, she just went to sleep and just stopped living. So he then took her to one of my aunt's houses and buried it in the backyard. I was called and informed of this stuff by my wife at the time, who was told about it by my mom. So apparently
Dad found the dog not breathing, buried the corpse, then told my mom, then my mom told my wife, and then my wife told me. And granted, that one aunt doesn't actually live at that house anymore, but at least at that time, I did go and visit that grave a couple times and talk to the spot in the ground. Anyway, I've gotten a little off topic, I guess. Let's try to wrap this video up, shall we? Main point I was saying is this. I think Kyrie is very, very pretty. But I have a lot of, we'll call them reasons, to feel that I would not want to marry her or have children with her. Because I've had lots of bad experiences, and I don't want those bad experiences to happen again. Pure and simple. I find someone with Kyrie's physique and personality to be very, very, very attractive. I think she's a 10 out of 10 and very beautiful. That being said, my own personal bad experiences have been very bad, and they made me feel very sad. And I don't want to be hurt like that again. And I guess you guys get the point. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying about it over alone. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. But I guess the reason why that conversation brought up is this. I'm pretty sure the trouble with Rudolph is that he was fucking somebody, or doing something with somebody, or harassing some woman, and then had to pay off a settlement. So to avoid court. Though I'm not sure what he would have done in 1986 that would require a settlement. Because I'm pretty sure the laws weren't as likely to come after you for that sort of thing back then. I don't know. After all, you can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights. What rights? What did you do, Rudolph? What did you do? Seriously though, what did Rudolph do? But my intention, what's the correct word? No, that's implication, interest. What is the intuition? No, that's not right either. A word that would mean my logical conclusion of the implied data is that whatever word is concise version, I can't remember what it is. My view is that pretty sure Rudolph was harassing and fucking another woman, not only cheating on his now wife, but also violating some things that would count as harassment, possibly even assault? Question marks? But with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Though rumor has it that the settled money could be as high as several $1 million. Are we talking yen or actual US dollars? Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry, okay? However, niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. Does he manage porn? What is he doing? An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. Okay, for various reasons it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely and he would be forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. Though I'm pretty sure, regardless of what's going on, I'm pretty sure Rudolph is probably cheating on her. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game.
However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly. But that's none of your business, Kraus Nissan. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a large sum quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need, but unfortunately I have nothing on hand. If you know any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole $750 million, I suggest you try there first. Kraus' elated words are so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all of their options. However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor. Oh wait, I do believe you said that I have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be able to be much help to you. Hee 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 hee. Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Ava? Don't make me laugh, as if I'd ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us? I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. Damn you. Taking advantage of us. Honey, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand. But that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though watching something highly amusing. In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now. How sad, how very sad. How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us all drink together, as we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold. If we four friendly siblings work together, there is surely no puzzle we can't solve. Ha 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 ha! This family seems kind of dysfunctional. And that probably says a lot coming from me. Understood. Why would you have diagonal windows? Humph. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions they have attached? Well, whether or not Kraus actually discovers the gold, he'll pay Ava-sama, Ruda-sama's Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. However, 10% of that will be paid before March. Heh, ha ha ha! Kraus, you dunce. To think he would have his feet swept up from under him by his younger siblings. How truly amusing. But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill, yes? Yes. What are you, Metal Gear Solid? You were eavesdropping the whole fucking time! This dude's stealth skill must be out of the I think it's more noticeable that this servant is on better speaking terms with the head of the everything than his own siblings. Like he has more trust and respect and canon. Craft-sama, I expect the fact that Ava-sama and the younger siblings all have urgent need to get money. Humph. Is there even any need to expose such obvious facts? That irresolute, incompetent man. What are they doing now? That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now Beatrice Sama's epitaph is being discussed. So they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden? Yes. Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted. Will the miracle be fulfilled first, or will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be. At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle. And yet, if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, if it comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected again. The smile I have been chasing half my life will be restored. Oh, Beatrice, soon will come the sacred night when we shall be bet upon a miracle and the game of demons shall begin. I will surely prove triumphant and survive. I'll let you have the lives of all the others. Those others. I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything. All I want to see is your smile one last time. Cough, cough, cough. Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop. Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see? No. It is because magical power is determined by risk. That doesn't really seem like much of a risk. It's a very complicated riddle, man. If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great, and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then the power of the magic will bring about a grand miracle if it succeeds despite the odds. In other words, magic is a game. It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor. The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Do you see? It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you? My apologies. That's fine. It all comes down to this. I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph. Does this include the servants, wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family? Everything that I have established. My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle. Anyone who solves this riddle will have the right to gain everything, even you, yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle. Of course, I made it difficult, but you must try to solve it as well. That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic. If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracle comes together and give birth to magical power, it will happen. Beatrice will revive. That is why you must attempt it too. Everyone must attempt it. And in so doing, they will give strength to my magic. Do you understand? Yes, I will try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this. Very well, leave me. There is a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward. I'm fine. After all, I am furniture. That's very depressing, man. That's very, very sad. I'd rather you not talk about yourself like that. So, furniture doesn't eat sweets? Well, I suppose it stands to reason. In that case, leave me. Yes, excuse me. Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of Kanon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kenzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone excepting not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Najo-san, how are you feeling? Ah, Genji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore. With a bitter laughter, Najo turned to face the door of the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji Najo wanted to stay. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully, but it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression. Still, I don't understand. Why did Kinzo-san have something provocative written, I wonder? Najo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph. I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so. Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment. Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through to whatever it was he was planning. Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes. Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth to the title to the one who can understand it. So you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle before some outsider like myself solved it. Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship? It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Najo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Najo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They had known Kenzo longer than anyone, and Kenzo trusted them more than his own relatives, but even they could not guess at his true motives. The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family. What about you, Dr. Najo? No, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for this senile old man. Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down on my notebook. Night after night I would try to solve it before going to sleep, but it really is hard. It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us. What do you say, Genji-san? I am nothing more than furniture in service to the master. Gold and assets are unnecessary to me. I kind of feel also the fact that why would they care about gold at this point themselves? I mean, not to insult them, but they're fucking old. Even if they suddenly became billionaires, what would they do with the money? It's not like we'll not have to work the rest of our lives. I mean, let's be clear. They're being paid well enough at this point during their jobs that as long as they're frugal, they can, survive and live a decent life on what they just have in savings at this point, just as a doctor and servant. My, you're very modest. Heck, this guy already technically retired and was living a life of luxury anyway. I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much. If so, I am honored. As Najo-san lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph. Behold the sweet fish river, running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follow. Behold the sweet fish river, running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow... You know what, we'll call it there. Hey, we completed the game of Pictionary. Who's who? Neat. Anyway. sorry for making such a long video. I will try in future videos to not go off on tangents, stay focused on the story, and I'll try to keep the videos to an hour max, but I'll try to aim for around 20 minutes or so. Maybe about 20 minutes to half an hour. Like 25 minutes on average is what I'll aim for, but I'll maybe go an hour at max. I'll try to make sure I never make a video that goes over an hour again if I can help it. But if I get too much into a story, I will probably keep going. But anyway, sorry for the long video. We at least kept it under 10 hours. That does remind me, there was a time I made a 13.5-hour video. Probably about 4 years ago at this point. It's about 13.5 hours. I tried to upload it to YouTube. YouTube won't let you upload something longer than 12 hours. I then tried to re-listen to it. I was going to re-record it by playing the video and letting OBS re-record the recording. But it's not that I deleted it because I felt it was too cringy. Everything I do is cringe. It was more so just the sounds I made during that 13.5-hour video. It made me too sad to listen to. I didn't like listening to it, and I didn't want to ever hear that again. I don't want to ever hear that sound again, and I don't ever want to make that sound again. It was 13.5 hours long, and I spent at least a good solid 7+ hours straight crying at screaming volumes. Even laughing at screaming volumes, but I was essentially 7.5, 8 hours straight crying at screaming volumes. And then eventually my body couldn't handle the stress anymore and it started shaking a lot, and I just started vomiting a bunch. So I did re-record like a 17-minute segment of it. And also there was a second video with like a 4-minute segment of it, but it's me singing some songs. I did a bunch of karaoke during that. But I was just... It was like 4 years ago. I guess I wasn't feeling the greatest. But yeah. Sorry for bothering everyone by talking about odd things and just making too long of a video. I'll try to keep them shorter from now on. Bye.